And welcome, everybody, to the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. It is day number 3 here of racing, and we're going to kick things off with one of our endurance races. Unfortunately, had to lay up a little bit short one day ago based on a start of the first half of the day was in the rain, so it took us a little bit to get everything sorted out. Had to run a shortened schedule, so we'll make everything up today. It's going to be busy as everybody, as you can see, is out there on the water. And once again, I'll welcome Mikey Young into the booth with me as we get you up to speed on what we're going to see here today.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ken, it's been an up and down weekend, but we're going to start off the day today with our amateur 300 and 200 endurance. 40 racers down there online, and you can see they are not hesitating. They are already dropping the green, and just like yesterday, 193. You can see the red boat here on the inside. That is Cooper Caldwell picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, and he has another great start working right here. Look at him lean back on that thing, trying to get that jet packed, and he is doing a great job. That one's got some great inline speed.
Oh, you know, I just seen the red flag from one of our marshals there, so I think they're going to have to bring him back and restart this one. They'll bring him back and restack, repack, re-rack, and that'll give us a little bit of time to kind of go through the lineup and let everybody know who's out there here in Moto number 2 of our amateur endurance 200 and 300. Representing the 200 class out there, we should have boat number 297. He was a winner in Moto number 1. That is Baron Mernick. Boat number 117, who took a second in Moto 1, is Andy Martinez. We got Dallas Price on boat number 32. Drew Stallhot on boat number 78. 424 is Ian Newski. Boat number 71 is Kevin Sullivan. And we've got representing the 300 class, we've got 281.
And we welcome everybody here to Lake of the Ozarks. I'm Ken Stout. That is Mikey Young sitting right alongside. And again, we start off with a hazy, cloudy day. We're expecting it to all clear up and be a beautiful day. Temperature's much cooler. When we first got here on Thursday, it was 92 degrees. Friday was 84 degrees. Yesterday, a little bit cooler with the rain that blew through. More rain blew through, I believe, around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Today, I think the highs are expected to be in the mid-70s. So it has changed dramatically here over the weekend.
I'll tell you, like I said, yeah, it's been an up and down weekend as far as the weather goes. That is for sure. You know, yesterday it started off real bad. Ended up, it was kind of like stuffy, you know, because we were sitting in the motorhome yesterday because of the rain and everything, and ended up getting hot in there, and we couldn't use air conditioning.
Yeah, just not enough power to go around. So it's just been one of those weekends. Welcome to live television, where you adapt to the conditions that you're given.
I'll tell you, and it has been a great weekend of racing so far. Got a lot of racing coming at everybody today. Again, we're going to kick things off today with our amateur 200 and 300. We're going to have 40 total racers out there in this class, and man, it is going to be absolutely chaos.
Yeah, and if you tuned in for the big boats, we'll also bring the big boats up here very briefly, or very quickly as well, following our ski class, first couple of ski races here this morning. So yeah, the big boats will be in the water as well. We did have a Pro Class 1 race one day ago that lasted for about a lap, and unfortunately for the DMR team, they blew up and over, and that boat is no longer competitive. So good news is both the driver and throttleman are okay. So we'll have 2 Class 1 races here today to make up for that one.
Well, I'll tell you, I seen that boat drive by the pit area, the entrance to the pit area here early this morning when I came in, and I cannot believe that nobody got injured in that. I mean, I'll tell you what, the man upstairs was
for the boat.
Yeah, it speaks a lot for the boat. The capsules that they're in, because it would look nothing but like a skeleton, like it was driving by.
13,000-pound boat that did a backflip out there and landed extremely hard. So yeah, we're really glad that Britt Lilly and, of course, Bill Pyburn are okay. And they'll be racing today in the Supercats, so good enough to race. That speaks volumes as you look at that the 193 there, as you were talking about before, Cooper Caldwell. And a real player here, was a player a day ago and got a great start here just a moment ago before the red flag came out.
Yeah, and that's Nathan Dolly that's pitted next to him. Nathan taking a second yesterday, came into the weekend in 6th place. Cooper came in second, but Garrett Lofton, who took a 3rd yesterday, is currently in 1st place in points after 2 rounds.
And I think he was looking off to the right and might have got a little bit slower start. Yeah, he's going to have to pass a few more skis here at the start today. day.
Yeah, you seen Baldwin there on the outside, 502. You seen Laughlin in the picture, too, on boat number 114. He's on the Silver Bullet out there, sponsored by VR Racing. And it looks like it is going to be Caldwell. Caldwell coming from that inside, sponsored by Caldwell Racing and Monster Energy.
Yeah, got there at the buoy at the same exact time, but did not lift, got it rotated. And everybody makes it through turn one as far as we can tell.
And it looks like Caden Baldwin was settling in there in second place on the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha as they work past Ryan Scaglione, our flagman out there today, and back into the cove. Really like this cove area. Nice big sweeper back there after a little chicane.
And I've got to tell you, they've changed that just a little bit. You said the marshals will move those buoys. That first yellow buoy was set a little bit farther out than it has been. So it really is more of a long sweeping turn now.
And taking a look at Caldwell as he works his way up toward the open water here at Lake of the Ozarks. And back in the back there, the back section that you see, that will all be filled with boats and a whole flotilla of traffic a little bit later on today.
Yeah, people are up drinking coffee now. They're probably like, what is that sound over there? And it's jet skis racing.
That's it. And again, this is the amateur 200 and 300. First place already, Caldwell starting to separate. And remember yesterday in Moto number 1, he came in 25 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. So he's picking up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, off to a great start here. Clearly a very, very good sled. It's also worth mentioning here that there are 2 classes that are competing here at the same time.
Yeah, you got, I believe, 24 in one class, 6 in the other class. Baron Mernick, current points leader in the 200 class. And when you put the 200s with the 300s normally leave the 200s behind because you're looking at 300 horsepower versus 200 horsepower. And again, as we spoke of yesterday, they are going to come into lap traffic very soon as we took a look there at Garrett Lofton, I believe.
Yeah, one of the Monster Energy backed machines there, and he's hanging into a strong second place. You can see third place roll up back behind him with a pretty good split there. I'd say probably the better part of 2.5 seconds.
And working their way toward the bottom right-hand side of the track. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you can see those 3 yellow buoys. You know, they were separated far enough apart that you could almost run a straight line between the 2 of them all weekend long. And now it is significantly different. It looks like they've kind of spread it out farther. And
there's your points leader right there, Garrett Lofton. Lofton, sponsored by VR Racing. That is Vanjie Ramjeet, also sponsored by Fly Racing. Rich coming to folks out west as they work their way up toward the chicanes in the open water.
Yeah, a big part of the lake there. Of course, we're at Lake of the Ozarks, 54,000-acre lake, 1,150 miles of shoreline, and it is littered with condos all along the way, boat docks. I forget what the number was that Shane said yesterday. Maybe 11,000 boats are registered here, something to run this lake. So yeah, it's a party scene for sure in the summer.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's a great place to come. I mean, I love the whole atmosphere, this whole Lake of the Ozarks atmosphere. A lot of great restaurants up and down the strip here. If you've never been, you need to come out and check it out. I see Noah Dolly back there in the 6th spot. Noah came in 3rd place in the points, took a 6th yesterday. His brother actually ended up taking 2nd. Troy Sider back there in the 9th spot, sponsored by Troy's Bail Bonds. But I'll tell you, the man with the plan out there is Cooper Caldwell. And Caldwell getting her done on that Caldwell Racing Monster Energy Commander Fly Racing MTI boats machine. You can see biggest battle right now as we take a look on screen here is for 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. 3rd and 4th really battling it out. 4th trying to pull up beside 3rd right here. So you got Caldwell, you got Baldwin back in 2nd. So that's Lofton, who is currently in 3rd, and Dolly now challenging. And there is Mernick. Mernick is your race leader in the 200 class. He was the points leader coming in. He's another one of the Caldwell Racing clan.
Good looking ski right there, doing a really nice job, and had a great run in the moto yesterday as well.
Yeah, Mernick, he's pretty much been unstoppable. He won all the events in the 200 class, both in St. Pete and New Orleans, and trying to do the same thing here at Lake of the Ozarks. Took a win yesterday. And again, this is their 2nd moto of the weekend.
Saw him standing up pretty much the entire time, sat down there on it. Once he started negotiating around the tighter sections of the course, but they'll stand up as much as possible. And imagine standing on one of these things for 30 minutes out here, riding as hard as you can. Very physical.
Yeah, we seen Barrick's younger brother Strauss Marinick back on Friday, who took a win in the sport class, the sports bet class.
Having a great weekend, that team.
And his older brother is actually Cooper Caldwell. So all three of them doing well. That is a winning trailer right there. I told you, Grandma does all the cooking over there. So I don't know what she's putting in the food, but I want some.
You wake up in the morning, man. It is on at that table.
Gotta love it. Todd Sarsinski, who has got the BRP Museum, currently running in the 7th spot out of Hamburg. And he is sponsored by Hamburg Flooring as well.
Couple of skis very close there. Doesn't take much of a bobble. We see them lean in and try to cut as close to the pins as possible. Real good view of it right there. But while the water is pretty flat right now, when the chop comes up, one of those waves will grab the bow and it'll really suck them down in there. And sometimes they miss the buoy because they try to cut it so short. And
there is a Sherrills Ford, North Carolina resident, Caden Baldwin right there. Boat number 502, sponsored by Farthing Racing, Monster Energy, and Champion Power Sports out of Sherrills Ford. As they work their way around the point on the opposite side.
See some of the properties there off to the left. They're absolutely gorgeous here. And that is probably a 300 pass and a 200 that we just saw.
You know, you're talking about the properties here, and they were saying that this place swells up to like 1.5 million people in the summertime, but in the wintertime, there's only 39,000 full-time residents.
Here.
Yeah. There's Dolly back there. I believe he is currently sitting in the 4th place. Took a 2nd in yesterday's moto. Came in 6th in the points. His brother was 3rd in the points, Noah, who is currently sitting in the 6th position. And he's sponsored by JetX out of Canada.
Nice wide arcing turn there. Might not be the preferred way to go when you run that much more distance out here. Usually they really lean into those things, get them rotated, and pick the throttle right back up. Seems to be the fast way.
Now I see your biggest battle out on the track right now is between 2nd and 3rd. That is Baldwin and Lofton. Only about a 1.5 separating those two right there, and they're racing right behind your leader. Your leader's got a comfortable lead right now, Caldwell. I believe Caldwell already working his way through some lap traffic out there.
Yeah, gaggle of skis, and you're right, man. He is picking his way. That is your leader right there. He is picking his way through some lappers, and that's where you earn your money.
Yeah, I'll tell you, great young racer. Only been racing with us for about 4 years now, and has really come a long way. It looks like we got a rider down right there. Bad spot to be down right there around the point. And another rider having some mechanical issues out there. That appears to be boat number 222. That's Jason Seeley out of Ada, Michigan. And meanwhile, that was Lofton that went down.
How about that, man?
That is your points leader that actually went down out there. Took a 3rd yesterday. So Lofton definitely not having a great weekend here, as he was perfect in St. Pete and New Orleans.
So Garrett swims over as quickly as possible to get back up on the ski and takes off again, trying to get things sorted out. But yeah, a big moment here for one of the players this year.
Yeah, tough break for the VR Racing star. But I'll tell you, he was back in 3rd place. He was challenging Baldwin. And let's take a look at the replay, Ken.
See if we can figure out what happened. Coming up to the buoy, leans in. Everything looks pretty good right here. Right back behind him, it looked like he hit that white water maybe, and just didn't have quite the grip that he was looking for. Kind of spun it around.
Yeah, went through some of Baldwin's bump wash there, hit that wake, and just came off to the side. But
crazy, it flattens out right there, and it just doesn't have the grip that the other water has, and the back end kind of spun around and slung him out of it.
Yeah, Baldwin not leaving that door open. Great job by that young man, Caden Baldwin. 17 seconds behind your leader right now, but still sitting in 2nd place. Dolly in 3rd, with Bryce Ford moving up into 4th. Lofton moves all the way back to 6th.
Yeah, back to 6th place, so a lot of work to do. Try and salvage some points.
Got Sarsinski right there.
Actually, timing and scoring updating, and now Garrett Lofton showing him in 8th place.
Yeah, right behind Klein Glidden.
50 seconds back. So just got to go to work, man. Make the best of a bad day.
Well, and they still got one more moto, too. You took a 3rd the first moto, and we talked about it yesterday. You know, you got to be consistent out there. You know, if you want to win championships, you don't have to win every battle. And there is Caldwell. As we see, the race is halfway complete here with less than 10 minutes left to go.
20-minute endurance to kick things off here on Sunday morning. Look at our leader once again, having a great run, much like he did today. Cooper Caldwell doing work out here.
You know what, I'll tell you, it really doesn't look that bumpy from if you're sitting here on the shoreline at Lake of the Ozarks. But, man, you take a look on screen right here, and you can tell that he's getting tossed around and looking a little reminiscent of a bobblehead out there.
Yeah, that chop getting a little thicker as well with all the skis.
And I'll tell you, he's riding very smooth, though. You know, he's gotten away from a lot of that lap traffic. And there's Baron Mernick right there on boat number 297. Again, Mernick coming into the weekend perfect with 150 points here in the amateur 200 class. But it's got to be tough to be in that 200 class because you're out there with 24 other 300s. You know, so you know that you're going to be getting past. You know that you're going to be last, but you got to really keep your mental focus. And I'll tell you, that 200 class, to be leading that 200 class, that means you got a lot of mental focus, Ken.
Excellent job. He's doing some work here as well. Nice line. You see how tight he cuts that? Way inside of that other ski, that other 300 that's out there.
You know, and I was taking a look at Caldwell's time versus Baldwin's time. Caldwell 5 seconds faster than Baldwin on that last lap. Baldwin 23 seconds behind, but still sitting in second place on the Farthing Racing Yamaha. So Lofton, as we pointed out, went from third to eighth place. Martinez back behind him in ninth. Troy Sider, again coming out of retirement, sitting in the top 10. And then he's got the 200s behind him. Mernick and Martinez both in the 200 class, and they are first and second in that class coming into this weekend.
Baron Mernick, who is leading the 200 class, will show you a speed difference there between 300 horsepower and 200 horsepower.
And that's the leader of the 200 and the leader of the 300, and that's older brother versus little brother right there. It's a family affair out here at Lake of the Ozarks this weekend.
I guarantee you Baron's thinking, I'm ready for a 300, man.
That's right. That's right. We got Bryce Ford out there in that fourth place position. We was just taking a look at Bryce out there on boat number 4. Got black flagged off the track in moto number 1 for having parts coming off the side of his boat. Had a bomb barrel flange coming off. And currently sitting in fourth, sponsored by Ford Brothers Racing, Dean's team.
Well, and you can see that thing. It was, I mean, just bouncing him all around.
That was Ford coming by our start-finish line there, taking a look over our starter. And you can see second and third right in front of him. So that's a decent battle there going on for second and third still. You still got Baldwin back there in second. And trying to fend off third and fourth place right now as they try to reel them in going around the point.
Yeah, and it looks like second place stretching it out just a little bit now. That gap a little bit bigger than what it was, but still pretty close. Certainly close enough to take advantage of in a moment's notice there. If anything was to go wrong, now it looks like it closes back up. And it's funny how some riders are a little bit better at one section of the course. Other riders are better at another section. They are staying tight. That is second and third back there, that closest battle.
Yeah, taking a look. Nathan Dolly, 18 years old. Caden Baldwin, who sits in second, 16 years old. Got riders out here, all different ages. You know, we were talking about the age gap yesterday. In this class right here, we got riders as young as, I believe, 16 years of age. Our oldest rider out here in this one, my good friend Jonathan Dent. He's from the Honduras originally, now makes his home in Columbus, Ohio. 71 years old.
Ah, God bless him.
Great guy, probably one of the nicest guys you'll meet down there in the pit area. See our riders working their way along the dam there.
Not sure if that is for position. If so, man, it has gotten very tight as we go back to our leader.
And he is kind of checked out of this one, Ken. You know, he's got over a 25-second lead over second place right now. But, you know, he's one of those riders that's not going to give up. We talked about that yesterday where he'll find the glue on the edge of the envelope because he's going to give it 110% from the time the green flag drops until the time the checkered flag drops. Great racer out of Fort Worth, Texas.
I believe that is second and third there, so that gap's still about the same. That just went down underneath us. 5 minutes to go, so 75% of this one is done. It'll be 5 minutes plus 1 lap.
And there again is your race leader, sponsored by Monster Energy. Of course, Monster Energy sponsoring the entire IHRA tour here with the Personal Watercraft Series and the Offshore Powerboat Series. Doing a great job of branding here in Lake of the Ozarks.
Noah Dolly here as we take a look at him. Tails lights, driving away, if you will.
Dolly back there in the 5th place position. Again, taking a 6th yesterday. Coming into this one in 3rd place overall in points.
Garrett Lofton still in 8th after having that moment where he came off of the ski, got back up on, trying to salvage this one.
Well, I'll tell you, that's good news for Cooper Caldwell, Ken, because Cooper was sitting in 2nd place, but had a bad first round. He was 38 points behind coming into the weekend. Cooper taking a win yesterday. He's going to gain some points on Lofton there, as Lofton took a 3rd yesterday, but he'll gain a lot more points with Lofton taking an 8th today.
It'll really tighten things up.
It certainly will, coming into that 3rd moto of the weekend, which will be coming up later on this afternoon. Nathan Dolly looks like he's moved up into 2nd. Baldwin back into 3rd here. And Dolly was on the move there. I see Baldwin, I'm not sure if he's having issues, but he keeps moving back here on our ticker. Bryce Ford has moved up into 3rd.
Dolly still in 5th.
And you can see they're really getting bounced around out there.
Yeah, that chop's gotten significantly worse, as you would expect it to do with all these skis out here.
And that is Noah Dolly. I believe that's the younger brother of the Dollys, as we go back on board here with Cooper Caldwell. And I almost thought, he's got red inside his monster jacket there. I almost thought that was a Superman cape or something that he was wearing there.
Well, maybe it is.
I was telling you, he hasn't found his kryptonite yet, I'll tell you that. Cooper Caldwell looking good out there, smooth. Look at that turn right there, man, just laying it down.
Yeah, you said it before. I mean, not laying up, not playing it safe at all. And
that's his brother. That's
Barnick, who was leading the 200 class, has lost power on mechanical.
Going to check up on the goggles right there.
What a shame for him. Was riding a great race, looking for back-to-back wins.
And, he's been perfect so far for the 2026 season. He hasn't lost yet. So this would be his first loss. He's trying to get some O2 to that engine compartment right now, trying to get that thing fired back up. And, man, I'll tell you, he's not in a good spot.
Pam Hall is with us here this morning as well. So let's get it down to her.
We're on 4, right? Here with Ben Mantle. Now, Ben, you just came here with Ben Mantle. Ben, you had some issues this morning, and you had some issues all weekend long. You had a cracked fiberglass, got that fixed up, got back out on the water, but you were taking it in today.
Yeah, we've had a rough weekend. We cracked our pump tunnel. We repaired it last night, and we just got back in the water, and I think the repair either didn't hold or we might have messed up and left something loose, so we're filling up with water again. So we're going to go look at that now and try to make next race.
Well, I mean, all in all, the weekend out here, the weather's been iffy all weekend long.
Yeah, it's been great. Yesterday we were on hold all day, kind of waiting in the rain all day, and it's been a long day, but we're in the Lake of Ozarks and it's really nice out here, so having a good time either way.
All right, well, you have some teammates that you were telling me getting ready to get into the water. You're wanting to go see if you can get you fixed back up for the next race, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it with Ben. Let's go back to you guys.
Yeah, some issues out here that they had to take care of. Of course, the big news inside of this one is Baron Marinick unfortunately losing power as he was leading in the 200 class and was not able to get that thing refired.
Yeah, tough break for Ben there, too. Just took a podium down in the Cayman Islands, round number 2 of the Siwa Series down there. As time continues to tick away here, only about 35 seconds left on the clock. And a big lead there by Cooper Caldwell over Dolly. Not quite sure what happened with Baldwin, but he had really slipped off the pace. Lofton gets back up into 7th. That'll help him with a couple more points.
And Caldwell will have to run this extra lap here. Got back to the finish line before the clock ran out. So the clock will run down to 0 on the back half of this lap. And next time around, he will pick up the white flag.
Well, Caldwell riding a brilliant race out there, doing exactly what he needs to do to get back up into the overall series points. Obviously going to be going in the lead as we head into our third and final moto here in the amateur 300 division. And once again, Cooper sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha Race Team, as well as Riva Racing, MTI Boats, one of the big boats sponsored them as well.
Sure. Big
boat companies. Got Jet Trim also sponsoring them, Frank and company out there in Lake Havasu.
Looking back behind him, trying to find his competition. There is nobody close, my friend. Just finish this one up clean without any mistakes, and you'll bring home another win.
That's it, man. Time to throw it in cruise control, Coop. Save that boat for the final moto.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You do have to take care of your equipment out here. It is rough on these things.
As he's got about a half lap to go here. Coming down by the dam, and you should see the pink taco right behind him here shortly. As he comes by the marina there's the pink taco. And he'll make the turn and take the checker, or the white flag here. Checkered flag will be coming out next time around. And again, as we pointed out yesterday, here with the endurance races, we don't have a split section. In the closed course races that you'll see later today with the GP3s and the GP1 classes, you will see a split section. We'll explain that when we get to it. Bryce Ford's moved up to third. Noah Dolly's moved up to fourth. And Todd Sarsinski has moved up to the fifth spot.
Garrett Lofton has also grabbed a spot, bumped up to seventh. And wonder if we had an issue, if one of the riders inside of that top 8 might have had an issue and everybody bumped up one. And Andy Martinez, boat number 117, he is your new leader in the 200 class with Marinick going down. And again, less than a lap to go here. This is our first race of the day, amateur endurance, 200 and 300. Coming into this one, Garrett Lofton was your points leader, currently sitting in 7th place. Cooper Caldwell, who took a win yesterday, is your current leader. And he'll be taking the checkered flag here momentarily, Ken. Really nice run for the 193. Monster Energy sponsorship on the side of that one prominently. And looks like he's going to bring it back in. There's our leader in the 200 class as well. Andy Martinez doing a good job on the 117. Yeah, Andy, I believe, sponsored by Onium Jack Attack down there in South Florida. Just started racing with us this year. Last minute redirect right there at that buoy. I'm going to be a little short, so had to kick it back out a little bit wide. No harm, no foul here. So there he comes by the marina one final time as he gets ready to take that checkered flag. And there's Ryan with the checkered flag. Congratulations, Cooper Caldwell, taking the win. Yeah, backed off of it, just cruising to the finish line there and enjoy the moment. He's like, where is everybody? Taking a look behind him. Yeah. Nathan Dolly, about 11 seconds behind your leader. Bryce Ford, still out on the track, but currently in that 3rd place position. Noah Dolly in 2nd, so the Dolly brothers looking at 2 and 4 instead of 2 and 6, as they did in the first moto. Todd Sarsinski in the 5th spot, Klein Glidden the 3rd, who has been unstoppable down in the Cayman Islands, will sit in that 6th spot. Points leader Lofton in 7th. The father Martinez in 8th. And Junior Andy Martinez coming across here. Yeah, Andy's going to pick up the win in the 200 category. So great race out here to kick off a beautiful Sunday here. I say beautiful, a little overcast, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a little overcast. Got a little stuffy yesterday, a little hot on Friday. The humidity rolled in for sure, but it is gone now. It's nice and cool out here, nice cool breeze. So good for us. You can see all the garb on the riders there as they jacketed up, keep themselves a little bit warmer out there. Yeah, and just in case the rain came as well, I'm sure. This is like January in Florida. Yeah. And there's Martinez. He's happy. Man. That's his first win in the 200 class right there. Congratulations. Look at the excitement. Rightfully so. He's sponsored by Sam Nemi and Company down there at Broward Motorsports in Fort Lauderdale. You got to love the emotion from these youngsters when they get their first win. Yeah, earned all of that, man. The monkey out the back. Now go out here, build some confidence, and get another one.
Well, you know, I mean, it was a tough break for Mernick, but Martinez now knows that Mernick is not unstoppable, that he can get there, that he can, you know, can take a win, and that's a father-son right there.
And no better moment there. Armando Martinez coming up there to congratulate his son, but no better moment for a father than to enjoy that memory with your son.
And you couldn't do it at a better place than right here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Number one.
He's going to tell everybody that.
Yes, he is.
That's pretty awesome stuff. Awesome stuff as he comes back by and they make their way into the pit area. That's our scoring compound down there on the point where you see our flag man and all of our scores, our race director, our cameramen.
Is he confirming? He's like, number one, right? Number one, right?
That's right.
He wants that checkered flag is what he wants.
That's exactly what he wants. He's like, hey, he's like, I earned this. There we go. Just like you said, his first checkered flag ever, and he's going to enjoy
pictures,
this.
Man, I want some pictures here with this thing.
This is going in Pro Rider magazine right here. Congratulations to the younger Martinez.
And that's what it means, man. That's how hard it is to come out here and get a win. All the effort that it takes to put together one of these programs, to get the team put together, to get the equipment, to get the equipment to the racetrack. I mean, it's a big undertaking. And then you got to come out here and you've got to ride and work and make adjustments. And you've got to try to catch people like we saw Baron Mernick, who you know is really fast. And you keep digging and keep digging and keep digging. And that's what makes these first wins so special.
Well, and you think about all those late nights in the garage and, you know, all that time that, you know, that you spend, you know, just to get out here, let alone take that checkered flag and be able to run it like Andy is right now. Congratulations to the Jet Life pilot down there. And I'm super stoked for him, super stoked for his family. And now he knows that it's attainable. Now that he knows it's possible. I expect the competition between him and Mernick to really tighten up.
Oh, a little short there on the throw, but no harm, no foul. Okay, let's go back to the start here and do a race recap.
Well, I'll tell you, well, starting on the inside, the bottom part of your screen, you see Caldwell. That's Caldwell right there next to Lofton and Dolly. As they head out into turn number one, it was going to be none other than Cooper Caldwell grabbing that hole shot. And you can see just how tight they were. That was Caldwell on the inside, Dolly, and then Slofton there on the Silver Bullet 114, and Baldwin on boat number 502 on the outside. So
yeah, I thought Baldwin might get it right here. They both raced really hard to the buoy, but did a great job staying side by side and not running into each other.
Yeah, it looked like Hayden just went a little bit wide right there. And that's what slowed him down just a little bit, and it was just enough for Cooper to grab that hole shot.
I'll look at the rest of the category that was in hot pursuit as well, trying to keep up with this guy who's been incredibly fast. And, of course, the 200 class out there was in the behind as well. You take a look at the 502 that was trying to provide all the pressure it could possibly bring to the heat. And just not enough for Caden Baldwin today.
Yeah, I see Lofton right there trying to make a pass on Baldwin, come off the boat. Meanwhile, it was nothing but the Cooper Caldwell show out here in race number 2, or moto number 2 here.
And then, of course, as we documented, Baron Mernick unfortunately had a mechanical. That's ski quit running, and Andy Martinez would take over the lead with the 117 for the 200 category.
I'm surprised he didn't take that checkered flag all the way back to the pits with him.
I'm keeping that one. That must have been what they told him. We only have one. You got to give it back.
I don't think I would have thrown it back. Hey, you got to find me in the pits.
See some of the boats out there getting ready to go. Some of the big boats, I should say. First class up for the big boats will be the Super Vs and Mod Vs. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break as we're off and running here at Lake of the Ozarks. So some great racing action. Weather is slowly clearing up. We expect a beautiful day here and a lot of fast skis and boats. Stay with us.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water. As well, it'll be a doubleheader here today. A lot of racing action to take place. Cooper Caldwell, the winner there in our previous endurance race. Let's get it down to Pam Hall, who's with him.
Cooper Caldwell, you just won Moto number 2 for the amateur class in the 300, and here we are at the ramp unloading your ski. All in all, the weekend for you has been going very well.
Yeah, it's been going great. I got a good start in both my motos yesterday and today, and I just kind of led from there. It was a little bit more choppy than it was yesterday, but overall the boat hooked up great, and I just kind of managed my lead and tried to, just ride my race.
And being consistent is also another thing that is definitely key out there on the course. But you're talking about the water being rough out there. I mean, we had weather come in last night. It's been on and off again this morning. Some more weather, but the weather conditions and for Moto number 3, any plans going into that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just have to see when we, come down to the beach. But if it was like it was, I'm just going to try and get another good start and just try and stay on the boat. The waves kind of throw you around a little bit, but just staying on the boat is key and just riding your race and logging your laps. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, Cooper Caldwell, good luck out there. Hopefully we get to talk to you again after Moto number 3. So congratulations on Moto 2.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot. Congratulations to him. Another step forward there in that points chase, so we'll see how that develops. Coming up next will be our pro endurance category, where Jay Edworthy came into the weekend leading in the points and did a great job one day ago. Didn't win it, but he did finish second, stayed in front of everybody that he needed to stay in front of in terms of points.
Yeah. Tori Snyder took the win yesterday, but Tori came in 7th in points, so Tori's got a lot of points to make up here the final 3 rounds of the IHRA Professional Watercraft Racing Series. Edworthy, again, your points leader, as you pointed out, coming in. Devin Farthing was second in the points, coming in with 102 points, 10 points behind Edworthy. Edworthy taking a second yesterday, Devin taking a 4th, so Edworthy gaining some more points on that lead. Now, Camden Powell was in 3rd, but Camden had some mechanical issues yesterday, so Cameron's going to slide down. Noah Skips, I believe, took an 8th yesterday.
Yeah,
7th and an 8th.
Finlayson ahead of him, so Finlayson probably jumped up to 4th in the points because he was only 4 back.
Yeah, exactly. So you had Snyder take the win yesterday. Edworthy took a 2nd. Finlayson took a 3rd. Devin Farthing took a 4th. Vanjie Ramji took a 5th yesterday. And we were supposed to actually run two motos of our pro runabout enduro yesterday. Unfortunately, had some thunderstorms, some rain in the morning, kicked us a little bit later in the day, and unfortunately they got cut out at the end of the day. So this is their second appearance out here this weekend.
Milling around here just a bit, waiting for the officials to get them lined up and turn them loose. And then at least on the schedule, whenever this race is finished, we'll go out to the big lake and we'll turn loose the Mod Vs and Super Vs.
Now, one of the things that's different here with the start today with these guys, they will not be taking any sight laps. They'll go directly to the starting area.
Yeah, everybody has been on course now, so they're all familiar with where they need to go.
Exactly. So we won't waste anybody's time doing that as we try to get our pros in. You can see the size of the ramp that we're working with right here. Ramp's a little bit smaller there. You had 40 boats just come out, and you got 15 more just coming in.
Right.
So
busy back and forth.
yeah, it looks like the I-4 on a Friday afternoon down there in Orlando.
That's a full-on racetrack in its own right.
You got that right. You got that right.
You make that run from Tampa to Daytona, man, you better get up on the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Find a back road. That's my advice. But, yeah, so the Pro Endurance 300 class getting ready to come up out there, getting ready to go. Sponsored by the factory Sea-Doo team, Sea-Doo Rotex XPS, and Sea-Doos were pretty dominant yesterday. I spoke a little bit with Tim McKercher, who runs the BRP marketing team down there in South Florida, and he was pretty stoked to see the Sea-Doos up there in front. And Anthony Radetic is one of their primary riders out there. You got Camden Powell, who will be out there on boat number 44. 221 is Dave Davidson. 243, Dennis Mack. Boat number 6 is Dev Dog, Devin Farding. 361 is the Outlaw, Eric Lagopoulos. 126 is Ian Smith. 77, Jason Russo. 477 is Edworthy, again your points leader, and took a second yesterday. 55 is Jay Finlinson. We got boat number 333. Sponsored by Pinned Up Performance, and that's Josiah Acosta. Boat number 373 is Noah Skips, 110, who took the win yesterday. Tori Snyder out of Bradenton, Florida. And then out of the Cayman Islands, boat number 116, Vanjie Ramjeet, who ended up 5th yesterday, sponsored by BR Racing and Dean Strong Performance.
Yeah, Tori Snyder really coming in here and stirring up the points a little bit just one day ago after a tough New Orleans event. Really put together a nice effort here to grab that win and trying to make a run back up into the point. Should be interesting to find out how things shake down. He was only 6 points out of 6th and 8 points out of the top 5. Finlinson doing a good job. Noah Skips a little bit deeper in the field one day ago. So all of that will change up. We'll find out if Tori can continue on his run. Andy Martinez, and a very excited Andy Martinez at that. We'll see if he still has that checkered flag. He's with Pam.
Andy Martinez, I have to first off and foremost say congratulations on your first win. I mean, you said it wasn't exactly how you wanted to get it, but a win is a win.
Yeah, another way I want it. I always want to fight out there in the front. You know, I got a really good start in Moto 1, and then we had a red flag situation, so we went back to starting line. I got hit by a guy over there, so I went like 3rd, and then a guy in front of me fell, so I was the 2nd all the time. Then I saw that Mernick broke, and I took the lead. Not the way I wanted to get it, but still a good win and a good points for the fight for the title.
Exactly, but I mean, it's awesome to see over here. When you came over into the area to take your ski off the water, I mean, you were so pumped up. Tell me about the excitement you were feeling.
Yeah, I know. I've been like 2 seasons already looking for a win, and this is my first one over here. So super excited for this, and see what our moto brings.
Well, we have one moto to go for the weekend. Congratulations on moto number 2 win. We'll see you once again.
Thank you.
And there we have it, Andy Martinez. Back to you guys.
Nicely done. Yeah, super excited, man, and good for him. He was pretty calm in the interview. he got some composure back because he was really excited when he was on the ski.
Yeah, it looked to me, Ken, like he was getting a little emotional there at the beginning.
I thought so too. I really did. Yes, I agree.
And that was his buddy Rafael Acosta that was congratulating him on the 4-wheeler on the way out, that he was saying thank you to. The younger Acosta, Josiah Acosta, racing in this one here. And you can see there's Edworthy, 477, 116, Ramjeet, 55, Finlinson, 110, Tori Snyder. Snyder going to be in pole position right here. Going to be right beside Edworthy. It's going to be interesting to see who gets this whole shot here.
Edworthy, the points leader, as you talked about before, and of course, Tori, the winner from one day ago. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch those two big dogs go at it here in the Pro Endurance. They do not lift.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you got Finlinson right there too. He's one of the young guns coming up. When he was an amateur racing in the 300 class, missed the first round, but won every race after that before he moved up to pro. There's Farding, boat number 6, 116. Ramjeet, who took a 5th. Smitty, boat number 126 right there. That's Skips there on the outside. Then you're going over to 221, Dave Davidson.
You also saw the red number 55 back in. There's a look at the number 22 of Anthony Rodedick.
And that was 243 D-Mac before him. There's another one of the Marshals right here. That looks like...
looks like we're on here.
That was Jason Russo that we seen take off there from the outside as they were panning down the starting line.
He looks like he's got a great shot at this whole shot, unless he's way, way wide, but he's definitely got some gap on the field.
Yeah, so a great start there from the outside. Like we were talking about yesterday, you don't necessarily need to be in that pole position to grab a hole shot here in this one.
And look at the speed as some of them really carry a lot of throttle and send it out wide, but he was outside and was able to chop down on the buoy and really run a good line. What a great start.
I believe that was
that Camden Powell?
I believe that was Cam Powell. Remember, Cam had a mechanical issue yesterday, so this is a different boat that he's on today. That's why we didn't recognize him. Camden Powell, part of one half of the Syracuse Mafia. Syracuse, Indiana is where he is out of. Him and Jay Finlinson, best friends growing up and out here racing together. Their dads were best friends growing up and were on tour together back in the 90s. And things have continued. The family tradition rolls on.
That's great, man. Second generation racers coming up in there, and as you talked about, developing their own relationship and making their own memories, continuing on the legacy. And look at the gap he has already. That is huge in this extremely talented field.
Well, I'll tell you, Powell really needs to make up some points again, having some mechanical issues yesterday. Came into this one third place in points. He was only 14 points behind Jay Edworthy, who is the points leader, and I'm interested to see where Edworthy is out on the track here, because it looked like that hole inside, they all got off the line a little bit late.
And as you talked about him struggling a day ago, he finished 13th a day ago with that mechanical. So a tough moto for him, now trying to rebound here.
And you can see the rest of the field working their way behind Camden Powell. Once again, Camden.
Here's a look at the 477 of Jay Edworthy, our points leader, coming in here. And Jay, as we talked about, finished second one day ago.
Edworthy out there on the Sea-Doo. Again, he's sponsored by JetX and Riva Racing.
We'll get a ticker up here in just a little bit as soon as time and scoring starts logging some skis that have come across the line.
It looked like Edworthy was right there behind Finlinson. Finlinson on the double nickels. Boat number 55 working his way into the cove. And as I pointed out, Finlinson and Powell growing up together. I'm sure these two would like to be running 1 and 2 together out here in this Pro 300 Enduro.
Yeah, Finlinson on the podium one day ago, finished up in third place, so we know he's solid as well.
And I believe that was Edworthy that they just showed on camera there. I think he's a little bit further back in the pack than what we would expect. And here's your running order right here, Ken. We got Camden Powell, who is up there in front, followed by Noah Skips.
We have not mentioned Noah.
By the way, hello to his mother, who is watching down from Australia.
Devin Farley back behind him in third place. Devin finished fourth one day ago. And then Jay Finlinson, who finished third a day ago, now in fourth. Jay Edworthy, our points leader, inside of the top 5.
Yeah. Sea-Doo sponsored Anthony Rodedick in 6th. And Torrey Snyder, winner yesterday, finds himself in 7th today.
That's some work to do there. 43 seconds back. That's a lot of time to make up. Can't worry about the total time, right? You just got to get the next ski in front of you.
That's it. Pick them off one at a time.
And you can see the shoreline back there as well, where everybody's hanging out and watching some great ski racing.
And Powell starting to extend that lead right now. Got a 5-second lead over Noah Skips. Noah riding for the Farthing Racing Monster Energy team. Devin Farthing, his teammate, running in third. Devin taking I believe a 4th yesterday in Moto number 1.
And it shows how equally paired these things are as well, and how good the riders are. And our leader has laid up short, and maybe it was a lanyard. It looks like he fired it right back up and got going again, but no doubt lost the lead in that process.
Yeah, it looked like he had popped a lanyard because he was able to get her fired right back up. And Powell out there.
Oh, man.
tough break, man. He's not having the best of weekends.
He is having a rough weekend, isn't he? Let's see if we can watch and find out what happens here again.
It looked like he had a steering issue right there for a second. His boat may have went in limp mode.
Okay.
You know, and then it takes a while for them to get started back up if it goes in limp mode like that.
And you can see his hand lays almost like, man, I don't know what happened. What caused that? You know, the frustration of it. But at least the presence of mind to shut it off, get it going again, fired back up. Looks like he's under full power now.
Yeah, so a tough break there as Edworthy still in that 5th place position. But I'll tell you, I think Edworthy's going to be moving up through the pack. I can see that as we take a look at, go back on board there with Powell, who is behind Finlayson, his teammate there with the Syracuse Mafia.
And I think most importantly, it looks like he's at full power here again. So he lost the lead, but still in a pretty good position. Might be him there in 2nd place.
I see Farthing on the red boat out there, working his way around the sweeper, goes 2nd into the sweeper.
So Noah Skips now our current leader on the number 373. Devin Farthing moving up into 2nd place. And Jay Finlayson also getting by. Everybody was pretty close. Camden Powell, the 44, lost 3 positions now and ends up in 4th. With all that said, the top 4 are pretty close together. You can see the top 4 only separated by, looked like about 9 seconds.
So Farthing Racing Monster Energy team running in 1 and 2 right now with Skips and DevDog. And you can see the gap right there between 1st and 2nd. The gap a little tighter there between 2nd and 3rd as they work their way down that back section of the track. There is Finlayson. Jay Finlayson, tell you what a great family that he comes from. Sponsored by Ignite Racing Fuels, Riva Racing, Shore Track Trailers. Anthony Rudetic also supporting him.
21 years of age.
Yeah, just turned 21 a little earlier this year on tour. Oh, and somebody just punched one of those cylinder buoys.
And look back, I think when it ended up going around the outside of it, should not have to pay a penalty, I don't believe, but yeah, that was a big hit. And that's what we talked about when this chop gets going and they try to get as close to that pin as they can. If that water grabs the front of the ski whenever they set the nose to get it to turn, it can pull them right down inside to almost, I would say, half the width of the boat.
Right, you're taking a look through the lens of the camera right there, and you can see all the jet spray, all the pump wash right there. And, you know, I'll tell you what, sometimes you're losing vision out there. You know, you got a couple riders in front of you, you know, I mean, you know, you're trying to set up for a turn, and you see the buoy, and all of a sudden the buoy moves one way or the other, and you're going to hit it. Let's take a look at the replay, Ken.
Yeah, right down on the inside, man, and I mean square up punch. So what did the officials do with that? And now, obviously, the buoy's been moved, so they'll probably take one of the officials will get out here and use the ski as a marker as they pull that back in place. So a local yellow in that section.
Yeah, and that was, I believe, Finlayson that punted the buoy that would have made Ray Guy jealous.
That was a dead-on hit, man.
I was going to say he hit the gondola with that one. Noah Skips, your race leader, and I know Mandy is going nuts down there. And
Noah Skips finishing up in 7th place one day ago, so a nice turnaround for Noah. As we talked about, Jay Finlayson finishing up 3rd, probably jumped in front of him in the points. Well, now Noah out in front of Finlayson, trying to get those points back here today.
Yeah, Noah came into this one in 4th place. He was only 18 points behind your leader, so these are some much-needed points here for Noah Skips, and he's a very talented racer.
How close everybody is, man.
Incredible.
That's what you love. And I was starting to go down this road and before the buoy got punted, but it's impressive to see how close all of these machines are. There's no real noticeable difference in performance, so it really comes back to setup and to rider.
Yeah, Noah out of Cambridge, New Zealand. When he comes over here to the United States, he actually stays with the Farthing, so that's who he's training with. Fifth place right now is Anthony Radetich on boat number 22, going back to Skips. He's not only sponsored by Yamaha, Monster Energy, and Farthing Racing, but he's also sponsored by Mom and Dad.
There you go. Mom and Dad usually play a big role in a lot of this stuff. He started way on the outside and got a pretty good start there, as we documented. Currently sitting inside of the top 5.
So once again, you're watching the Pro Endurance 300 class right here. Noah Skips is your race leader, and he is being followed by Dev Dog. You see, he can feel the heat from his Farthing Racing Monster Energy teammate right there. You see him taking a look back, and those guys are best friends off the track. So you know when they get back to the trailer, no matter who takes the win here between those two, there's going to be some trash talking back there at the Monster trailer.
20 minutes to go inside of this one. Started off as a 30-minute moto plus 1 lap.
You still got Farthing. I believe you got Finlayson right there behind Farthing. And Edworthy also back there in the mix, running in the top 5. So I'm waiting for Edworthy to hit the afterburners like he normally does about this time in a race. Again, Jay Edworthy out of Cambridge, Canada, and he's sponsored by Riva JetX, HydroTurf, Hamburg Floor Covering, London Recreational, and Team Vincent Motorsports. And you can tell the wind's starting to pick up. You can see the chop out there on the lake right now. But we can feel it up here in the booth as well.
We also have some offshore powerboat racing that will take place here today. And down with some of the Cajuns is our Tristan.
Yep. Hey, guys, I'm down here with one of our Mod V teams. I got Dustin and Owen, the Kluot Cartel Louisiana team. You guys are going out racing today. How do you feel going into today's race?
We felt good. We didn't get the test yesterday, so we threw on a prop at sunrise this morning, went run it. Boat performed well. We're here to do our thing. It's a little flat water, different from what we used to the last couple of races. But, hey, we're going to try to make the hat trick today to get a three-peat. So.
Hey, three-peat. Owen, let's talk about where are you guys at in points for the season?
Right now we're standing number 1 in points for the national season, so winning this race could definitely put us up there a lot more and hopefully secure a national champion for the Kluot Cartel in their first season of Mod V racing. And,
yeah.
Well, I mean, this course is a lot flatter than Cocoa Beach, so I mean, you saw how we were in Cocoa Beach and how far the gap was, so we'll see how far the gap we can make it here in Lake of the Ozarks in the flat water.
Yeah, you make a great point. First season racing in Mod V. You guys have taken home quite a few checkered flags. Back in Louisiana, you got your first one. You made a really big scene with that one. I love to see you guys get back from the dock. You always have such a lively crew. And like I said, first season racing, you guys are having a blast out here. Dustin, what is your final thoughts for today as far as you're about to step into that boat? What are you going to do when you get out there?
We're going to get down there and just, we talked to Brie Lilly yesterday. Said, get out there and do your thing. Y'all already proved y'all can drive the boat. So we're going to get out and try to make the cartel happy back here. So we got a lot of them out here cheering for us. So we're going to bring this one back to Louisiana.
Hey, you guys make it look fun. You make it look easy. And let's go see you bring home that checkered flag.
Yeah, really solid team there. Great personalities as well. Kicked off the season with a podium finish at St. Pete. Backed that up with back-to-back wins at New Orleans and Cocoa Beach. So they're looking for a three-peat here, and if they can get it done at Lake of the Ozarks. A very solid team. With that said, they'll have plenty of competition as well, so it'll be fun to watch.
Just watching it makes me want some jambalaya over here, Ken.
Yeah, for sure. They've got some good eats over there, and of course the second-generation racer there with Owen Buis, his father Nick Buis, very, very accomplished out here as well. Runs with JJ Turk and the big Pro Class 1 boats, so, and former national and world champions. So, yeah, man, cool to see him having such a good year.
And wasn't no lead swapping that last time around as we go back over to our Pro Enduro class. We still got Noah Skips out there in the lead, followed by Devin Farthing. And there's a good look at Skips there on the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha. Boat number 373 out of Cambridge, New Zealand.
So we will have that race coming up here immediately following this particular race here for our Pro Watercraft Series.
We're approaching the halfway mark here as we take a look at Dev Dog Devin Farthing right there out of Ackworth, Georgia. Just graduated from the University of Tennessee last week.
Yeah, he and his brother both very, very competitive out here. And, of course, their father legendary in this industry. Oh, and it looks like the
Powell
again with another issue.
That I don't know if it has maybe some electrical issues or what's going on, but that boat seems to have more issues than my ex-girlfriend right now.
I'm not touching that one, man. I'm not going there.
Yeah. Had a couple of stall outs there, and you can see Powell's on the charge. I mean, he's a fit young man, and he is.
Well, he was leading this thing, so it's really bit him twice now.
Had a great start coming from that outside, and with 2 issues there. Oh, that's boat number 361, the Outlaw Lagopoulos. Looks like he stalled out for a second there, getting rebooted, taking a win a little earlier this week in our runabout GP3 class.
Yeah, and you said was sharing the champagne there at the awards. The awards banquet there first night.
I don't think the champagne was wanted to be shared, but it was shared regardless, nonetheless. Yeah, so no changes. Edworthy up into 4th. Radetic in 5th. Radetic, one of the only factory Sea-Doo riders out here, but we talked about with the conditions this weekend that the Sea-Doos would be doing pretty well out here.
Look at Radetic right there.
There's Anthony Raditich right there, riding for Sea-Doo, Rotax, and XPS Trailer Valet, Riva Jet Trim. Fly Racing also helping him out. But he is a great representative of personal watercraft racing. He's a paraplegic, but he was a combat helicopter pilot over in the Middle East, and came back from the Middle East, and he got taken out by a drunk driver while he was on a motorcycle.
Wow.
And unfortunately for him, lost the use of his legs. But I'll tell you what, he is not a handicapped person by any means whatsoever. This guy is a trooper, and he is a hero to a lot of these guys that are out there on the track right now.
And we thank him for his service as well. You saw the green flag flying. That would indicate that we are past the halfway point in this 30-minute moto plus 1 lap.
Dave Davidson moving up through the pack, another one of our Canadian riders, currently sitting in 9th place, just ahead of Camden Powell, who was in front. And just goes to show, it just takes one little snafu out there, man, and then you can go from 1st to 10th just like that.
So quickly.
So we were taking a look at Skips. That's your gap between 1st and 2nd right now. That Skips out in front, Farthing in 2nd as they go past the start-finish line there.
And Farthing looks like he's being hounded here by 3rd place.
Yeah, that's Finlinson. Finlinson got a pole in the water, and he's trying to reel himself into Farthing right there. And you can see he's definitely closing that gap. That's
yeah,
he
ran a little bit different line there after around that left-hander, that red buoy, and set himself up for the right-hander, went outside in and was able to carry some good speed as you take a look at Finlinson on the 55. And I believe Pam is down there in the pits as well. So let's get it back down to Pam to find out who she has.
Here with Brian Finlinson, and they're talking about your son Jay right now out there on the course. It looks like, sounds like he's trying to reel in the Farthingtons. But Brian, we're sitting here. You're a one-time champion yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm a one-time world champion. Maybe back little ways back in the 90s. Derek Powell and I were, and now you got Camden Powell and Jay out there, and they're each 2-time world champions.
Well, let's talk about this right now. I mean, you previous jet ski racer, now your son's out here doing it. Did you show him all the ropes?
We showed him the ropes, and I think the biggest deal is having a complete team. We have Anthony Raditich, Sea-Doo. He does all the maintaining and building of the ski. And then Derek Powell, Cam Powell, myself, Jay, and my youngest son, Robbie, they all train together. We set up buoys, so kind of like that back knowledge of how to train is kind of worth gold at this point. And they've been working really hard in the last month and a half, and they train on the stand-up jet skis.
Okay.
So more physical.
More physical, but I want to ask you this question here. So, I mean, you were talking about the whole team that you have, but all in all, as a dad, how is it having your son out there racing right now?
It's pretty cool. I wish I could still do it. I've raced with him, been a few years, but pretty impressive, really proud. He's pretty much helping me run my business go home, train, run 2 tanks of fuel, get up, do it again. So pretty proud to see him run a business first and then come out and get on the jet ski second.
Well, and I have to say, I was talking to him before he went out there to go out into his race. And I have to say, very, very young, nice young man, very polite and everything, giving me knowledge of your team and all of the background of your team that was out there earlier on. So you have done a great job.
Yep. And then, so we call him Little J, and Big J is our fuel sponsor, Ignite Racing Fuel. So that's how we tell them apart. But yeah, it's been a pretty cool deal with our team, Anthony and Ignite and Sea-Doo and Jay, and you know we got guys on different teams that we train with, so pretty cool deal.
All right, well, we're going to get back to watching and seeing if he's getting up there to make any kind of passes, and hopefully we can talk.
He's working on. He's on those Yamahas.
He is.
So.
Well, Brian, thank you so much for chatting with me as we're sitting over chatting. So congratulations on such a great young man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and there we have it. Let's go back to you guys in the booth.
And you can tell those manufacturer battles are important to him, but hats off to him for doing a great job raising his son. As you talked about, second-generation racers, keeping that family tradition alive, the legacies alive, former champs for their dads, and now the kids are stepping up, doing what they're doing as well. And it's great, man, making memories, and that team is very solid as it continues forward. Watching the 373 there, that is Noah Skips, your leader on the Yamaha.
Yeah, that Syracuse Mafia team is pretty tight up there in Indiana. As we go back out, as you pointed out, to your leader there. And now we're taking a look at, looks like boat number 908 out there. And I believe that may be Josiah Acosta that's out there on the 908. Josiah is sponsored by Pinned Up Performance. Currently sitting in the 12th place position. Pinned Up Performance out of Hudson, Florida, just on the north side of Tampa.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to Finlayson talking about how they train, and yeah, they do. They've got to go out, bring their own buoys, create something that simulates a race course, if you will, and then they train on the stand-up skis because they are more physical.
You know, and he was talking about Big J, and Big J is from Ignite Racing Fuels. And if you're going to have a sponsor and you're going to run 2 tanks of fuel a day, fuel sponsors.
Yes, that's a great point. That is a great point. And 2 tanks of fuel is you don't run that out in 5 or 10 minutes, man. That's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work, and a lot of people don't know that Jay is probably next to a professional golfer as well.
Wow.
He was a captain of the golf team in high school. As we go back out,
make a lot more money there.
Yeah. A lot easier on the body, that's for sure. Taking a look at Skips right there.
I say that, you know, there's some champions out here. There's some factory riders that really do a great job. They make a living at this, and there's definitely a future here if you're good enough to make a run at it. If you can dedicate the time to it, really.
So you still got Skips, Farthing, Finlayson. Finlayson's trying to work on Farthing here as we get to the latter stages of this one. Just over 7 minutes left to go here in this second moto of the Pro Endurance 300 class. And your race leader is Skips. And once Camden Powell went down with that mechanical, Skips went by and hasn't looked back. Got a decent-sized lead right now over Farthing, and Farthing and Finlayson battling it out, and that does nothing but help Skips there on the Monster Energy Farthing Racing Yamaha.
Yeah, flying the colors proudly and doing a great job. Has taken advantage of that immediately and not relinquished that lead.
So it looks like they might have a back marker in front of them, because I see Farthing. There is Snyder. Snyder, who took a win in Moto number 1. Having a little bit of difficulty out there. I believe he was in 6th place that last time around, as you see the yellow flags out. That is, again, Tori out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Snyder Built and Judge Motorsports.
On a handful of skis all right there together.
Yeah, it looks like he was coming up to Anthony Radetic, so I believe that Snyder is still back in the, well, he's back in 6th. Radetic has moved up into that 5th spot with Powell, who was back in 10th, has worked his way back to 8th, and hopefully he isn't plagged with those or those electrical issues.
Was
anymore.
in first.
Yeah, exactly.
Fell back, unfortunately for him, just having a tough race.
Once again, winds starting to pick up here at Lake of the Ozarks. Things starting to chop up, and we've got flying easy ups around us today,
yes.
Ken. Great day to fly a kite here at Lake of the Ozarks. As Skips takes a look behind him, wants to see exactly where Farthing is. Farthing about just under 3 seconds behind your race leader, and there's the gap as they go past the pink taco there in the background and through our start-finish line. Finlayson a little bit closer to Farthing. The gap not near as much from first to second as it is from second to third.
Yeah, those gaps pretty tight back there, man, and these pros do not give up much.
I see Edworthy. It looks like Edworthy back there in the 5th position. Again, taking a second yesterday. Came into the weekend the points leader. Had a 10-point lead over Devin Farthing. And Farthing ahead of Edworthy right now would gain some much-needed points there for Dev Dog.
Four minutes left, just under 5 minutes left here in this 30-minute moto, plus 1 lap, of course.
And it seems like every time Finlayson closes in the tighter sections, when they get to the wide open sections, it seems like Farthing is able to pull him a little bit.
And you've talked about this before. You know, some skis are set up a little bit better for the tight stuff. Some skis will be able to stretch it out in the long straightaways.
And there's Farthing right now holding steady in that second place, but I know that he can feel the heat being applied by Finlayson. And once again, I think that course marshal out there, that safety marshal, needs a raise out there holding that buoy for 25 minutes of this race here. And look at Finlayson. Finlayson trying to work to the inside of Farthing. You see, he's trying to stay out of his pump wash right there.
Yeah, Finlayson on the Sea-Doo and Farthing on the Yamaha, so the two manufacturers going at it.
2 Yamahas out in front, 2 Sea-Doos running second or third and fourth right now.
And not much time to work with. Trying to straighten that out. There's Finlayson with 55.
Now the problem is Finlayson has to keep crossing over Farthing's wake,
right,
and it costing him about a quarter of a second every time he has to do that. You can see just how tight he was on that corner right there. Wow.
Farthing running a great race here so far. Came in here second in the points.
Yeah, and Farthing taking a 4th yesterday in moto number 1.
And that gap staying about the same.
Yeah, that's your top 5 all on the screen right now. Those are your top 5 riders all on the screen. And, you know, you get this far into a race, Kenyon, you normally don't see the top 5 riders that close.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 28 minutes later, man, and they are still all very, very close to each other. Again, we go back and take a look at Devin Farthing. That team's so solid, as we've talked about a number of times, the better part of 12 skis underneath it. He's looking back at the competition, and then here comes Finlayson. Finlayson just eyes forward, and he is right there. Finlayson trying to make a move on him on the outside as they set up the yellow buoys. Here comes Finlayson trying to chop down on that left-hander. Could not get there and get it done, so he loses a little bit of gap.
Oh, he tried to stick it in there. Nothing doing, man. Farthing hugging them buoys right there, not leaving the door open for Finlayson whatsoever. And Finlayson, again, having to cross over the pump wash, being dispersed by Farthing, is costing him a little bit of time in those tighter sections. But it looked like he had him right there. He was going from outside from that red buoy to the big sweeping yellow section down there, and it looked like he was going to have position, but Farthing was able to goose that throttle and get out of trouble.
There's still a little bit of time here to work with. You've got to wonder if Farthing missed something, because no doubt Finlayson got a big run on him, and you saw Farthing looking back at him, so he knew, like, oh boy, here we go. Like, whatever had happened there for Farthing, he knew that he was going to have a battle on his hands.
Well, yeah, Ken, it almost looked like he wasn't even looking all the way back. He was kind of looking just to his side. And we're coming up on a minute to go, and you can see Finlayson and Farthing right there.
Yeah, they're going to finish this one up, and I bet you they're going to have another one. He's still looking back,
He's
isn't
like,
he?
which way is it? Where's he at? Is he on the right? Is he on the left? So Finlayson doing a good job trying to get in his head right there. because Farthing knows that the race is ahead of him, but he's looking behind him. He looks over there to his right again, and Finlayson's on his left.
About a 1 second gap here, and last time, of course, they made a run right here to try and make a position lead for Finlayson. It was right at that left-handed buoy, was not able to stuff the ski down underneath him, but he is still there, man, very, very close.
Yeah, with those two battling it out, man, that's really giving
Finlayson
Skips.
just went a little bit wide there and lost some ground.
Yeah. Yeah, not what you want to do with about 30 seconds plus a lap left on the clock. But with those two dicing it out, Skips has enjoying a little better lead right now. Farthing's about 6.5 seconds behind your race leader. You see your race leader just now headed up toward the top right-hand side of the track.
Yeah, he's having a great run up there. This battle for second, third, and fourth still pretty tight.
And you can see your race leader has a couple of back markers in front of him. We'll see if that slows him down at all, as time has expired, so Skips will get the white flag on the next lap around. Once again, Noah Skips out of Cambridge, New Zealand, and he's sponsored by Mom and Dad, as well as Yamaha Monster Energy and Farthing Racing.
Saw that lapper move to the outside, being respectful, and the other lapper doing the same exact thing.
I believe that's his teammate Dennis Mack is moving out of the way for Noah Skips. Dennis, one of our more seasoned riders here with personal watercraft racing, been racing for several decades.
There went Farthing as well, picking up the white flag.
So now it looks like you'll have a back marker in between first and second. I believe looks like Mack is going to yield to second place right now. Farthing, another one of his teammates, so he's part of that team. So he's definitely going to let them go by. I don't know. He might jump ahead of those Sea-Doos, though.
Let the games begin.
Exactly.
Now, they've been pretty respectful from what I can see out here all weekend long, which is great. Let the leaders race.
So we under white flag racing conditions for Noah Skips. And the skipper is at the helm right now. Great racer from down there in New Zealand. Got a couple championships down there. Their season's kind of opposite our season. So, you know, I kind of watch them guys on the internet when I'm sitting at home and it's Christmas time.
Good shot there at our leader. He has had a great run. Unfortunately for Camden Powell, was out front but had some sort of mechanical. The ski stopped for just a moment. As soon as that happened, the 373 of Noah Skips was able to take over the lead, and he has not looked back. Coming to the checkered flag now, and he will grab the win here on this second moto. Nice job here in the pro endurance race.
And you can hear the fans going crazy down there on near the starting line. The second place is Farthing. Third place going to be Finlayson right there. Great job, your top three, putting on a good show for everybody out there. And I thought Jay and Farthing were going to get a little bit tighter there toward the end. And you can see the Farthing racing team there congratulating each other. That's Devin and Noah. They are roommates all summer long, while Noah's over here for the IHRA Personal Watercraft Racing Series.
Yeah, super cool, man. And everybody good friends. That's what you love to see at the end of this one.
221, Dave Davidson coming through our start-finish line. Another one of our elder statesmen out there, sponsored by JetX.
Yeah, Dave rolling across there. 59 years old. Dave out there hanging tough. 110 as well. Coming back around here as we talked about Troy Snyder winning a day ago, so having a tough moto here.
All right, so first and second place there, talking about it, having a Starbucks moment out there at the finish line. Well, hey, you went this way and I went that way. What happened? Best of friends off the track, but I tell you what, great competitors on the track.
Yeah, some good-looking skis as well.
116 Vanjie Ramjeet from the Cayman Islands coming into the photo there. He took a fourth place last race in New Orleans. Congratulations to that young man right there, Noah Skips.
Good 30-minute workout there this morning.
Such a class act on and off the track.
Results here for our Pro Endurance Moto number 2 of the weekend, with Noah Skips up top, followed up by the number 6, Devin Farley. That huge team over there. The 55 of Jay Finlinson rounds out your podium. Then Camden Powell, who was leading that one early on, but had a mechanical as the ski just stopped for a moment. And Jay Edworthy, our points leader coming in here for the weekend, rounds out the top 5.
All right, Skip's grabbing that checkered flag. He said, "This one's for you, Mama." Mandy watching in back home. She hit me up on Facebook last night. She says, "You make sure you tell my boy good luck." He made his own luck today, Mama.
Let's show you a recap here of our 30-minute long pro endurance race.
Yeah, take a look at the outside right there. Camden Powell getting a great jump. Had an absolutely amazing start right there. And you can see the gap between he and second right there. And that's just on the start.
And it looked like he would run away with it. I mean, he was doing great out front, and then unfortunately had a mechanical right here. It just stopped running, as you can see, and that's when he lost the lead.
Yeah, it looked like the boat just kind of went in limp mode because it looked like he still had the lanyard in, and there Finlinson just punts that cylinder buoy up on the top left-hand side of the track. And you can see Powell going down again.
Powell on the 44 ski unfortunately lost power a second time, which put him a little deeper in the field. It was all Noah Skips at that point.
Yeah, Skips didn't have to look back. You know, Finlinson was challenging Farthing right there for that second place position, but Farthing, you can see just how close Finlinson would get here toward the latter stages of this one. And it looked like he had the inside position, and Farthing just slammed the door shut right there.
So Farthing earning that second place finish. Finlinson just back behind him, but it was Noah Skips up across the stripe first, and the excitement that goes along with winning. Teammates high-fiving each other.
Congratulating each other on being masters of the universe.
Devin Farthing with a great race, and we'll pick up some points along with it. He is with our Pam Hall.
Devin Farthington coming in number 2 for Moto number 2 today, but it was definitely not an easy feat. You had Jay right on your tail the whole time.
Yeah, you know, I came out with a good start. You know, I got the guys on the inside, and luckily just came out in 3rd place. Someone broke, so I was in 2nd, and looking back, Jay was behind me the whole time, so I was just trying to manage the gap. You know, he was finding a little speed in sections that I couldn't, so, you know, all I can do is just really race my race and hold him behind me, and I managed that for 30 minutes, so it was good.
Well, Devin, I mean, one more moto for the day at the end of the day, so hopefully the conditions out there will stay good for the water, and hopefully you end up back up either, you know, hopefully first, right?
Yeah, I like to say the 3rd moto is always mine. I like to end the day strong, so we'll be back out there and we'll be racing hard, and don't be surprised if you see me out front.
All right, well, Devin Farthing, congratulations once again on moto number 2 in that number 2 position.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have our race winner right here. Congratulations on the moto win here in that number 1 position. Teammates giving you a high five there. How you feeling right now on out there feeding that for that 30-minute endurance?
Honestly, like, I could go another 30 minutes. That was pretty good. Been training pretty hard for this. Yeah, just that was a lot better than the first moto. Obviously got a good start, got out in front, and then, yeah, just kind of rode wire to wire. Camden stalled for some reason, so I moved up into first and just rode out. Consistent, had to keep Devin behind me. You know, he's on me all the race, so yeah, it was good.
Well, I have to say, you said you could go another 30 minutes, and guess what? You get to later on today, so there's your next 30 minute.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. You know, on the pole now, so I just got to try and get another good start, and then hopefully try and do a repeat of this moto.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again. Let's go back to the booth.
Solid effort, and yeah, those guys are in incredible physical condition, so he's ready to rip another one. Looks like the officials will get the buoys resorted and that track ready to go again. When we come back, we're going to put the big boats in the water and turn them loose for the first big boat race of the day. Stay with us.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different. Pacific. You are world champion.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Out offshore Lake of the Ozarks, it's brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water. The IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Of course, we also have the Pro Watercraft Series taking place here this weekend as well. So a busy weekend of racing, and the fans being treated to a lot of great action out here. I welcome Shane Landis back here to the booth as we're getting ready to call some of the big boat action. We're going to bring out the Mod Vs, the Super Vs as well. So the V-Bottoms will come out and put on a show as you take a look at the number 47 right there, the Relentless Racing Team. Finished up 4th at Cocoa Beach. Did not see them at the first 2 events, so we'll find out how things go here for them at Lotto.
It's going to be an awesome day for some V-bottom action, I can tell you that, Ken. The weather's cool, the waves are up, the wind's up. It's going to be a fast one.
Yeah, that's a good point there, as I've been calling a couple of these jet ski races. And the wind has been blowing the canopies around, so I'm kind of curious what the water will be like out there. Everybody expected flat water, but this place can get pretty choppy.
Yeah, it sure can get a little bit choppy. I think the wind that we're going to see today is probably going to affect those guys once they make their corner around and start going down the straightaway, leaving the dam. They're going to be running into the wind. I think that's really going to play havoc on them. In qualifying yesterday, we saw that same corner was rough getting in, so we'll just see what it's like to get out of that corner today.
Mike Gerard, Damon Murata there, and the 55 Fuel One Racing team leaving the dock, making their way out there to the course.
Yeah, this will be their second race with us because, as you remember, they started in Cocoa Beach and they just gotten that boat put together and ready to go, and so we're really excited to have them in the Mod V ranks with us this season.
Earlier today, one of our wonderful pit reporters, Tristan Garvin, did a nice bit, so let's check in and find out who she spoke to.
Floater, I'm here with Steven. You guys are here at Lake Race. How do you feel going into today's race?
Yeah, we feel really good. You know, this was a good race for us. It's our hometown race for our sponsor, Boat Floater. We got a ton of people up there watching, so it's a good race. It's flat water. We're looking forward to that. We got a really good setup for today, so we're eager to get out there and try to bring home that checker flag.
You guys are such a competitive team. You guys are always up top, but in Cocoa Beach, something happened. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, we had a big setback. Me personally, I got seasick out there and we weren't able to compete, so we're putting that behind us. You know, we're here for round 4 in Lotto, and we're going to, you know, try to get back on that podium and get that checkered flag, and the pass is the pass, and we're just moving forward.
That's what we love to hear. You know, it happens, stuff happens, but you look like you're ready to go racing. Everyone down here is calm as a cucumber, and the water is a little choppy today, which is actually pretty good for some of these boats. For you guys, is this better for conditions for you?
Yeah, this is actually ideal conditions. It's, you know, when it's real calm, it's sticky, and the boats don't get top speed, so this is going to give the boats a little bit of aeration to get that top speed. So it's going to be fast racing, deck to deck in Mod V. It's definitely going to be exciting.
Mod V is so competitive. You guys got a lot of great competitors out there with you, but you always have a show for us. We can't wait to see how you do. Good luck. Try to go get that checkered flag, you guys.
And nice job there, Tristan. We welcome you to the booth. That is Shane Landis sitting right alongside and talking about that Boat Floater team and him getting seasick. That'll give you a good indication of how big the chop was when we were there. That team is very good. Those first 2 races, they were on the podium. They come in here third in the points. They're a player.
I know. I tell you what, that's the only time that's ever happened to those guys. But we had guys, you know, out on the water. Our crews, everybody's getting sick as it was just so flipping rough. I'll tell you what, you know, so we're going to see way different conditions. But you can't put those guys out. That hurt them a little bit in the points, but they are here. They are a player. And like I said, their main sponsor is a hometown team, so you know they are here to perform, and they're going to bring it today.
That Mod V category is very, very competitive. We look forward to a great race here. You're at your home track. What can we expect here? I mean, this weather seems to be all over the board. We thought it was going to be a nice, calm, sunny, beautiful, cool Sunday, and it's been anything but so far. It's been ever-changing.
Yep, Missouri's known for the home of 4 seasons. We can get snow, you know,
all
sun, heat, all in one day, man. I tell you what. And it's unseasonably cool after that cold front came through last night. We had a lot of rain, so we had a lot of new track surface put out there behind us for today's event. So, you know, we had quite a bit of rain. It's very cool. We're going to be in the high in the mid-70s. We got a lot of wind today, and I did call and check the dam report. And as of yesterday, they were generating about 33,000 cubic feet through the dam, which is going to put a little extra current in here too. So, you know, that could have been what was playing heck on those guys over on the channel side yesterday going into that turn down by the dam. So that could have created a little bit of different conditions. So it'll be interesting with the combination of wind today and a little extra waves, what that's going to look like for these guys.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. We had qualifying 1 day ago, and we had some of the big cats that really struggled getting those things turned. We had one flip over. We had one spin out. Of course, the Pro Class 1 race, that was a completely different condition. That was just hard racing between 2 boats where both of them flew nose high. One of them flipped over backwards. The DMR team, we'll talk about that in just a little bit with the Pro Class 1 boat race coming up. But, yeah, the conditions here seem to be pretty tricky to get those cats turned.
I'll tell you what, well, it's a little bit tighter course. You know, we've got a narrow channel here, and as you can look when you see a course map, we've got dog legs in it, so it's kind of a kidney bean shape. It is a tighter corner, and, you know, these guys are really going to have to pay attention, especially when they're battling for position in the corners.
See the 83 boat up there, the Team Louisiana. They are our points leader coming in here in the Mod V category. The Kluwat Cartel Racing Team. Saw Owen Boos will be back in the boat there with Dustin. He'll be on the sticks. Young man, so talented.
He was very calm and collected when we had that in-camera footage in Coco, man. He was just looking over his shoulder, making sure there was nobody coming over to try to make an attempt at a pass, and he was pretty calm and collected. Now, my buddy Dustin in there, he looked like he was holding on for dear life. I loved it.
Taking him for a ride.
Uh-huh.
They came out, as we talked about a little bit earlier, finished up third at St. Pete, but then back-to-back wins working for that number 83. And as we heard Owen Boos talking about it, it was so rough there in Cocoa Beach. They had a nice big gap. He said, let's find out how we do in the smoother water, the flatter water here today.
Yeah.
Milling around, waiting for the officials to tell them to get lined up and turn them loose. There's a look at the dam and obviously the different levels on the backside of the dam.
Yep, our dam level is around 659 feet, so that's about what our elevation is right here, right now. And you can tell from the river system behind it, we are moving some water down the river. Typically, you'll see a bunch of sandbars and islands out there if they're not generating much, but the water is definitely up, and they are pulling some current through the lake.
Completed back in 1929 to 1931, and when they flooded it, they actually flooded a number of cities along with it, all planned, of course. Nobody lost their life, but pretty amazing story here, this man-made lake.
Yes, it is. There's a lot of good history here, and there's a lot of good boatable water, and that's why everybody loves Lake of the Ozarks. It's the Midwest toy box, if you will, Ken. I tell you what, everybody comes here, and there's lots of places to go and lots of things to do.
One of the teams competing in the Mod V category will be the Fuel One team, and we had a chance to learn a little bit more about them earlier today.
Hey guys, I'm down here with the Fuel One team. We're at Lake of the Ozarks, 4th race of the season for the IHRA series. How are you feeling going into this race?
Oh, I feel great. This is going to be a nice flat race compared to Cocoa Beach, the last race. We're looking for a nice Sunday ride for sure.
I was going to say, Coco was really rough. I mean, people broke some stuff. Tell me, what kind of carnage did you guys have after Coco?
We definitely felt it. I'll tell you that. You know, I think he had a rib issue.
Yes.
I was just dehydrated. It was really hot in it. But overall, I think she ran great for her first time out there, and I'm super excited to see her at Lake of the Ozarks.
So, yeah, you've got 3 boats here. Tell me what you brought to Lake of the Ozarks.
Well, we got Mod V number 55. We've got Class 500, 588, and then we've got Class 700, 717.
So the Mod V, last race was Cocoa Beach, your first race. What did you think of the class? How did the race go? Tell me your thoughts.
Oh, we were super happy with the boat. Like, the boat was tied up all winter long getting work, and Cocoa Beach was our maiden voyage for it, basically, after having all the work done. And, you know, it ran really good. So we shot out in the beginning. The boat's fast, and I'm looking forward to running it here so we can really get some top end, you know, and see what it's got for sure.
And then I heard a little bit of a story about some testing with the stock 500 boat. Tell me about that.
We changed the prop up and fixed it up. Ran really smooth. Got to a number that we really like, and are excited to show her off tomorrow.
Hey, it sounds like you guys got your hands full, but you look pretty calm. Everybody looks like they've got their ducks in a row. I can't wait to see how you guys do. 3 classes tomorrow. You got your work cut out for you. The weekend is going to be beautiful. Good luck. Go get those checkered flags, guys.
Oh, thank you.
And those guys have enjoyed some success over the course of time. How about an undefeated season? National championships, 2 world championships. So they're very good at what they do, but they're going to be busy with 3 different categories out here today.
They sure are. They had a good showing yesterday in the 500 boat, took second place, so that's a good spot to be, and I think they're trying to come back in and do a little bit better today.
Yeah, they'll be in that 700 class as well, so 2 different races for them. As we see Team Louisiana go by.
Yeah, you know, Dustin's always good for a good photo bomb, you know what I mean? So, yeah, these guys are definitely hunting for him right now, him and Owen. I'll tell you, they've had a pretty good season, so everybody's kind of wanting to pick them off.
Beautiful looking 2019 Phantom. And a look at the different styles of boats that will be out here competing, as we do have Super V and we have Mod V.
Yeah, and you can see the sheer size difference. When you get into the big Super Vs, these boats are super heavy in comparison to Mod V. They've got to come out at over 9,000 pounds. You've got twin 572 cubic inch big blocks in them. Big drives on them. It is just a whole nother level of V-bottom racing.
Yeah, it's a big 2008 Fountain that you're looking at there for Knucklehead Racing. The 47 Relentless boat sitting right alongside is a 2025 Spartan. Big block Chevy inside of that one, but sizable difference between the two. Look at that thing, though, man. It's gorgeous.
Yes, it is. That was the boat we had a good look at Coco, when they first, that was their first race with us this year so far. And, man, that thing's got a lot of carbon fiber. And it's got a really unique canopy design that come from Sean Torrente and out of the super stock ranks. So, he helped put that canopy on that boat, design that deck, from what I understand. And, man, they did a good job with it. The boat looks amazing.
Just heard from the boat floater team as well. Stephen and Steve Cadal out of Sarasota, Florida. Scott Free Racing Incorporated, and 2004 SV29.
Yeah, those guys have been racing together, I think, since Steven was like 16 years old. They've been in the boat together for a long time, and I'm pretty excited for them to keep continuing. One of these days, I told Steve, I said, you might get kicked out of the boat when the grandson gets old enough, So, but those guys have a new boat coming probably next year, so that might be a good boat there to scoop up when they're done with it. I'll tell you.
7 world championships, 8 national championships, a family-operated team, as you were talking about there just a moment ago, based out of Sarasota. So, again, just such great memories to come out there and be able to do that with your family members.
Yeah. There's nothing better. I couldn't imagine, racing with my kid. That'd be the ultimate. And what's even better is they're competitive, right? Like they're always a contender.
Well, you said it too. They have grandchildren coming on into play there with 19 consecutive years that they've been racing together. Might be somebody else jumping in there as well.
Yep.
And a little bit of an update, I believe, on the DMR team, as I'm hearing. If you didn't see that moment, it is pretty wild for sure in our Pro Class 1 race, and the boat just completely destroyed. The good news is driver and throttleman were okay. Let's get an update.
I'm down here with TJ with DMR Performance. You guys were out there yesterday with Pro Class 1 boat. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately we had a slight mishap, blowover. Most importantly, the guys are okay. Came together with out of pocket. Britt didn't want to get pushed out of bounds, so we held our line and kept going straight, and unfortunately we just came together, sucked air out of the tunnel, and had a blowover. Boat's pretty beat up, but we have a plan in place. Worked last night, got the engines all pickled, they're drained of oil, they have fresh oil in them now. So we're going to go back to the shop, fix it, and keep racing. So
we love to hear that. You guys, I mean, that's a crushing day for a team, it's blood, sweat, and tears to get here, and then something like that, it's just, I mean, it really can kill your spirit. But it sounds to me like you guys are going to go back home, put everything back together. You're not giving up.
No, we're definitely not giving up. It's soul crushing for sure. I'm definitely sad today, but most importantly, Bill and Britt are okay. The cockpit absolutely did its job. I mean, nothing's moved in the cockpit. The seats are completely intact. The water deflectors nothing structural is ruined in the cockpit. So definitely protect the boys, but the boats, we're gonna have a lot of work ahead of us.
Well, we all hate it for you. We love to see you guys out there. It's so competitive, so fast, always up top. We got 4 more Pro Class 1 boats out there today. I'm sure you guys will be out there watching, wishing you were there. Like I said, horrible day for you yesterday, but I'm so thankful everyone's okay, just like you said, and you're not giving up. You guys are coming back. We can't thank you enough for racing with us, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yep, definitely.
Back to you guys.
And a look there at the results after that thing flipped over backwards. I mean, keep in mind, with that thing full of fuel, that happened on lap 1. That boat weighing in excess of 13,000 pounds, completely took off, did a full backflip, landed inverted, smashed the back end of it into the water. So we're so glad. And Shane, hats off to you, man. Called that capsule out right away. Everything intact there, and consequently both Britt and Bill able to get out of that.
Yeah, I think they did, I mean, the safety team did a great job. They were there pretty quick. We're happy those guys were good. I think Bill was more upset, or not at the time, but he was trying to find that. He was trying to find his phone, and they're like, "Get out, get out."
Well, they just put that team together as well, so a lot of effort, a lot of money involved in that one. So that team had 0 quit in it. Promise you.
Yep. Yeah, I was talking to Bobby, down there on the dock, and went down there to make sure they can get the boat out. Just tried to be of help wherever I could yesterday after the production shut down, and was talking to him a bit. He said when they went over, they hit the water, in excess of 140 mile an hour.
I believe that. Yep. It was a huge moment, and because that race was ended at that point, there will be 2 Pro Class 1 races today.
Yes, we're following our Extreme Super V and Mod V race. Pro Class 1 will be on deck, and so they're going to be able to complete and restart race 1 from yesterday. These guys are milling, getting everything warmed up, ready to go.
That is the Super V out there, and Ed Smith, Billy Glick will be inside of the number 20 Knucklehead racing machine.
That's a pretty interesting story too. I was talking to some of those guys yesterday. So, Ed Smith and Billy, they've always battled each other. They've always raced against each other in Super V, and this is the first time they've ever been in a boat together. So Ed said this will be the first time you get to see what the inside of a winning cockpit looks like. You know what I mean? I think they're, even though they're running together, these guys are still ribbing each other.
Still jamming, yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's that competition, man. It's hard to let loose.
Yeah, you get Brian in there with Twisted. Those guys are amazing. Super fun team with Mr. Moeller. Those guys are going to have an absolute blast. They're just sitting around in the pits, just BSing and hanging out, and that's what it's all about, man. These guys, they're battling, but they love each other.
And one more time, the Mod V's milling there in the circle, waiting for the instruction to get them lined up, get them up on plane, and take the green flag. It is stop number 4 here for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Kick things off in St. Pete. Followed that up with New Orleans, and then Cocoa Beach, as we talked about just a couple of moments ago. A very, very rough Cocoa Beach, and it brings us here to Lotto. Lake of the Ozarks. That acronym. People are like, "What's Lotto?" It's an acronym for Lake of the Ozarks.
Tell you what, once you come once, you'll always want to come back. I grew up coming here on vacations, man. When I graduated college, I said, I'm going to go down there. That's where I want to be, you know what I mean? And the people here, the community's great. It is a touristy area, but everybody that's here, like, you never run into somebody in the morning at the gas station that's upset and hates life, right? Everybody holds the doors. Everybody's great. It's an awesome place to be.
Yellow flag is out there. They're getting these things up on plane. As you see the pace boat out front, we'll get them lined up here as close to side by side as possible. Keep an eye on that flagman. And the pace boat at speed here pretty quickly.
You'll see the third boat we haven't talked about yet. That is American Custom Marine. That is also another big V-bottom, but they are an extreme entry. So these the Super Vs have 570 cubic inch naturally aspirated big blocks in them. Around that 800 horsepower.
Green flag, baby. Here we go.
Oh, they're pouring it to it.
First big race of the big boat race of the day.
Yep, that extreme boat's going to have like twin 1350s in it. So it's a little different setup, you know what I mean?
And now it looks like the Mod V's will get in line here as well for this split start. The Relentless boat lined up alongside the Louisiana boat. Yellow flag out here as they keep pace with the drone. You can hear the big boats in the background. We can hear the big boats in the background.
Trying to
like the Relentless boat out there in front just a bit, man.
Trying to get those guys lined up. There's a few guys that really want to let their horses run, don't they?
Yeah, and I thought it looks like more of a manned camera there, not a drone shot. And green flag, here we go. The Mod V's are on the sticks.
All right,
Rooster
let's go
Tail's
racing.
coming up. We are racing here at Lake of the Ozarks. And look at that lane change. Already, I mean, an early lead there, a long straightaway here as they head towards that first buoy. And you talked about the dog leg. There's a good look at it. You can see the big boats on the backside already have made the turn and coming back up the course.
Yeah, they have to keep those slot buoys on the boat's left, right? Because then they're going to everybody's making right-handers through the corners. So that's how they understand which side of the buoy they need to be on, and they break it down by color.
It looked like the relentless boat of Travis Petco and Tom Madalena had to jump a wake there and get over there to the right of that, or to the starboard side, looking for some clean water. And yeah, man, there's one at speed.
That is a very, very fast boat, man. You've got the American Custom Marine boys. You got Jeff McCann and Michael Knobloch. You know, like I said, that thing has got 1,350 horsepower Mercuries in it. Just factor, big Mercuries like bigger than our Pro Class 1s are running even. So this boat is extremely fast, and it's got surface drives on it. It is a beautiful machine if you get a chance to check it out. Just absolutely amazing.
Leans it over. Look at that cornering ability out of that V-bottom. And boy, I just wish we could bring you the audio. It is incredible as it echoes here in the canyon of water.
Man, that thing just thunders, doesn't it, kid?
It takes a little bit to get that big thing up on plane and up to full speed, but it looks like it's singing now.
There's our Super V race. Knucklehead and Twisted. Those guys are still pretty close. Check them sliding through the corner.
Yeah, they are pretty close there. The Twisted boat, number 71, just back behind him with Brian Klinick and Jax Muller inside of that one. Jax on the sticks, trying to close that gap, running a tighter line. We'll see if the momentum pays off for the Knucklehead Racing team there on the outside.
They were definitely hanging it out through that corner, and you could tell Brian was trying to cut the corner on him and close the door. So we'll see what happens as they get down the straightaway.
Ed Smith and Glick inside of that one. Billy Glick, as we talked about before, out of St. Clair, Michigan. That team been racing for some 30-plus years. A big 2008 Fountain. And we go back and now take a look at the Mod V category. And it looks like Team Louisiana is going to be out front here early on.
Kluwak Cartel's got to be happy early on, but who is that nipping at their heels? Is that North Myrtle Beach sitting there running second? Is that what we're seeing?
See if we can get a number on that second place boat. North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. Boat number 33 has been a player here all year long. Coming out with a couple of back-to-back podiums, and it is them. They are right there. Finished up 6th at Cocoa Beach, but they won at the season opener in St. Pete and were second at New Orleans. And they're coming after them right now. Big speed.
Closing the gap.
Around the outside. They are side by side. Had to check up just a little bit as that boat dances around. Staying out of the white water. Kluwak Cartel is going to hang on to the position right here. I think they're being patient, man. That North Myrtle Beach boat doing a good job. Kirk Hanna and Trustin Hanna doing an awesome job.
Oop, I think Trustin's actually out of the boat. He was in there for, I think it was New Orleans, but I think we're back. I think Mark Renda's back in the boat, actually. Oh, shoot, we've got a
big
Super
run.
V.
Yeah, how about that? The Twisted boat coming after the Knucklehead machine as they are side by side.
That's going to be a race right there to watch. Those two are just going to just battle it out, man.
Good side-by-side action. That's what we love to see, man. Those boats at max speed. We come back, take a look at the Fuel 1 team and the number 55 boat. Down there in 5th place right now, Mike Gerard, Damon Murata Sr., and back to the Super Vs. Boy, they are still side by side.
They are.
For straight line performance, almost identical it would appear for these two boats. So it'll be one here in the corner.
These guys were giving each other a terrible time in the pits because when they went through tech, Brian just brought one set of props. He knew what he wanted to run for the lake, but they had him checked and they were a little thin, so then he had to go find and borrow a set. So Ed and him have been ribbing each other all day about this prop situation.
That knucklehead boat looks like leaning on him just a little bit to get set up for this next buoy. And again, just a small advantage early on in this race. Sets up, nice, wide, long, arcing turn, carrying that momentum. Knucklehead racing machine adds speed in the middle of this turn, and it looks beautiful. Here comes a twisted machine. They have the preferred position down there on the bottom, and they're going to take advantage of it and exit this turn with the lead.
That was almost executed last lap, as we saw, because, you know, Ed took it kind of wide and tried to carry momentum, but Brian cut down low. But here comes Ed. He's just pouring the coals to it.
Well, he carried that momentum around the outside, and look at him dumping water there. The twisted boat dumping water to free that thing up after they picked it up to set it for the turn, and now dumping that ballast.
I bet Billy's laying on the throttle so hard he just can't get him any further.
Knucklehead boat was doing the same exact thing. It's pretty cool, man, to know that they pick up water to help set them down in there and make the turn, and then dump it out as quickly as possible to free the boats up.
These guys are so close. This just looks synchronized almost. I mean,
it really does.
They're just so smooth together. That is amazing to watch.
And of course, the Knucklehead team had the preferred position on the inside when they came to that left-hander. As we go back up and take a look at the Extreme boat.
I got to say, I love red, black, and white. So that boat's pretty. That boat's just a hot-looking boat out there.
Yeah, the biggest powered boat out here this weekend. There's a look at North Myrtle Beach.
Oh, looks like we've got Relentless down
boat
in
down there,
the
with the capsule lid open. Not good for them. That is disappointing for sure.
You've got Kirk and Mark. They're running in second. They're just trying to reel in that Kluwat Cartel boys.
It shows Petco and Madeline up there in third place in the 47 with the Relentless boat. Well, it is not updated just yet, but we believe that they have lost power or have some sort of mechanical. Knucklehead team. Saw them battling just a moment ago. There's a twisted boat, and they are still side by side.
Those guys have just been trading positions about every other corner.
And a look at second place here. Dustin Kluwat and that Louisiana team. Owen Buis on the sticks.
Looks like we must have missed the pass, but it looks like North Myrtle Beach Report must have made a pass here within the last lap before timing and scoring picked it up.
Yeah, we saw the 33 boat out there all by themselves a little bit just a couple of shots ago. So it looks like they were able to make that pass, and it seemed like they had some great straight line speed. So they were patient around the right-hander and got it sorted out and put the hammer down again. Back to the Fuel One team. Mod V boats putting on a show. That is a beautiful one right there. 2019 Phantom.
We are currently watching fourth place position with the Fuel One team. They look like they're pretty comfortable going around the corner, though. I mean, they're not, you know, jumping around or sidestepping it at all. They're pretty well planted in the corner.
And we come back to the Super Vs. And again, this one far from over. So looks like the Knucklehead team will hang on to a lead here, stretching it out just a little bit than what we saw before when Twisted was right there beside him.
Let's see if Brian takes that inside line. That's where he's been successful to gain ground on Ed and Billy for, you know, basically every corner, every lap so far. So,
and they are right there again, letting them know that they aren't going anywhere.
Ed really likes that outside line. He's carrying that momentum, and I think that's helping him get more power coming off the corner.
It kind of sets them up here, and then they get the preferred spot right here on the inside with this dog leg. There's a look at our leader in the Mod V category, the North Myrtle Beach boat. Looking to pick up a second win here on the season after they struggled a little bit in Cocoa Beach.
And watch these Mod Vs just slide around the corner. These guys are so fast.
Beautiful boat there, typically all decorated, and nothing on this one this weekend.
Yeah, I talked to him several races ago. He's like, man, it's just really hard for me to put stickers on my pretty red boat. I said, man, I don't blame you.
And as we talked about, the Relentless boat, unfortunately, just not up to pace anymore. They're out of this one early on. They finished 4th in Cocoa Beach. Was pretty happy with that effort. That was a good outing for that boat, but clearly some sort of issue here early on today.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for those guys, especially for this being race number 2 for them of the season. So, hopefully they're going to be able to get back to the pits, get this figured out before the next one in Sheboygan.
55 boat, Fuel One Racing. Again, they are in our Mod V category, and currently looks like they are sitting inside of the top 5.
Those guys have a real good crew behind them. As far as Fuel One Team, Complete Marine, Mullins Concrete Pumping, Riley Hotel Group, Star Maritime USA. They've got some really, really good sponsors helping them get from race to race.
Currently 4th place right now. We saw their first effort. They finished 5th at Cocoa Beach. One time that we saw them, and look at the speed difference here from the Extreme boat to the Mod V.
You're probably looking at a 20 mile an hour at least differential in speed, maybe more, 30. That Extreme boat's super fast, and this water's pretty flat, so I bet those guys are just letting it eat.
Just singing by the leader there in the Mod V category.
27 horsepower does a lot for a boat that size, doesn't it?
Man, what a gorgeous piece.
Yeah. I'm excited. Those guys are going to come down in August for our shootout race, and so I'm excited to see what that boat will run in a straight line.
Where they belong. You see the big Mercury Racing logo on the back as we go back to our Fluat Cartel boat, Team Louisiana. The 83 boat, according to time and scoring, seems just does not have that big fast lap, but they are running consistent laps.
I don't know if they're slid backwards or if they're having an issue with the boat or it's a timing and scoring thing. I'm not sure really where they're sitting, but according to that, what does it look like? They're running about, what, 4th?
Well, they were showing fastest lap there for a moment ago, so they just might not have been at the top of the fastest lap. As we look at it here, lap 4 of 9, and it is showing them a little bit deeper down there in 3rd place for the category.
Looks like Brian was trying to take some notes out of Ed's playbook by taking that corner a little wider. It looks like Ed shut the door on him.
And the Twisted boat now on the outside as they have swapped lanes here and now making another run at it. They are not going away. They're going to make them earn it, man.
This is going to be one to remember for those guys.
Yeah, great race here so far. Race of attrition as well. And again, the Knucklehead boat looks like they start to stretch it out a bit. Look at our Mod V leader. There again, the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. Kirk Cannon doing the driving inside of that one. Of course, out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. 2024 29-foot LSB. Multiple podium finishes throughout the years for this very accomplished team. And trying to figure out, is that boat floater right there behind them?
That's what I was trying to look at. It's a little bit further away for me to be able to tell, but I think they are right there in the hunt.
Well, 2 Mod V's going at it, man. That is not a big gap by any means, and nor was it that close a lap ago.
They are definitely closing in on them, trying to shut that door.
And boy, these boats really dance, man, and that's what the fans love about them. Not for the faint of heart to climb inside of one of these and push it to the limit.
Going through this corner is going to be interesting. You know, when you've got North Myrtle Beach running the inside line, and you've got the Kildall boys running that outside. I think they're going to try to hold that higher speed, kind of like what we were seeing in the Super V just a bit ago. Maintain a little more momentum, potentially get a better run off the corner.
And it's cool to watch them search around, run different lines, an arcing turn or a tight turn, or go outside and chop off the backside of it, get the wheel unwound and get back to the throttle, get the boat back up in the air. So far, North Myrtle Beach able to hang on, but they are feeling some pressure right now from Boat Floater.
Yes, they are. And they're probably feeling some of the speed. I don't know that they've had been able to run any of these types of speeds all year yet.
Look at it. Just plant that thing down on the bottom, get it turned, and that's what I was talking about. So one goes from inside to the out. The Boat Floater went from outside in as both of them set up for a tight turn.
There's definitely some dicing going on. You can see the Kildall guys are trying to probably get out of
through the
whitewash.
Yeah, that whitewash, and of course there's just not quite as much grip in that whitewash. That's aerated water. It's just not as dense.
And they're looking for some bite right now to get the run off that corner.
So it closed up and now loses a little bit of ground. We'll see if they've got some more straight line speed and can get back up and close that gap as our extreme boat goes sailing underneath our drone. The canopy on that boat, man, I mean, it looks like some sort of military boat. There's our twisted boat one more time in the Super V category. Brian Klinick, Jack Smuller inside of that one, and they are doing a great job.
That has been nothing but an awesome battle back and forth. I mean, every corner, either one of those guys are swapping positions or taking a run at one another.
And you can see the three different categories up there. American Custom Marine and the Extreme leading that one. First is Knucklehead Racing. Second is Twisted in the Super V category. And then North Myrtle Beach, with that number 33 boat, is leading in the Mod Vs as we try to keep you up to speed on everything here with the lap count as well. Look at the Fuel 1 boat again in the Mod V category. There's a look at number 1 and number 2. And here comes Boat Floater once again.
Do you think the same maneuver they pulled in the last corner, they're going to do it again? Do you think the Kildalls will dive in underneath North Myrtle Beach? That's the line they've been choosing. I wonder if they're going to get it done this lap.
And I don't know that, well, they have been choosing it, but I think they've been forced to choose that. They'll have to cut through the white water again on 2 different occasions if they're going to make it happen. So no, they stuck to the outside. They're going to stick to the outside here and see if they can get a big run off of this corner. North Myrtle Beach stays down there to the bottom, and look at the ground that they lost by going to the outside.
You know, I was worried that North Myrtle Beach was going to scrub too much speed there, but it looks like they just, sent it right on through there and stayed the course.
So carrying more momentum to the outside, but had to go a much longer distance, and we've seen them approach it on 2 different occasions now, 2 different ways. They're trying to figure out what will work for them with a couple of laps left inside of this one. Big gap in speed, too, by the way. As you look at a 3:56 lap time for the 33 boat, that is in Mod V, and a 3:50 for one of our Super V boats. I believe it was a twisted boat. So a good difference in the power of the 2 different boats, even though much larger, 6 seconds quicker. Mike Knobloch and Jeff McCann inside of that Extreme boat have been out front as you take a look at the twisted Super V machine.
It's interesting to watch these Super Vs and their preference on line and how they choose to break a race course down.
And you can see the lap times there. So for our Extreme boat, how about 2:12?
Wow.
And the Super V boat at 2:50, and then of course our Mod V at 3:56. So I said 6 seconds. It's more like a minute and 6 seconds. So pretty impressive.
Wasn't our Pro Class 1 qualifying times yesterday similar to that? What that Extreme boats were? I mean, they have more horsepower, but
and here we go again. Boat Floater, another big move on the outside as North Myrtle Beach says, not so quick, man. These 2 are putting on a show in the Mod V category. Number 2 and number 3 in the points. Boat Floater has yet to win one this year.
They're going to the inside for the hometown Boat Floater crew.
They get them positioned right, and they're going to have the inside position here, and they're going to force North Myrtle Beach into their wash this time. North Myrtle Beach just tucks down tight, does not get in the wash.
Man, these guys
hole
are close.
To hole, man. That's as close as you can get. And how about that? Boat floater out front, looking for their first win of the season. Finished second at St. Pete, third in New Orleans. Had a tough Cocoa Beach result. But they have taken the point here late in this race. Took them a little while, man. They just kept digging and digging and digging and finally got the point. Extreme Boat on the outside, and it's dancing as it went sailing past the Kluwat Cartel boat.
Just, I mean, the sheer power and size difference, as you can tell, it's hard to get a real feeling for how much more speed and how much ground that Extreme is closing on the Mod Vs.
Great technology, of course. The power plant's in the back of that thing. Big boat, big weight.
Yeah, all those big V bottoms, the Extreme, American Custom Marine, they're from up north in Michigan as well, and really, really close to, Ed Smith from Knucklehead. Those guys live pretty close together up there and are in neighboring towns. So those guys are always racing together.
The 20 boat for Knucklehead lays down a little bit quicker lap than they had a 250 on the board, just put a 248 on the board for their quickest lap. So they're picking up some speed. They found something. Oh, man.
Man, those guys are pushing it through the corner.
Those Mod Vs are so much fun to watch through the corners.
The Killdolls are looking for their first top podium, I believe, of the season, right? They are wanting to keep it up front, and they're wanting this race to come to a completion as quickly as possible with their current position. They're still going to have to earn it. They're going to have to stay out in front North Myrtle Beach. You cannot count those boys out.
And what a great shot there. Different categories, of course, as you see some of the big boats coming back up, catching the Mod Vs. 3 Mod Vs there, and 1 Super.
2 races for position. That is awesome racing right there. And these Super Vs are going to be able to close the gap on the Mod Vs pretty quickly. So let's see if they kind of give them some breather and run the outside, or if they're going to try to cut through the middle, or what's going to happen.
Yeah, and my apologies. That is 2 Supers and 2 Mods. The 2 Mods out front as the Supers are running them down. Boat floater out front to the right-hand side of your screen. The Super is just behind them at pace.
It does look like they're going to kind of hang to the outside maybe for them, so they might get the pass completed between the Super Vs before they get to the corner pin.
Yeah, does it play a role here? That would be the thing. Boat floater with the lead there in Mod Vs. Here comes a Knucklehead boat. That is the first of the 2 Supers. And the Twisted boat there to the outside. Man, what a battle here in Super. These 2 boats just been neck and neck the entire time. The Knucklehead Racing Machine doing a great job maintaining that point, getting that boat rotated and going the other way, but the Twisted boat right there with them runs a little wider line here.
Yeah, Brian's wanting to try to maintain as much momentum as he can. I feel like Ed Smith and the Knucklehead and Billy, I feel like those guys, have a different prop selection, because they seem to power out of that corner a little bit faster, whereas Brian's maintaining more speed through the corner, and that's where he's getting his run. So it's interesting to see, or it would be interesting to talk to these boys afterwards and see what kind of setup differences they had to run a different line.
Now, last we heard, and we have not been able to, maybe you were able to speak with somebody last night, but last I heard, the distance of the course is about 5.7 miles. Typically like to talk to somebody and get a true GPS reading from one of our race boats, but just short of 6 miles.
Yeah, typically you're always going to see an excess of 5 for any kind of offshore racing, but I believe that is correct, because they're not running a short option lap like we have ran in previous races this season. They just want to set the course because it's a little bit tighter, and then not run the shorter long option.
Working 8 of 9 laps here as we're getting close to the end of this race here for our 3 different categories: Extreme, Super, and Mod V. No Block and McCann out there in the Extreme. The Knucklehead boat right there with Ed Smith and Jack Smaller, I believe it is, that is inside of that one.
Yeah, I saw him earlier this morning. You know, his dad's Jay, who's a throttleman for 3 different cat classes. So you talk about a long, distinguished, lineage of racing, and not to mention their wicked super cat that we've seen a couple times this year.
And here we go again, man. The Twisted Boat making another run now on the inside. Will they be able to exit here with the lead for the first time in this race?
They are turning it hard, man.
They were finally able to set themselves up and get the inside. Here comes the big momentum from the Knucklehead Racing Boat on the outside to try and retake the lead. What a battle here in Super V's.
These guys are going to be nothing but high fives and hugs after this, regardless of how this one went.
Man, 100%. Boy, what an incredible race here from these 2 competitive teams. There's the first of our Mod V's, the boat floater team still out there, leading this one. Man, we're getting closer to the end.
I'll tell you what, if you've got a Super V and you're not at this race, you have got to be, just absolutely kicking yourself for this, because if you're a Super V racer, you are here at this race today.
And that Twisted Boat's still right there. I believe if you shot a line across the bow, they might, well, I don't know now. Now it looks like Knucklehead might be coming back. The angle of the camera definitely changes things.
They still look pretty darn close. Within a few boat
lengths,
you
think?
They are
very close.
We're talking mere seconds, Ken. Look at this.
And again, it looks like the Knucklehead Boat with that straight line speed able to retake the point here as they start the final lap. The Twisted Boat goes across the back and out into some fresh water.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to reposition himself for those slot buoys, it appears, and he wanted to get out of Ed's wake. He was tired of sucking that water.
Just a beautiful set there for the right-hander. Boat hops through there. Here comes a Twisted Boat at speed, man.
Wow.
You can see the relief cutouts there in the bottom of the hull. Helps free these boats up to get them up out of the water, carry some more speed.
Create a little less drag, aerate the bottom, and they can just sail it.
Man, he's going to have to get after it. That Knucklehead Boat with a nice lead right now. Not substantial, but based on where they've been this entire race, that's about as big a lead as we've seen.
Oh, man. And we're on our last lap, right?
We're on the last lap, 9 of 9. And the 33 boat, the North Myrtle Beach boat, that is one of our Mod V's still banging around out there trying to hang on. Currently second in class.
The top 3 runners in Mod V are the top 3 for points for the season.
He's definitely pulled back on the sticks there. It looks like, well, maybe they crossed the finish line.
Yep, I think they went through the finish line over there before the last corner, and that's when we saw the 9 and 9. And I think that race is done. I believe we've got Boat Floater out front.
There it is. How about that? First win for Boat Floater this year. They had 2 podiums earlier, but this is the first time they'll stand on top of the box.
That is some V-bottom racing at its finest right there.
Yeah, and you know what? These guys might have had to run an extra lap as fast as they were. They might have got out there in front.
I see something flipping around on the back of Ed's boat. It almost looks like a tab, like a cylinder ram or something might have come loose on that. I'm not sure what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing something flip around back there. Didn't seem to hurt his performance, or at least if it went, it let go late. So,
congratulations to the Cadals there and the BoatFloater.com machine. They're getting close. Looks like they want to pick up that checkered flag.
Amen to that. They've been jonesing for one this season, and I'm glad to see that they took it for their hometown sponsor, Boat Floater.
Yeah, they've won a number of championships along the way. Father and son duo, of course, on the circuit. And really turned that one around after a tough Cocoa Beach. Congratulations to the Fuel One team as well. Fuel One team in their second appearance here this year. And they will finish one spot better than they finished in Cocoa Beach and take home 4th.
That's going to help, at least put them up in points since they only have 2 races and we're on race number 4. Our top 3 performers, for today made the first 2 races. So they definitely going to have, more points going into the 5th race at Sheboygan.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what happened. So the Mod V's ran a shorter race. They might not have had 9 laps. They might have run a couple of laps shorter. So that race over there for the Mod V's a little bit earlier. Here comes the Super V's finishing this one up, and the Knucklehead team, boat number 20, is going to hang on to take the checkered flag here. What an incredible race. Hats off to both Knucklehead Racing and Twisted for a spectacular Super V race. 9 laps complete for them, and both boats at speed at the finish line.
Yeah, what an amazing performance.
Hats off, man. Great job to both teams. So much fun to watch. Push those things right to the ragged edge. Of course, as we talked, there's a look at the Extreme boat as well. I was just going to talk about them. They'll pick up the checkered flag. One boat inside of that one. There's the Kluwat Cartel, the Louisiana-sponsored machine. Bit of a rough day for them. Typically, they are right there in the hunt. They'll finish up 3rd here. They will keep the podium streak alive, 4 consecutive podiums.
Definitely not
will not get that 3rd consecutive win.
Yeah, there went their hat trick. But I'll tell you what, they're still not a terrible performance. We're leading going into points for this season, going into this race. Not a terrible performance. Still maintain a podium. That's going to definitely do some points shake up because we had 2nd and 3rd in points, make some adjustments at this race. So it's going to be interesting to see how the points stack out going into Sheboygan next month.
Yeah, it will get a bit tighter because 3rd finished 1st here, 2nd finished 2nd, and 1st finished 3rd. So it will tighten things up. You just kill an ant on my computer, dude?
Well, I was trying to get it off your computer, man.
Got ant juice.
I'm telling you. It's a little buggy over here in the booth.
We have moved outside here today. It's a gorgeous day. The skies are starting to clear. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon as you take a look at the Knucklehead Racing team. Boy, oh boy, man. Ed doing a great job. Ed and Billy doing a great job. They'll take that checkered flag, and rightfully so. Boy, did they earn that one.
All right, Ed. Good job, buddy.
I'm impressed with the ability to walk around out there on that bow, man. I promise you, I'd be wet.
I agree with that. I'm going to tell Ed after this. I'm just glad he didn't fall down and break a hip, bud.
I wasn't going to take it that far. Balance still pretty good to get out there on that one. So.
Oh, I just love that guy. What a great team.
Knucklehead Racing doing a great job in the Super V. So the big boats have put on a show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side.
Telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can.
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive, fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runner, built for power, performance. Pro Class 1 boats on the throttles already as they are getting them lined up. You can see the yellow flag on the start boat. We are just about ready to turn them loose here. And a crazy, exciting first lap 1 day ago. There's a look at the discrete machine.
This is going to be our rerun from yesterday after our red flag incident with DMR. So these guys are going to race twice today, Ken.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy day as they look to make that up. Green flag does fly for our Pro Class 1 category, and the big dogs are out here to play. The yellow boat, WHM, that's Billy Moff, shooting up on the inside there of the discrete, the number 07 boat. And looks like they might take the lead. Keep in mind, that's a little bit smaller boat there, a boat that they raced with Super Cats a year ago. Did not get their big boat ready to go just yet, so they're out here competing with what they have, and they might have a great day out here for that one.
Yeah, I know Billy's got that new 46 skater on order, so they're pretty pumped about that once they can get their hands on it.
Jay Muller on the sticks with him.
Yeah, yesterday's start was pretty wild, and you know, we couldn't get our first lap under completion before we had, you know, unfortunate incident yesterday and had to go to a red flag situation. But today we are off and running.
And trying to get a shot here from one of our drones. Unfortunately, one of our cameras went down, so we apologize for that, and we will go back and show you what we can as we take a look at this one. It looks like the MCON boat is out front. It's just kind of a guess here on colors.
Looks like MCON's running up front. I believe we've got our red X Insurance out of pocket with Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore in second, Billy Moff and Jay WHM in third, and discrete.
Probably discrete back there in fourth, yeah.
Yep, Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim running in fourth currently.
And MCON, of course, with that brand new boat out here. And they did a great job in qualifying, proved right off the bat that thing was ready to go.
They were doing what they did yesterday before we went to a red flag, where they just jumped out to an early lead. You know, they built that boat for acceleration, and it looks like it's doing it. Not to mention the boat looks like it'll turn on a dime. So I'm pumped to absolutely watch this boat go through the corners because it's going to be fast.
First race ever for the new Skater 398. That 39-footer there. As I had a chance to talk with Myrick, it is state-of-the-art, no doubt. They had some ideas they wanted to incorporate into it. They have put all those in, and they feel like it is going to be incredibly fast here in the flat water, and so far it is. Your number one qualifier, tab down on the back of that one as you can see him work his way through, and they immediately back to the throttles. What they love about it is they really feel like it will accelerate up out of the turn better than the other boat did. And the other boat was good.
The other boat was really good, but I'll tell you what, with these guys' experience and what they've changed on the last boat, and then the Super Cat experience they had from a four-time back-to-back, you know, national, you know, world champ Super Cat team, they've just got a lot of good data, you know, when they went to the drawing board with this boat.
Yeah, the bottom of it a good bit different than the previous boat. There's a couple of different angles there on the bottom of those sponsons where it actually rides on the water, and they made some substantial changes there to what they call the dead rise. But nonetheless, it's something that Mike thinks will deliver a lot better results. And so far, man, they are checking out here very early on. And that boat behind them, that 10 boat, the out-of-pocket racing boat, actually won at Cocoa Beach. Unfortunately, disqualified after the win because of props, but they were very, very fast.
Yeah, and they were very fast yesterday. I mean, you could see, obviously, them checking up with, you know, DMR, and those guys were super close. And, you know, I'm not sure exactly what happened or what the details were, but they were deck to deck before the incident yesterday.
Kevin Burrell, his first year out here racing, has a lot of boating experience, but first year out here getting it done inside a Class 1 boat at a competition level like this. That beautiful MCON Monster Energy-backed machine, owned by Tyler Miller, of course. He is on the sticks. There's Billy Moff, the plumber.
Looks like he's trying to, he was trying to keep it pretty tight going in, but he's sliding out, trying to probably maintain a little speed right now. Either that or Jay's just laying on the sticks for him. Billy's just holding on.
Jay Muller, as you talked about on the sticks here, running the throttles, been racing for more than 35 years. And I believe if I recall, Billy Moff, some 39 years out here getting it done. Just a name synonymous with offshore racing.
49.
49.
Is what he said.
You
Yeah,
know what,
49 years. Yeah.
I was going to say 49. I'm like, come on, man. He can't be that old.
Well, that's what I was thinking. But you know what? I'm going to go with it. He just started really, really young, Billy. That's what we're going to say.
You know what he is? I think he's 67, 68 years old, man, and he's a character.
Oh, dude, he is so much fun. If you ever get a chance to meet him in the pits, he is absolutely hilarious, and he'll probably tell you a joke or two, and you'll walk away with a new buddy.
Look at that boat, man. Just it's so smooth. Sets that thing down in the water. Tyler knows exactly where he wants it to be, and, of course, just how much wheel to put in it for Myrick. They're the hometown boys here. They know this water as good as anybody out here. As you take a look at the number 10 X Insurance boat, as we were talking about them before as well. The out-of-pocket racing machine, Kevin Burrell, as we just documented out here, competing for the first time in his career. A lot of boating experience, first time competing, and of course legendary throttle man Billy Moore running the sticks inside of the 10 boat.
Yeah, we're definitely down on some boats, not only from our incident yesterday, but we're down on a few other boats earlier this year from other carnage and incidences. So there's a lot of boats being rebuilt right now.
There's a look at the 07 discrete offshore racing boat. That is Reese Langheim and Adam Carpenter. Both of them make their living in the concrete business. Langheim out of the Chicago area with his business. So discrete is a play off of what they do for a living. Actually wanted the 007 number, but they said, nope, it's got to be 2 numbers. So they said, okay, give us an 07 then, and we'll roll with it.
And that's one of the biggest boats in the class. So, once you get to a real rough water situation, that big 50 Mystic of the discrete team, I mean, that is going to be a solid performing boat. They've had nothing but a great year building together. They had some rough starts over the year, little things like a crank sensor type of situation put them out. They had a little fire situation in New Orleans, but they've definitely done a lot of shakedown. They got the boat put back together. They completed, the races in Cocoa Beach where it was super, super rough. The boat performed well, and they're just continuing to build some data together.
Look at that dance with that big cat up out of the water. And we have the winners of our Super V category, Knucklehead Racing, down there with our pit reporter.
Yeah, I'm down here with our Knucklehead race team. You guys really went out there and got yourselves a checkered flag. Tell me how it was.
Actually, it was an exciting race. Billy's first time in the boat with me, and him and I used to race against each other years and years ago. And I asked him to run in the boat this weekend. He jumped in. I'll tell you, did an amazing job. Boat ran flawless.
You guys were battling it out there. Tell me about your competitor on the course.
They were kind of sandbagging us a little bit, yesterday, telling us they were, weren't going to run that good or whatnot. But they ran quite well today. They did good. Boat ran good.
You guys looked awesome out there. You got your checkered flag. You got your first place finish. You're going to take home that trophy tonight. I am so happy for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Congrats to Ed and Billy, man. That was an incredible race there. Congrats on the Knucklehead Racing team. They got the job done today, and they were pushed right to the very end.
Yes, they were. I'll tell you what, that was just an amazing race to watch. Such a good team, a lot of experience there. I just love Ed to death, and he's just a very matter-of-fact, very to-the-point type of a guy, and I can appreciate that. And he's just a solid racer and a solid competitor.
Taking a look at our Pro Class 1 boats, and once again the plumber there with the legendary WHM design on that boat. Just one of those boats that whenever you come to an offshore race, you even if you're a new fan, you feel like you've seen it before because it's been around for so long.
That livery is unmistakable. You know what I mean? Anybody that's been around it, like you said, everybody's going to recognize that. Such a striking boat.
That is the biggest boat in the fleet right there as you take a look at the 07. Big 50-foot Mystic. Trimax drives on the back of that one. It's got the SCS gearbox, which is really a quick change. It's got surface drives on it, so when they want to change the gears on that one, they just pop a cover off and put a couple of gears in it that they might want to adjust. and maybe we'll do so for the second race. But they're a brand new team. We need to talk about that for Discreet as we watch the MCON Monster Boat, our leader out here in the Pro Class 1. A brand new team that they put together and really very, very last minute and made every race so far this year, including the season opener at St. Pete. So hats off to those guys, both Reese Langheim and Adam Carpenter, as we watch our leaders. And Pam Hall is down with our winners, the boat floater team in Mod V. Pam?
I'm down here with Boat Floater. You guys just now won in your class, father-son team, throttle man, driver. So, Steve, I was talking to you, asking you how long you've been doing this. You've been doing it for 40 plus years, and you've always pretty much been a throttle man.
Yes, I've been a throttle man the whole career.
All right, so I have to ask, having your son in there with you, I mean, how is that feeling for you?
Best thing in the world.
Best thing in the world. I like it. All right, I'm going to go over here to you, Steven, driver of the Boat Floater. I want to talk to you as well. I mean, you guys out there on that course today, we've all been talking about the weather and the water conditions, and they've been talking about how it's flat water out there. So give us a rundown.
Yeah, it was actually pretty windy here today, what it normally is for the lake, but it played right into our favor. We had a bad starting spot just based on our race we had in Cocoa Beach, so we knew we had our work cut out for us. We knew we had the setup. We knew we just needed to be patient, not make any mistakes, and that's what we did. We just started picking them off one by one. I was talking my dad through the corner so we could carry as much speed as we could, and we just picked them off one by one, and just when we got that clean water, we checked out and got us a Mod V win.
Awesome. I know that you guys are super stoked. I was listening to the guys talking about what they were seeing on their screens. I couldn't see from where I'm over here, but that's got to be a great feeling out here for this fun Sunday fun day.
Yeah, Sunday fun day with the checkered flag, doing it with your family, and we got our sponsors here. This is a hometown race for them, so they're all over there cheering us on. Doesn't get any better than that. Great Sunday at the lake. Awesome.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again on your win. You guys, I mean, you get to go celebrate now.
Yeah, time to celebrate and get ready for the next one.
All right, and there we have it from Boat Floater, our #1 this weekend. Congratulations once again. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot. Congratulations to those guys grabbing their first win of the season as we come back to our Pro Class 1 boat, our category race. And again, a look at that 07 boat for Discreet as we were just talking about them making it out here. First season as they get that one all together, and they've done a great job just coming out here, getting some seat time, getting a little bit better all the time. And there's our leader. An incredible effort there out of the MCON Monster Energy Pack Machine. M6 is on the back of that one. The M6 drives on the back of that one. They'll move some 30 degrees up and down, but they turn the boat as well. So this is not a rudder boat. The outdrives turn this boat.
Yeah, it definitely makes a change, or it makes a difference between going from back and forth from flat to rough water on some of what the preference is on surface drives and a rudder. Just a different way to set up the boat, different way to skin the cat, but all these guys are fast. You definitely see with the big outdrives on the back on flatter water, I feel like these guys have an advantage.
That boat is a rocket ship. It's a shame the DMR boat is not out here. Again, very, very capable. We miss them for sure. Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn. We'll see him out here in the Super Cat race a little bit later on today. But the MCON boat there with Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle doing what they do at their home race.
Billy Moff is currently running in third still, trying to hunt down Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore without a pocket. I'm not sure what the time differential was there or how close they were, but those guys are out there giving it everything they have.
About halfway through this race. And if you're familiar with the boat that they campaigned, I mean, even as recently at Cocoa Beach, you'll realize that this boat it has a much lower deck, if you will. That freeboard, the side of the boat, is much shorter than their previous boat. It was just taller. So a sleeker boat, looks a little bit flatter. Boy, it is just absolutely gorgeous as we go back and take a look at the 10 here. The X Insurance, Kevin Burrell once again, Billy Moore. That a 2004 44-foot victory with a tab, BPM surface drives. That is a rudder boat, so they've got a rudder in the back of that one. The drives do not move like the MCON boat. They stay stagnant. They can move up and down about 8 degrees. They turn it with a rudder. Billy and Jay doing a good job there as they negotiate that right-hander.
Yeah, that team's had a lot of work, you know, trying to get a Super Cat to perform in Pro Class 1. And I remember their first race last year was Pro Class 1 here. You know, they've been doing nothing but trying to gather data, do a lot of testing, move some weight around, you know, play with the new engines. You know, they've had their work cut out for them to make that old Super Cat perform as well as it is today.
And Tristan has the winner in our Extreme V. Let's get it down to Tristan.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm down here with our Extreme Boat Class winners for the day. I got Mike and Jeff down here, American Custom Marine. Tell me how your race was.
It was good. We got out front and just kept rolling with it. And it got a little rough down at the other end, but it was a good race.
And I heard it's a special day. What are you looking for? It's your 60th. It's Jeff's 60th birthday.
Yeah, can you believe that? I can't believe I made it to 60. I'm so glad I did, and it was a great time here. It was fun.
And you got a checkered flag on his birthday.
A checkered flag on your 60th birthday.
Yeah, but he probably won't let me take it home with me.
Oh, Mike, I bet you will. That's a great birthday present.
Yes, and he can have the trophy.
I need to sign it for him.
Hey, you know, I'm just going to say a beautiful day to have a birthday. You got a checkered flag. You guys are back at the dock safe. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back up to you.
A birthday he will remember.
There's a lot to celebrate within that team tonight. So I'm wondering, after awards, I'm going to tag along with those guys wherever they go. I'm telling you.
Boy, what a great shot of a cat just doing what they do.
Airing it out.
Yeah, man. Packing the air up underneath that thing, get that big boat up out of the water. You have to weigh a minimum of 11,800 pounds, and if you put a tab on the back of it, it's a 250-pound addition to that. And then, of course, you've got to load them up with fuel, some 150 to 200 gallons of fuel at approximately 7 pounds a gallon.
Yeah, these boats probably go in around 13,000 pounds or in excess. The biggest key is to try to run as light as you can and come, especially on flat water like this. They don't really need the weight, so they just have to make sure they come out of the crane and they scale right, and that way they're good to go. Send it down to tech. You'd mentioned that freeboard on the new MCON machine. You know, I think it's like 10 or 12 inches of a shorter shear line at the transom. You know, if you get a look at the like even this 40 that's running by with the big drives on the back of the boat, and look at the height above the drive or the gimbal compared to the MCON machine. I mean, there's not much left on the transom as far as where the transom assemblies are mounted.
WHM boats finished up third at New Orleans. So they're trying to get back up on the podium. Again, they had a third overall at the end of the New Orleans event. As we go back and take a look at our leaders, the Out of Pocket Racing Team, the number 10 boat, they finished up second at Cocoa Beach after that DQ. So they rebounded nicely, and they're in second once again. So they'll be able to match their season best if they can hang in that position. These guys, however, finished second in the first race at St. Pete, first in the second race, and grabbed the first overall. Then they went to New Orleans, qualified number 1, finished first there in the first race and the second race to take the overall there, and then qualified number 1 at Cocoa Beach, finished third in the first race and won the second race. Another first overall over there, tying with DMR, who that was a tie for first place at the overall at Cocoa Beach. So as you would expect, that 06 boat just absolutely on point.
Yep. I'll tell you what's interesting. Oh, looks like we've got a hatch up. We must have an issue or some type of mechanical.
The 07 Discreet team, unfortunately, looks like they will end theirs a little bit early. Reese Langheim and Adam Carpenter.
Boy, they're rocking those pink shoes still.
Yeah, they look good, man. They look good. They might be the first ones out, but they look good with those pink shoes. All color matched up. Checkered flag out here. How about that? Congratulations. A debut of the brand new boat, and that debuts with a win. It does not get any better than that. And if you think a team is not prepared to come out here with a brand new boat, they only had about an hour of seat time inside of this boat before this weekend. And they come out here and put it together to grab the win.
We've got Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore with the X Insurance number 10 coming across, taking the second place finish for today's race, or for the first race of today, I should say. this is going to be interesting how this is going to shake points up. After DMR's unfortunate incident yesterday is going to put them out for the weekend. That's going to hurt some points for them. Willie Capiza with the MTI, with Johnny Tomlinson, they're not here this weekend, unfortunately. So that's also going to give some other additional points shake up, because they were sitting great in points coming into this event, but they're unfortunately not here.
Yeah, the 11 ex-insurance boat, unfortunately, after that big crash as well, not here. So you're right, out-of-pocket racing here with the second-place finish, and we'll see how they do in the second race as we watch Billy Moff come around there to take the checkered flag as well. We'll have an opportunity to really jump up here and get into the game.
When you're running for points, it's all about consistency and finishing a race. You know what I'm saying? They're doing everything they can to just, keep running and keep it out there.
Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle doing a great job here with that brand new boat. That 398 Skater comes out here and puts it on the rest of the gang to pick up its first win. Their 5th win so far this season out of a possible 8, out of a possible 7 to this point. Well, 5 out of 7 is pretty doggone good.
Heck yeah, you can't beat numbers like that. Another race for them later for this Pro Class 1 team later today, but yet the new factory stock that they've joined the ranks of, they're going to be competing in the Factory 500 class later today with their other new boat.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. They'll be busy here at the end of the day, because that Factory 5 race is way towards the end of the day and very close to that second Class 1 race.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them. I love all that new ghosting in the black.
Pretty cool. What a gorgeous boat. And by the way, the previous boat that they just won with at Cocoa Beach, that's for sale. I think the asking price is $859,000. You and I can pool some money together. We won't be even close, but we can pool our money together.
I heard it was $849.9. I can handle the last part of the 9. I just need to find the other $849.
Checkered flag flying there for the MCon Monster Energy team. Flying the green Monster Energy logo proudly on that one. Good stuff, man. We're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more great racing action here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment with the IHRA.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
Sit back. You are world champion.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, race saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats, smart coverage, Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners, built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels, powering champions on land and water. And once again, welcome back to Lake of the Ozarks as we get ready to go back to our personal watercraft, our pro watercraft series. And I welcome to the desk here once again Mikey Young and Shane Landis also here as well as we get ready to do this one. And Mikey, here we go.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the Ski GP3. We've already seen one of their motos. For winner of first moto is going to be Cash Crawford. And there is, I believe, one of the reasons for that possible red flag. That was Gary Holbein Jr. with the Herbie graphics right there. That is getting towed in. Drove his 69 Barracuda up from Fairhope, Alabama.
I saw that sitting over there in the parking lot. So that's his, that green one?
That green one is his, yeah. Nice,
cool.
nice looking car, good shape. But we got our Ski GP3 down there. Again, the person to watch would be 177 Cash Crawford. He was a big winner in Moto #1. They've got this moto and another moto today. We've also got our Ski GP. That should be coming up next. They'll have their third and final moto. And I believe that's 116 is going to be on borrowed property. That's Emmy Garcia, who had some boat issues yesterday that we've seen. Glad to see her back out there, and she's right next to 220. That is Ryan Shortstroke Stevens out of Mansfield, Ohio, sponsored by LaCour Automotive. Got number 23 on the outside pole right there. That is Cameron Spooner. Spooner out of Dania Beach. Probably the youngest rider in this class right here, Shane.
Is that Spooner Light?
That's Spoondog Light.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Spoondog Light. His dad, the original Spoondog. Type boat number 28 pitted right next to him. That is Lucas Cervera. Lucas with a pretty good finish yesterday as well, but got to keep your eye on the 177 Cash Crawford. He's probably a little bit closer and just out of our camera shot.
What type of horsepower are we looking at here, Mikey? That's a lot to hold on to.
Well, yeah, here in the GP3 class, these are 1050cc boats. These are all Yamaha 1050cc motors as we are set to go here. They are off and away, and that's Crawford, I believe, that's on the inside on boat number 177. Going to grab the whole shot from the inside. Crawford able to hold on to it as he heads over to that inside split. Cash Crawford again out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Jet Trim and Blosian.
Clear shot of that split start where they'll come back together here in just a moment.
Nice outline of the track right there, and you can see where the merge is as they come down the front straightaway. And Crawford already with a healthy lead right there.
And a pass for second taking place here as they aim towards that buoy, and it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen as the door gets slammed shut right there. Once again, 15 entries here in this GP3 class. Once again, we've got only one Kawasaki out there, and the Kawasaki's got a smaller power plant. All the Yamahas out there with 1050s. As we go on board with our leader there, Crawford. Again, sponsored by Blosian, Scott Wheeler and the folks up there in the Pacific Northwest. Blosian known for their aftermarket parts and mostly with their free ride and freestyle parts. You don't see them sponsoring a lot of the closed course guys, but Crawford's lucky enough to be one of the recipients of that sponsorship.
Well, it takes a lot to earn that from a company like that, right? So they're definitely doing something right.
It sure does. It sure does. You got Emmy Garcia, boat number 116 back there in second. That's borrowed property. I believe that boat belongs to Devin Farthing. Cervera in third. Caden Webster up into the fourth spot with Spoondog Light back in fifth. Britton Reinhardt, who came into this one, I believe, second in the points. She was second in the points to Lucas Crawford. Coming into this one, Crawford with 319, Reinhardt with 276. So Crawford with a commanding lead in the points for the overall series, and a commanding lead here in this second moto.
One of the questions, because I was listening to you guys yesterday, did Cervera give you guys a cerveza last night?
I don't think Cervera is old enough to get us a cerveza. That's the issue.
Is that Emmy? Or?
That's Emmy
We've
that
got
went
a rider down here, by the way, so safety over there immediately to get the number 77 up out of the water.
Yeah, tough break, I believe, for Emmy. Emmy, who is on Devin Farthing's boat. Let's take a look at the replay, see how it happened. And you can see it looks like Emmy just getting caught up in a little wake right there, goes off to the side, and not her normal boat. So, you know, in her defense, coming off of some borrowed property there.
Yeah, and Emmy, by the way, in the women's division with a great run here this weekend.
Yeah, taking a win in that division. As you can see, she gets back up, reboarded, and back out on the track. Only 18 years old, out of Lake Havasu City by way of France. As we take a look at Crawford, your leader. Crawford, another one of those solid riders from Lake Havasu. And, you know, I was talking to the Lake Havasu bunch yesterday after the races, and they say, yeah, they go down to Bonnie Beach on a daily basis. You know, though, a lot of them are still in high school, so a lot of them will go down before school, and then they'll come back after school.
I'll tell you, we were out there for the lake, out at Lake Havasu for the poker run, just not that long ago, and we got to go see Bonnie Beach. And yeah, as you said, man, there's always buoys sitting up, and I think there's always somebody practicing out there.
Oh yeah, that's become pretty much the mecca of personal watercraft racing. You see a lot of our champions coming from that area, and I would say probably about 20 to 30% of our entire field is from Lake Havasu this weekend. Yeah.
Well, I feel like I saw most of them practicing during the fun runs.
Yeah, I bet. You can catch them out there on a daily basis. So once again, Cash Crawford leading them around, and you can see he opts to go to the outside split after the decision buoy. And for those of you folks that haven't been with us so far this weekend, when they go around the double yellows, they'll decide whether they go to the blues, which is the outside split, or you can see the greens here on the bottom side of the track, which is the inside split.
Yeah, and we've seen some great racing action, and a number of times someone that is closer in a passing position take that other lane and come out on the merge right there, very, very close to them.
You know, and that's one of the reasons that they make that split lane. Like, so if you're behind somebody, the entire track, you don't have to follow them through that section of the course. You can actually go to another lane, and it's I don't know, I guess you could say similar to a joker lane, but it's a joker lane that's open every lap.
Yeah, they're pretty close to performance. I mean, it's not like it's a huge advantage, obviously, or they would take the other lane. But seems like for the most part, it's a little less physical to take that outside lane. You carry some big momentum, and you're able to keep the spot. But if you want to go for it on the inside, we have seen it pay off.
Yeah, seen some great racing coming into the merge as we go back on board with Crawford there. Nice graphics package there for Crawford. And I'll tell you, if you really want the announcers to get to know who you are, I mean, you put a package on like that, we know who you are. It's the pink boat with the yellow lightning bolt.
That's how you get it done. Make a statement.
Crawford just a youngster, too, only 14 years of age.
Still carving it up, and for those of you who are watching us on Speed Sport 2, we're going to switch over and go to Speed Sport 1 here in just about 1 minute, a little bit less than 1 minute.
Just over 9 minutes left to go here in this one. This is, again, moto number 2 of your Ski GP3.
Yeah, nice lead here. Comfortable so far, but not enough to take it easy, that's for sure. And you're looking at the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Welcome to the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. We're excited to bring you some great racing action here today. 2 professional level series, including our professional watercraft series as well. welcome to our booth here as well. I'm Ken Stout. Mikey Young sitting right alongside. Shane Landis will join me here for the Powerboat Series, and we've got a great day ahead of you. The clouds have blown out. It is in the mid-70s here, and the best of the best are all battling both the personal watercraft, our professional watercrafts, Mikey, that we have out on the water right now. And Shane, we've already had the Pro Class 1 guys out there throwing down. The big boys are in the house.
I'll tell you what, it's been an absolutely wild morning so far. We've got a lot of great offshore racing action to come. We've got both classes of outboards, another Pro Class 1 race. Super Cat Sundays on the way, baby.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day. And Mikey, we've got the pros out there on the water with the watercrafts as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, we've got the Ski GP3 second moto out there. We've got the GPs coming up for their third and final moto after this. Lots of great races today. Stick around, folks. This is going to be put your seat backs and tray tables in their upright and lock position.
Yeah, you're not going to have a whole lot of time to go to the refrigerator, man, because it is one race after the other, keeping us super busy. So it's been a lot of fun for sure. We also have two great pit reporters as well, and we're going to go down to the first of the two of them, and Pam Hall.
Down here at the loading ramp here for the Professional Watercraft Series. I'm Pam Hall. Over here, amazing day, amazing weekend so far. It has been a very eventful weekend out here watching all of these racers. We've had racers that are in the leads for points, having some issues out on the courses, but all in all, this weekend has been a great weekend. Again, the weather up and down. We had rain this morning. Right now, it's a little bit of a breeze out there, but all in all, the racing today is going to be super exciting. But we have Tristan over on the offshore side, so let's go ahead and take it to Tristan.
Hey Pam, thank you so much for that. I'm Tristan Collins Garvin. I'm over here taking care of all these Powerboat offshore boys and girls actually. We've got 55 teams here to race. We had one unfortunate incident yesterday with a team that is not able to race today. We'll talk about that later with you guys. But we're Pro Class 1 racing today, super stock racing. We raced V-bottoms this morning. We're racing factory stock and Super Cat. It's going to be a packed day today. The breeze just picked up a little bit, but the sun is shining. Clouds, I hope, are moving out. And we are going to do nothing but go fast racing for all of you viewers today. I can't wait to see what these boys bring you. Let's go racing.
Thanks a lot, ladies, and we take you back over here to our Professional Watercraft Series, and that is the leader there, the number 177, off to a great start here. And really killing it so far this race. I mean, got off to a good start and been out front ever since in our GP3 category.
Yeah, Cash Crawford coming in again, the points leader for this weekend. Did really well out in St. Pete and in New Orleans, our first two rounds. And he is shredding it up here at Lake of the Ozarks. Britt Reinhardt again came into this one in second place with Emmy Garcia in third. Emmy had a great start, was in second place early on in this one, and then got separated from her boat. She's on a borrowed boat out there, boat number 116. Back out to Crawford, though, your race leader.
Yeah, and a handful of these people have already been racing out here a little bit earlier. We had a couple of endurance races, including Finlandson. So nice job out of him up there in a podium position.
Yeah, Finlandson doing double duty this weekend. Riding both in the ski class and the runabout, the Pro Enduro. Finished third in our second moto, Pro Enduro, a little earlier today. As we take a look at Crawford, looks like Crawford's got a back marker in front of him, a lapped rider. He's pretty much separated from the rest of the pack, him and Cervera. Cervera had moved into the lead while we were doing our broadcast opening. Crawford back into second, Britton Reinhardt in third, with Cameron Spooner in fourth, and Finlandson in the fifth spot.
Yeah, that lead dwindled away pretty quickly there. It was probably about a second and a half, but seems as though it changed pretty quickly as we did our open.
Well, I'll tell you, it looked like Garcia, who had got separated from the boat, she was back there in the 12th spot. She's already worked her way back to 7th, if that speaks anything of her talent.
Yeah, we saw her come out here and a couple of divisions a little bit earlier in the weekend, certainly the women's division, and went back-to-back wins there to kick things off. She's very, very accomplished. There's a choice for the split lane. And looks like it's going to take the inside, the bottom there, the green buoys.
Yeah, Cervera going to the inside. just in front of Crawford. He's just out of the frame on the right-hand side. Lucas Cervera, sponsored by Taylor Curtis over at TC Free Ride, as well as Fast Power Sports. And Bradley Chevrolet, Chase Plumbing, all helping him out from the Lake Havasu City area. That is your race leader. Just going past our start-finish line. Crawford still in second, trying to reel in Cervera as they work their way back into our little gully there.
Yeah, and Crawford followed him down there to the green buoys when he'd been running the blue buoys. So maybe felt like, you know what, he caught up with me, passed me, let me follow the line.
And again, you know, we were talking about that yesterday. We touched on it. You know, you want to watch, if you want to find a good line, you stay in second place until you got that great place on the track to pass. And check out the leaders' lines. And again, that great place to pass is, of course, in our split section, which is where our leaders are headed toward right now. You got two back markers in front of your leaders, and we'll see if that slows down Cervera. Coming to the decision-making buoy here very shortly. There it is, the double yellows tied up together. And there we go, the back markers, you see, are going to the outside, and first and second place going to the inside. So smart move there by your top two.
Yeah, get some good clean water without anybody to impede you along the way. While we're watching this race here, we're going to check in with Tristan. She has the winners of our first Pro Class 1 race.
Hey guys, I'm down here with your checkered flag finish from our last Pro Class 1 race. We just finished this race up about 15 minutes ago. You guys made that look easy. Tyler, tell me how it went.
You know, the boat's phenomenal. Skater, hats off to those guys. Our crew behind the scenes gave us a hell of a machine to go run out here. Just, man, to come out of the box and to lay it down like that was pretty damn awesome. Pretty damn awesome.
Brand new boat, literally got it in the last week or two. Myrick, you said yesterday, we almost started a race yesterday. You got around to that turn, you told Tyler what?
Go, go, go. That's my line. Go, go, go. Usually it's like easy, 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 and then once I know it's said, it's go, go, go. And he's like, okay, I'm going. But I want to give a shout out to our crew, obviously Dave and Craig and all them, but I want to give an extra special one to Jake Licklider for Performance Boat Center. This kid is a machine. I love him. I've seen him from whatever age he started with us. He did this boat, and it's mind-blowing how good of a job he did. So, Jake, great freaking job.
That's so nice. I mean, you guys have an amazing crew. Your families are here. This is your hometown race. You just went out there, brand new race boat. You have another race boat up there that you're going to race in another class. You're stacked today. Your day is in a race boat all day long and hopefully doing a checkered finish interview all day long. Good luck with the next one, boys. Can't wait to see how you do.
Incredibly prepared team, and to come out here, as I mentioned before, if you just joined us, I mean, they debuted that team and won the first race in that boat. It is such an accomplishment. It's so difficult to do in any form of motorsports, certainly at that level, to come out and have a brand new piece of equipment perform flawlessly without anything going wrong is an absolute testament to the people that prepared that boat.
Yeah, great job by them fellas there. They obviously did their homework with not that much seat time.
You know, I'm just double checking, triple checking, you know, to make sure everything has been touched. So, yeah, hats off to them as we come back out here to the Ski GP3 race.
Yeah, time is expired, and that is your race leader right there, Lucas Cervera, again sponsored by Taylor Curtis over at TC Free Ride out of Lake Havasu. And you can see he is working his way through that inside split. Again, the inside split is comprised of the green buoys. Outside is the blue buoys. And that is your passing lane as the white flag will come out this time around from your flagman, Ryan Scaglione. And you can see just the gap there between first and second place. I believe that was Garcia trying to work her way back up into it. Garcia has moved back up into sixth place. Again, she started out in second, got separated from her boat, went all the way back to 12th, has worked her way back to sixth, and running some of the fastest lap times that we're seeing out there, Ken.
Excellent stuff, man, for sure. Final lap. So far, everything looking good here for our leader.
Yeah, Cervera putting in a good performance. Cash Crawford was our early leader. And then Cervera able to get around him about halfway through the race by utilizing that inside split.
And this very close here. It is far from over here, man. It would not take much of a mistake here to switch positions. Cervera's got to be on point and feeling the pressure for sure. He knows he's right there.
Right. Well, second place went to the outside. Cervera's on the inside, so Cervera is working the green buoys.
And there he goes through that last right-hander down there on the bottom of the right. And here comes a big charge from the outside. Back in the merge lane. It's not going to be enough.
Nah, not going to be enough for Cash Crawford, but a 2 ain't that bad. He's got a 1-2 finish so far this weekend. And they still have one more moto left to go.
Good battle, man. What a great race right to the finish, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, I believe Cervera taking a third in that first moto, so that's going to tighten up the points here for the weekend overall. But Cash Crawford's still going to have a commanding lead when it comes to the Tour overall, having great finishes in St. Pete and New Orleans. As Cervera cruises his way back to the pit area. There is the 116, Emmy Garcia.
It's just turned into a gorgeous day here. A lot of weather early on, overnight, and this morning. Of course, we had a lot of weather yesterday as well to kick the day off. That really stretched into early afternoon. But boy, things are shaping up here.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it was actually a little chilly this morning. You know, I had a little teeth chatter going on while we were talking during the morning session.
You're a Floridian, skinny guy from Florida. You're going to get cold easy.
Oh, my. Well, I believe we've got the ski GP class, I believe, is going to be coming up next as far as our closed course schedule. I know that we've been flip-flopping back and forth between our closed course and our offshore powerboat. Got a lot of racing to do in both sides today, as we had a 2-hour delay yesterday morning, which kind of set us back a little bit, but we're making up for it today. And that just means we got more racing for everybody.
Yeah, the ski GPs are the big dogs. They'll come out here and throw down with the lightweight skis and the big horsepower. As you take a look at the results here for our GP3 Moto number 2, congrats to Lucas Cervera. Really being pushed by Cash Crawford. Nicely done. Britton Reinhardt, another good showing here. Britton's had a great weekend. Then Spooner there in 4th place, and Jay Finlayson again inside of the top 5, also having a great weekend. Emmy Garcia, as we talked about, grabbing a couple of wins this weekend, and she's down there in 6th.
Yeah, Kyber Santucci 7, Kate Webster rounding out your top 8. Take a look at the recap here. That was the start, and you see Crawford on the inside got a pretty good start, but it was Cervera on the outside that got a good start. You can see the outline rather of the inside and the outside splits as they come together in the merge, and that's where Crawford would actually take the whole shot. 116 Garcia catches an edge right here, comes off to the side of the boat, gets separated, and has to swim back to it. She was in 2nd place at that point and moved back to 12th, but was able to race her way into 6th place before the end of the race. As we take a look at Crawford right there, just behind Cervera. Cervera takes a look behind him as he crosses the stripe in 1st place. Congratulations to Lucas Cervera. And it sounds like I hear the roar of the big bore behind us, Ken. That means they've got these 1,500 CC Kawasaki boats.
Yeah, we're going to turn them loose when we come back. We're going to go pay some bills. Stay with us, and the big dogs are going to fly when we return.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
He picked up the win in moto number 2.
And we welcome everybody back to the Lake of the Ozarks. And Mike, you're going to let you, Mikey and Shane, they're going to call this one. They are ready to make some big noise here. The 1500s are ready to come out here. Those lightweight carbon fiber skis, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this third moto.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's it, the Ski GP. This is the premier class in closed course racing. Can you deserve a break, man? You've been doing a great job all weekend long, and thanks for joining us. Shane up here in the booth with me. Shane Landis. Shane, how you doing today, partner?
You know what, buddy? I'm doing good. I hate to see Ken take a break, but you know what? That's the best guy in the business, and he needs one, right? So we're going to hang out here a little bit and watch some of this fast action right here.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, you see boat number 88, who's on the bottom of the screen right now. That is Jake Pierce out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, just making a switch from bullet racing to fast power sports. That's the new F-16 boat, and he took a win with it on Friday. Took a 7th yesterday. That's 116. Devin Farding pitted right next to him. Harley Ritchie there on the horn.
Was that the same borrowed property that Emmy was on in the previous race, or is that a different ski?
No, that's the same ski right there that Emmy was on. And here we go. The horn has sounded, and they have blasted off. That's 888 who took a win in moto number 2. Ryder Wildeboer. Ryder Wildeboer out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and that's Coy Curtis also out of Lake Havasu, and they were rail to rail, deck to deck. Here we go with some bar to bar wave busting action.
You know what, these guys, they were talking about the kind of G's they're pulling through the corners, Mikey. I mean, it's like what, 6, 7, 8 G's?
Oh yeah, it's just like being in a fighter jet. And look how Wildeboer, he just kind of picks that boat up and sets it down. Tall, lanky rider, again out of Lake Havasu. One of those guys that you find at Body Beach on a daily basis. Comes from a riding family. His brother races. His stepfather has more world titles than anybody, Mike Klippenstein.
So where's the advantage there? So you got long and lanky, right? So does that help him give more, like leverage in the corner, or is it better to be a smaller profile type of an individual that keeps that center of gravity a little lower? What's better for these guys, Mikey?
I'll tell you what. It all depends on your riding style. Most of these riders that you see in personal watercraft racing are built like horse jockeys. You know what I mean? They're small, they're tight, they're compact, but then you get the taller riders like this that can actually pick that boat up, throw it around. You see how he uses his weight displacement there as he circumnavigates the buoys.
Well, they're certainly not built like me, Mikey. I'm here to tell you that.
Not built like either of us.
I'm more of a sit-down guy at best.
All right.
Sounds good. We're going to go down and talk to Pam. She's got a special interview down there for us to hear.
All right.
Cash Crawford, I have to first off and say congratulations. You had a great weekend out here so far. Moto 1 first place, Moto 2 second place. Today, you have one more moto to go, so tell me about it.
Yeah, I got off to a good start, got the whole shot. Was riding a little slow, a little under pace, and got passed by Lucas, but we're going to go get out stronger in the third moto and get it done.
Well, I hope that happens for you. You got your cheerleaders all over, and you're coming here from Lake Havasu, like we've been talking about. The majority of the field is from Lake Havasu, so these are all your buddies out here you're racing with.
Yep, it's pretty fun. We have all my Havasu friends out here, so I get to hang out and all that. It's pretty fun.
Awesome. Well, good luck for moto number 3. We'll hopefully get to talk to you once again, and hopefully you get on top of that box.
Yeah, thank you.
And there we have it, Cash Crawford.
Hey, thanks, Pam, and Again, congratulations to Cash right there. We're focused right now on Coy Curtis. Coy won the first 6 motos of the season, but had a bad day the last 2 days. Friday, he took a 13th because he was missing some buoys in the merge. Didn't realize he was missing.
So he had to take the penalty buoy then, and that kind of hurt his position, right?
No, he didn't realize that he missed the merge buoys.
No.
Yeah, so he was actually down 5 laps, so that put him all the way back into 13th position, but had a huge points lead coming into this weekend.
Well, how he started the year in, St. Pete and New Orleans was, just in a dominant way. So, that's an unfortunate situation for him to have to deal with. But you know what? He's out there trying to make it up now.
Well, yeah, it looks like they have Devin Farding here as our leader on the leaderboard. But we are focused on Coy Curtis, Ryder Wildeboer, who grabbed the whole shot, now into that 3rd place. Got Revan Harris also up there in the top 5 with Harley Ritchie. Again, taking a look at Coy Curtis. Coy comes from a personal watercraft family. His father, Taylor Curtis, used to be a free ride champion, and that's where they go to the surf and they do the big, huge backflips and everything like that, and an explosion surf slam. And
some of that stuff is absolutely crazy to watch. I don't even know how they can get the machines to perform that way.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you got to realize is, we ain't got no suspension on these jet skis. You see freestyle motocross, you can understand a little bit, why they can get so crazy and get away with it, but ain't no suspension on these.
Man, I'll tell you what, their suspension is going to get worn out when they're probably 50 or 60 after taking hits and stuff, with all these young athletes. But, the athleticism these guys possess is just crazy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, that's right. The leaderboard has been corrected. Coy Curtis is your race leader, followed by Ryder Wildeboer. So Curtis able to get around Wildeboer while we went to that interview. Revan Harris currently sitting in 3rd place.
So where's that put Mr. Farthing at?
Devin back there in the 6th spot. And speaking of the Farthings, happy birthday to the patriarch of the Farthing family. That would be Phil Farthing, who is Dustin's father.
Looks like we got a rider down here.
Yeah, that is Harley Ritchie that has taken a water sample here at Lake of the Ozarks, and I don't even have to sample it. I can just tell you it's cold.
It's definitely not like some of the saltwater activities we've seen earlier this season.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Good overhead shot there of our split section, and you can see your race leader, Coy Curtis, starting to stretch out that lead. He was the fastest qualifier with a 1:02 and change back on Friday. Again, having some bad luck in that first moto. Second moto yesterday, ended up in 3rd place overall. So Coy looks like he's got it back on track, and I think that 13th place kind of got in his head a little bit, and so with him taking that 13th, he wasn't kind of on his game for that second moto, and I think Dad probably had a trailer talk with him. That's what we call it, a jet ski racing, where he takes him in the trailer.
A little adjustment.
A little, little adjustment, and you can see the adjustment worked out as Coy was able to get past that man right there. Boat number 888, Ryder Wildeboer, 2nd place.
We always called that a re-education.
Yeah, same thing. Got the same meaning there, Shane. Ryder Wildeboer riding for Commander Industries, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, Cometic, Klotz, Clipper 212 Racing, as well as Glimpse Medical.
And these are primarily laid up all like a complete carbon fiber machine, correct, Mikey?
Yeah, you got a couple of different, these are all like aftermarket boats. You got Fast Power Sports, you got Commander, you got Bullet. A lot of times you'll have a Kawasaki Hyperion. We don't have any Hyperions here with us this weekend, but I can tell you this, that your race leader, who is none other than Coy Curtis, is on one of those Fast Power Sport boats that is manufactured by Dustin Matsuris out in Arizona.
Well, they have the absolute best test bed out there with Body Beach and the the Havasu crew, and as you alluded to earlier, a lot of the riders are coming from that direction. So, that's a pretty big mecca for that.
And it's funny because I got to talk to a lot of these riders, throughout the weekend. And a lot of these riders that ride Body Beach, with the exception of Coy Curtis right there, ain't used to this rough water. I mean, it's a little rougher here at Lake of the Ozarks than it is at Body Beach on a normal day-to-day basis. And it was really calm on Friday, and that's when Jake Pierce got his win. And I'm not sure, that might have been Revan Harris.
Yeah, was that a positional pass, or what were we doing there?
I'm not sure, but it looked like the number 100 of Harris, who was in 3rd place. we'll have to get with our crew here and check. That's River Crawford in 4th. Lucas Cervera, who is running back-to-back races here. He just ran 15 minutes of a lap in the GP3, now doing the same thing here. And that guy's got to be tired. This is kind of like riding one of the Enduros out there, but on a stand-up boat.
Oh, yeah. You talk about, you talk about getting tired. I don't even know how these guys can handle this.
Well, Cervera, at least he's got youth on his side, as does that young man right there, your race leader, only 16 years of age.
Wow.
And riding like a seasoned veteran out there, Coy Curtis. Coy picking up a lot of support this year from Monster Energy. Of course, his father, TC Freeride, Fast Power Sports, Dustin Montzuris and crew. The folks out at Marine One also helping him out. Ignite Racing Fuels, Anderson Toyota. I wonder if they gave him a free Toyota, Anderson Toyota. You know, he's only 16 years old.
I know. Hey, you got to have a nice tow rig one way or another.
There you go. Coy working that inside split right now.
I think I'd take one of those new TRD Pros. Great looking truck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Coy looking smooth out there. Back in New Orleans, the final moto, he came in actually 23 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. And again, qualified a second faster on Friday than any of the other riders that are out on the track right now.
So, Mikey, I got a question for you, at least for our viewers at home, right? So I kind of know the answer, but I want you to tell us. I'm hearing a lot of whistling. So I know our flagman's whistling. He's making commands. What is the audible command for those guys? What are they listening for with the whistles?
Well, if you hear the whistles, you're probably going to look at your marshals to see if they have a flag, or you're going to look at your flagman to see if he has a flag. I think the reason that you heard the whistles right there was the fact that we had a rider down on the track, and they were trying to let everybody know, hey, stay away from the rider. We're protecting the rider. So
perfect. Yeah, I just want everybody to know at home to know that might be tuning in for the first time here, to kind of get a handle on what they're hearing and what they're seeing.
Yeah, the other times you'll hear a whistle. Ryan, who is our flag man, will blow the whistle when we are halfway through. He'll blow the whistle when there's 1 lap left and the checkered flag. So,
yeah, speaking about time left, we're just under 6 minutes remaining.
Third place is Revin Harris. Again, 2 second-place finishes earlier this weekend for Revin. Revin riding for Fast Power Sports, works H2O Designs, Frank and the folks over at Jet Trim, Lone Star Trucking, and Marine One. So Marine One with 2 of the top 3 riders that they sponsor. Harris having a good weekend so far. He has been the most consistent of all of our top riders, and Harris coming into this race here, I believe, in second place to Coy Curtis as they came in. Curtis with 368 points. Then you have Harris with 298. Then it was Ryder Wildeboer with 236.
Yeah, he's been consistent all season. I mean, he's always been a contender.
Yeah, very good rider out of Lake Havasu, one of our younger riders out there, Revin Harris. Revin, 20 years old. Again, another one of the Fast Power Sports racers. I actually see my buddy Rusty Gowicki here from Bullet Racing. So this is bringing out a lot of heads of state, if you will, this race here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, I saw Rusty the other day. We spent some time with him when we were out in Havasu for Desert Storm, and it was great to sit down and have dinner with him and get to learn a little bit about his history and hear some of the funny stories that we probably can't talk about on TV.
Well, he's got a great restaurant out there called Rusty's, and they just opened up a Mexican restaurant. I was just there a couple of weeks ago, and if you get a chance to try their Mexican restaurants right beside Rusty's out there, is the best Mexican food I've ever had.
Yep, got great food, good guys, good family. He's got his kids out here this weekend, and they're enjoying the race.
And a nice overhead shot of Curtis coming through right there as we take a look up. Just under 4 minutes left to go on the clock, and Coy Curtis in command of his destiny, or will it be density?
I'm telling you, we've got under 4 minutes remaining to find out.
Well, Curtis still leading Wildeboer, boat number 888. Again, Wildeboer taking a Moto number 2 victory. And I believe he finished right around 7th or 8th in Moto number 1. So here's your running order. We got Coy Curtis, your race leader, followed by Wildeboer, boat number 888. Revin Harris, currently sitting in 3rd. River Crawford in 4th. And Lucas Cervera rounding out your top 5. And going back to Wildeboer, happy birthday to his mom as well, Trish Klippenstein. Her birthday this weekend as well.
I heard you saying that earlier. Yeah, that's great. Happy birthday.
That's right. Lots of birthdays with us here at Lake of the Ozarks this weekend. as they work their way through the chicanes over there. That's the top left-hand side of the track as they view it for the point. And we've got about 3 minutes left to go in this one. And Coy looking mighty strong out there right now.
Yeah, he doesn't look as fatigued as what I thought he would be, you know, especially running, you know, back to back.
You know, I think the biggest surprise to me is Jake Pierce. Jake is actually running, I believe, back in the 12th position. He took a win in Moto #1, had like an 8th yesterday. I'm not sure what's going on with Jake, but he's normally a very fast rider. I know that he just made the switch. He was riding for Bullet and made the switch to Fast Power Sports. He's on one of the new F-16s that they're building down there at Fast Power Sports. And Farthing has worked his way back up to 6. You got Ryan Poper, who is somewhat a local boy here in 7th. Rick Shirker, who took a 3rd in Moto #1, is currently running in the 8th spot. Ben Reber in 9th. And Harley Ritchie, who got separated from his boat, back in the 10th spot.
Yeah, if you have a come off, that's a real letdown for your overall position in a race like this. It's really hard to come back from that type of a bobble.
Yeah, so I'm getting word that Jake's been having some mechanical problems, and that's one of the reasons he didn't have the best of finishes yesterday, and it looks like he's having some of the same mechanical gremlins today. So a tough break for him, and you can see Wildeboer trying to shred it up out there.
Was that on a brand new ski for this event, or is he still working on some shakedown stuff?
I believe he's still shaking it down. I think he got it right before St. Pete.
Okay.
But had literally no tray time on it, and as much traveling as we've been doing, you know, he hasn't had a bunch of chance to practice on it. They haven't had a chance to get that set up just right, just the way they wanted it. Worked great on Friday. Whatever they did on Thursday night, keep doing what you did on Thursday night. That would be my advice.
He was probably coming in just super fresh.
As we take a look at Wildeboer there. Getting a great win yesterday, and this guy's really busy. He's really active in the tray. You'll see him moving his feet. You'll see him using his body, using the weight displacement as he heads toward that.
He's got really good footwork.
Yeah, getting ready to head toward the split section as we got just over a half a minute plus a lap to go. Curtis is your race leader out there. You got Wildeboer. Revan Harris still in 3rd on boat number 100, but Harris almost a minute behind your leader, and that is 3rd place that we're talking about. Just to give you an idea of what kind of lead that Coy Curtis has. Once again, Coy sponsored by Federico Demolition, Chase Plumbing, Jet Trim, and Jet Pilot out of Lake Havasu. And that is a good look at Wildeboer, who is in a solid 2nd place right now, as he goes and works his way through the cove. Time has now expired, so when Curtis comes back by, I believe we should be seeing the white flag. And there is Curtis right there.
He's an easy one to spot on the race course.
Oh yeah, man, you got to like the bright yellow. You know, like I say, that's an announcer's best friend. You know, when you got that custom paint job. You know, you guys have it with the big boats. You guys have it with the offshore boats. Have no trouble. But a lot of these guys will come out and they'll ride stock boats and put stock numbers on them, and they're a lot more difficult to pick out. Curtis working his way through that inside split. And again, he'll get the white flag this time around, and you can see Ryan with the white flag right there.
Timed out, 1 lap to go, Mikey.
Oh man, this is the GP1 3rd and final moto. Most consistent in GP1. Wildeboer doing a great job with right now a 1-2 would be his final 2 finishes. I believe a 7th in moto number 1. But Revan Harris with a 2-2-3 would probably have the most consistent finishes.
Yeah. He seems pretty comfortable right now. He's not even watching much over his shoulder, so he must feel pretty comfortable with the, with the lead that he's put on 2nd place.
Yeah, well, it's about an 8-second lead over Wildeboer right now, which is that's a pretty healthy lead. Revan Harris, a little bit more off the pace back there in 3rd. Crawford still in 4th, and Cervera in 5th. And taking a look there, I believe that was your top 5, all from Lake Havasu.
That says a lot.
You know,
do all those guys practice together out there, Mikey?
Yes, they do.
I know you spend a lot of time out there, so I'm sure you're seeing who's working with who or who's competing against who, and that probably just propels them to the top, right? You know, if they're all top riders and they're all practicing together, they're really figuring each other out and trying to work their way to the top.
Yeah, Coy, get ready to exit there right now. Yeah, that's it. You know, if you want to get better, you ride with better riders. Yep. And Coy Curtis passes the stripe in 1st. And congratulations, Coy Curtis, taking the win here in the Ski G GP class, third moto, and I know that he wanted to go out on a winning note for sure after having a 13th place finish and a 3rd place finish and winning the first 6. So.
Yep, congratulations to those guys. Outstanding team right there.
Yep, and Ryder Wildeboer coming through in 2nd. Revan Harris, River Crawford, Lucas Rivera, there's 6th place. I believe that is that was Farthing on the 116, actually in 7th, coming in right behind Poper on boat number 11. So a great race there in the ski GP class. Lots of horsepower. They have those 1500cc Kawasaki power plants, all carbon fiber hulls, and then that'll be the final time we see them. Next time we see these guys, we'll be in Sheboygan.
Yes, not too far from now. What, about 5 weeks out, I think?
About 5 weeks out. Get the cheese curds ready.
It will be an awesome weekend up there on some big water.
Alrighty, once again, lots more racing coming your way, and you can take a look right there around the bend, and you see that pink building back there. That is a place to hang out and watch the racing.
Yep, the Neon Taco.
Neon Taco right there. That is I was looking back behind us. It's actually right back behind us, and man, that deck is packed out there today.
Yes, it is. He's got a great thing going. He's got a brand new facility being built, as you can see with some of the construction there to the left from our position here. So once they get that new project completed, it's going to be one of the hottest spots on the lake.
Boy, I'll tell you, they got the whole strip cut off out here, and what a street party it was the last couple of nights. Yeah, lots of fun here at Lake of the Ozarks.
The pits have been popping, and as you can see, talking about pits, look at the hot pits down there on the dock. We've got a lot of our super stocks I saw sit down there earlier. Mikey, take us to this replay. Give us a replay on the start.
Okay, you can take a look at the start. It looks like Harley Ritchie getting a decent start there on the outside of the inside pole, but it was Ryder Wildeboer who would grab the hole shot, and then later, 155, Coy Curtis able to get past Wildeboer, and once he was able to get past Wildeboer, Curtis did not look back, and you can see he's just carving it up like a Thanksgiving Day turkey out there.
It was a smooth sailing for him.
And there is a shot at Wildeboer, who had to settle for second, and this one took a first in that second moto, but they're getting to where they need to be. They had a couple of bad first races early on in the season. Wildeboer coming in 7th in points, but he is working his way up the pack.
Yeah, Wildeboer, you could tell there was some intensity, right running there in 2nd place, and he was digging as best as he could to try to, reel in 1st place.
Once again, a beautiful day here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Skies are clearing off. We had a little bit of misty conditions this morning. Had some rain yesterday, gave us that delay you had mentioned. So we had a late start to yesterday, and we had a little late start today as well. But we are back on track, and we are getting after it. Skies are breaking up. The mist is gone. The temperature's coming up.
Alrighty, let's go down to Pam, see who she got with her.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with some more offshore powerboat racing.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And a look at some of the boats that are getting ready to compete here. We welcome you back to the Lake of the Ozarks for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Thanks a lot to the fellows there. Nice job calling that ski GP race. Always fun to watch the pros go at it. These things are so fast. They are so talented. We're going to shift gears here and go back to the big boats on the big track out here in the big water.
We've got some bracket action coming up for you, Ken. We've got bracket 600 and bracket 700. So we're back to classes that are governed by top speeds where you don't want to go too fast and you don't want to break out, but you want to ride that line for the entire race and finish up top.
Yeah, the bracket classes, as we commonly refer to them.
We're looking at bracket 600. They're going to take the first start, followed by 700. So for our viewers at home, our bracket 600 class is their maximum allowable speed is 70 miles an hour before they get get pushed into a breakout situation. And our class 700s are a little bit smaller boat. They are a 60 mile an hour breakout speed.
New class, our new boat out here. I'll get it right if I keep trying at it. Boat 620, the Dirty Martini racing team. Great to have them out here in the 600 bracket class. First time we've seen them this year, I should say.
Yeah, we've got the Bad Attitude boys there. That white and green boat we were seeing. That's Dwight Farr and Dwight Farr Jr. It's a good looking at our Axopar. Our pace boats. We have to give a lot of thanks and shout out to our local Yamaha dealer that's also an Axopar dealer, Greg Surdyke with Surdyke Yamaha. We really appreciate their help and assistance letting us run those beautiful Axopars as our pace boat.
And speaking of the pace boats, it is up to speed and our boat's coming along there. Everybody up on plane. Yellow flag is out. Looking for the green flag here. Both 600 and 700 categories, as Shane referred to, and everybody on par right off the bat. We might have a couple of our bat boats out there as well. And green flag flies. Here we go with bracket 6 and 700s. Love the open cockpit, Shane.
Yep, I'll tell you what, it's nice to be able to see those guys bouncing around and watch them, from the aerial footage and the camera footage, work the throttle, work the wheel. I don't have data on the green boat, but I know that is a team punching holes, and I believe those guys are out of the St. Louis area, so they're more of a local team for us. So we're happy to have them here, and that's going to be their first race with us this season.
Here comes the 700s. They are lining up now, and green flag for the 700s as well. And now again, just a great category. If you want to find a class that's affordable and get out here and have some fun, the 700 category just might be a perfect fit for you.
I honestly think, Ken, if I was going to jump into this, I would love to get into a 700 boat. I think it'd be so fun, but the competition's good. There's always a great turnout for the 700 class, and so I always have to, give a little love to those guys. They're really out there getting after it.
And good shot of both categories there in the split start. And, of course, they'll want to run as close to that number, that 70 mile per hour number for the 600s and 60 for the 700s as absolutely possible without going over. There's a little fudge factor there a little bit. They'll let you go a little bit, but it's in percentages of how long you are over. If you go over too long, you get penalized. It'll cost you a race.
Yeah, definitely nobody wants that. Nobody wants to, take a podium spot or assume they are, and then they get knocked off because they had a breakout here. We've got 602 on the inside of the Punch and Holes team.
Yeah, one of the bat boats, David Brucus and Rob Goodwin out of Fort Thomas, Kentucky, been racing 26 years. Crew chief Rob Goodwin there. And take a look at everybody coming around that first pen.
Looks like both of the bat boats, they're battling for position up front for first and second. Those guys are, look at them sliding around the corner.
Yeah, look at them get that thing rotated. Pretty cool, man.
That's a really neat deal Rob Goodwin has going. It's called the Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. So, if anybody has ever been interested in trying to get to a boat, you can contact Rob with this One Design team and, try to get on a schedule to get yourself into a boat. He can teach you the ropes and give you a little education on offshore racing and how to run it, what the rules look like. And he puts together a really great program.
What a great opportunity. So something you could come out here and do and not have to buy a boat and a trailer and a truck to drag it. Just get out here with, learn the safety aspects of it. And, of course, your safety equipment you'd have to come up with, but that's about it. Makes it very affordable.
Back to our 700 class. There's the Punisher team on the inside, the black and blue. That's going to be Derek Dawson and Ellie Barrowman. Got Dirt Legal right there in the orange boat. Red Drum right on the inside of them. That's Bob and Lou in Red Drum, and we've got Connor. Oh man, we've got that was a ride.
That was a big moment. From inside to at least lane 2, nearly lane 3, and almost had contact.
Looks like he got caught in the wash and got tossed. Right now we're looking at Dirt Legal. Like I said, that's Connor. He's in there on the throttle, I believe, and we've got we're going to a replay.
But that boat there on the inside just shoots to the outside. Oh, man, there was big contact.
Wow.
Well, we missed that first time around. That was a big hit. I'm glad everybody's okay. Third legal team in the early lead over there as well.
Yep, that's going to like
789.
Where we were saying earlier, that was Brad Christopher. He's the driver and the owner of that team, Connor Langheim. Connor's dad is Reese, who we talked about plenty earlier today and earlier this weekend in the Factory 500 jackhammer, as well as the discreet offshore driver in the Pro Class 1 rank. So that is another young up-and-comer who's got a lot of great potential, and he's got a good teammate with Brad Christopher there.
When all those 600 boats were pretty much still in line. That looked like it could have been a start as close as they were. 603 doing a nice job. Another one of the bat boats, Jeff Zimmerman and Michael Sadler doing a good job there out of New Orleans. Mike out of Okeechobee, Florida. Been racing. Jeff's been racing for 1 month, I should say. Oh, man. I thought he was tipping over.
Yep.
That is crazy how much those boats move. As they go thundering by back behind us. And again, it's all about staying as close to that speed that you're allowed to run in your category as possible without going over. So you can come out here with a boat that doesn't have to have crazy power in it to get up to run 60 miles per hour on a regular lap after lap after lap, I should say. As you take a look at that 789, again, the Dirt Legal team doing a nice job here. Ride Legal coming in the 600 category as our leaders. That is a 789, and 789 Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing comes in here third in the points. They do have 3 podiums on the season so far, but they've yet to win one. So maybe today will bring the magic.
This might be their day. I do believe they had a good performance here last year at Lake of the Ozarks, so they're looking for a repeat.
The Piston Broke team has won all 3 so far this year in the 700 category.
Yeah, that Dirt Legal machine, they've got a lot of great people, helping them get from race to race with Velocity Powerboats, American Luxury Homes, the Toy Box of Lake of the Ozarks, Americhel Trailers. They've got the list goes on and on. JB Hooks here at Lake of the Ozarks is helping them out.
600 boats, still 4 of them right there, all grouped together.
And just for our viewers at home that this might be their first time tuning in to watch some of the bracket to learn a little bit about that. On the 600 class, you've got boats that are limited up to 26 feet in length. They need to run a Bravo-based outdrive, and they're single engine only configurations. So that's some of the parameters in order to put a boat together to run in the 600 class.
And again, the 603 is the One Design Racing, UBRE, and Rob Goodwin's still the owner here as well. One Design Powerboats.
Looks like we got Bad Attitude right on him. We had a brief glimpse there a second ago from the team Bad Attitude.
Zimmerman and Sadlin doing a good job there in the 6:03.
Yep, looks like. There's our buddies from way up north from Piston Broke. Hopefully, they don't break a piston today, Ken.
Right, exactly. They've not broken one yet, man. They come in here with a 317 points over Team Progression Red Rum at 271.
It's been a pretty close battle in the 700 ranks all year.
Some of the boats out there dancing and the chop and the wake.
Man, these guys are staying pretty close. You know, that tells me one thing. They're either all pushing each other and they're all breaking out, or they're all running right on their number where they need to be.
I would say they're all running right on the number here.
I think it's harder to be.
Start.
I think it's harder to be anywhere but in first place, because then you're always just wanting to, catch them and pass them, and then, you have to really be on your GPS.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating to be sitting there, even in second place, and looking at the leader right in front of you, and you cannot give it any more throttle.
I know. That's all you can do. You have to just sit there and wait for them to make a mistake, and hopefully you don't make one in the process.
Of course, as always, in most forms of motorsports, through the turn is where you can make something up. If you can maintain that speed, run a little shorter line, then maybe that's where you can close up the gap. As we watch this, our leaders here.
Shortest line with the correct momentum. I mean, those guys that's an all carbon fiber layup boat too. So I've had plenty of conversations with those guys on the rougher water situations. They have to be extra careful, because when they come out of the water, they will actually gain speed because the boat is so light it just launches it right out of the water. To give another, talking about our 700 boats, giving our viewers at home that might be tuning in for the first time, the 700 class is all a V-style hull into 20 to 22 foot in length. And they can run up to a 300 horsepower outboard engine.
And a couple of different lines being taken here. Primarily 3 boats heading here to the outside, it would appear. Or one stayed way to the inside. Very close to each other here. There's a couple of 700 boats aimed right towards the buoy. Back to a 600 boat, 603. Saw those guys on the way here as we were was driving in from the Midwest, and they were following each other with the bat boats.
Yeah, that's a neat thing to see go down the road, I'll tell you. Kids these days with the phones in the back seats, everybody snapping pictures as they drive by.
Helicopter up there keeping an eye on things. Drone as well.
Brad and Connor sitting there running up front.
Yeah, those high back seats probably pretty comfortable out there as the water can get pretty choppy.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice setup. Those are like a suspension type seat. And if you ever get a chance to watch these boys run in rough water, they spend a lot of time in the air. I mean, they might as well have a pilot's license. When you saw them running at Coco, I don't even know how these boats stayed together. But you know what? They've got some good manufacturers behind them.
6 laps in distance here. It appears. I'm guessing it's the same for both classes here. Sometimes with our bracket classes, the faster class will have to run a lap or 2 more. There's a good look at that 300 on the back, and a boat that's plenty capable there. The V bottom, as you talked about.
They're running pretty close. I mean, they've got to be on that number. All right, we got 717, our Fuel 1 team running second. That's actually, this is the first time that Damon Murata has ever been in a 700 boat. I was talking to him earlier, so he was pretty excited to be able to run all 3 of their boats in all 3 of the different classes, this weekend. So this is his first time in that boat.
Busy day, man, and they're having some fun, it would appear, in that particular moment. Craig Chinnington also inside of that boat running the throttles.
There's our team Red Drum. That's Bob and Lou. I believe, are they running in, is that 3rd place in their team progression? Yes, it is.
Running 3rd place, came in here 2nd in the points. Couple of podiums on the season. kicked things off with a second-place finish at St. Pete and third in New Orleans. Then fell back a couple of spots at Cocoa Beach, but stayed inside of the top 5. One of the 600 boats up there, the Canopy boat. Look how close they are, man.
Yeah, we've got one of the ultimate design, one design boats and punching holes up there.
Seemed like they had a bit of a run on them in the straightaway, which would be odd. You'd think both boats are right on point. Well, look at the skies there, and I'll let you know what a beautiful day this has turned into.
Do we have somebody sitting in the middle? Do we have somebody out, or is that what do we got going on there in the middle?
Trying to figure that out myself.
Who fell out? I hate to hear that for anybody. Somebody had a mechanical. That's definitely a bad day after coming all this way to a beautiful Lake of the Ozarks for a great race.
603 still out in front here for the category.
Oh, is that bad attitude? I believe that's what we're looking at.
And safety right there to help them out, whatever the case may be. But looks like they just have a mechanical, not able to continue, so they should be fine. But like you said, you hate to see all the effort that goes into getting out here and then not able to complete the race at least.
Yeah, everybody wants to try to come. These guys are all competitive, and they want to try to come and be at the top level and perform well for everybody and their fans and their sponsors. And, you know, it's just that's a tough way to finish a race.
That was Team Progression Red Rum that went down underneath the camera there, if you will, just in front of them.
It was Team Punisher there a second ago. There's Red Rum again, Bob and Lou.
And speaking of the Red Rum boat, my buddy Shane had a chance to spend some time with them a little bit earlier this weekend. Let's check in, find out what he dug up.
All right, we got Team Red Rum right here, Class 700, serious contender. You guys look like you're thrashing, getting some stuff ready for the race this weekend. Tell me a little bit about what's going on. What does your normal prep look like in your to get ready for the race?
Well, this is after a rough water race. We kind of blew bushings out of the tabs and loose bolts, blew the GPSs out of the dash. So just running around putting everything back together because the boat stayed in Georgia.
Okay. So definitely some carnage. So, kind of burn the midnight oil, getting things ready to rock and roll. Tell me a little bit about your trip here. Was it stressful bringing the boat down knowing you had some work to do? Or did you figure some stuff out once you got here and doing your nut and bolt checks? What'd that look like?
Yeah, so typically after a race when we know we have some rough water conditions, we kind of go through the whole boat. We figured out what parts we needed. We had them ordered. We've been leaving the boat in outside of Atlanta, Georgia while we've had these southern races. So we've ordered the parts we needed. We had them delivered, so we had everything ready. We're out here. Now we're just reassembling everything, going through all the nuts and bolts that everything loosened up. And, that's our typical pre-race ritual, is just going through every nut and bolt that we did from the race before.
So we've had nothing but rough water races this year, and Cocoa was one of the roughest that anybody's ever seen, right? So now we're going to have some flat, fast conditions. I mean, you guys are governed by a speed in bracket, 700, right? We don't want to go over that 59, 60 mile an hour mark, right? So are you going to set the boat up any different? Will you reprop it to try to hold your speed line with the smoother water? What's that look like for you?
Yeah, we can definitely work on repropping it. We can obviously take a little bit of weight out of the boat. We had we put a lot of ballast in from Cocoa Beach, so we're going to get as light and loose as possible and put a good prop on there and get us some good acceleration.
Well, sounds good, guys. I really hope you the best of luck, and hopefully you get out there and run up front and put on a good show this weekend.
Yeah, and it's fun to hear how some of the teams tackle this stuff. Like they said, the boat living in Georgia, so they didn't have a chance to work on it after Cocoa Beach. Got it up here and went to work on it.
Yeah, they're definitely leaving the boat a long way from home because these guys are from Connecticut. So that's quite a ways to drop a boat and not have it, especially if you want to get things ready to go.
And certainly, I guess they don't want to drive it all the way up to Connecticut and shoot back down to Georgia and then bring it over here. So everybody does things a little bit differently. But pretty cool to see that they were able to get everything handled there in terms of maintenance after the rough race there at Cocoa Beach and get this thing back out on the water, and it looks like they're doing a great job here.
Well, just to think 3 months ago when these boys were dragging their 700s and everybody's boats down south, for our first race in St. Pete, they literally were pulling them through snowstorms, and the boats were full of snow and melting as they traveled south. So they really didn't get much seat time with our early start this year, but they've done really well getting everything together, getting to the facility, getting to the track, racing, doing some testing, and have had some great performance. Back on the 600 class.
As they make their way up to the big part of the lake. We've talked about how large this lake is. It is a wonderful place to come visit and really a lot of fun if you can come the same weekend they're running boats.
I'll tell you what, it makes it even better. Oh, there we got Mad Max. I think that's our first glimpse of them today. It's another one of our 700 teams, 777. We've got Max and Frank. Max is out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He's the throttle man.
Yeah, just missed the podium at New Orleans. They finished up in 4th place. Like one of our 600 boats here.
And their crew, it says their crew chief is Craig, and he is actually in the Fuel One boat today. So I think that goes to show a lot of these guys work together on quite a bit of setups and mechanicing and everything else behind the scenes. It's a pretty tight-knit group of guys. It's another reason I think the 700 class would be an awesome one to run. Everybody's pretty close.
Tend to stick together, yeah.
Yep.
Punching holes.
616.
Yeah, the 616, 2nd place, and they are having a great run out here so far.
Yes, they are.
Good looking boat. 603 right there, man. That is 1st and 2nd as they are going at it. We talked about making the best of the turns, trying to close the gap, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do there.
Looks like
now making a run up on them.
Yeah, looks like Punching Holes is gonna lay on them a little bit. Hopefully they're paying good attention to that GPS and they're not just trying to let make sure their bow gets out in front first. They got to keep an eye on the electronics.
Mike and Nick Hurlbutt and the 616 trying to take that lead as we go back to the leader here in our 700 class. Halfway through this one. Onboard camera there on the helmet if you're wondering what that is. Or GoPro style camera, I should say, some sort of POV. Looks back there to see where the competition is.
Yep, that's Brad. He's got his head on a swivel. He wants to know right where those guys are at and if he's getting pushed or not. That 717 is that our Fuel One guys again, I believe. Craig and Damon. And they are currently running in 3rd. Another thing, too, for our fans at home, all of our race results in bracket racing is going to be an unofficial result, until they get back and Tech takes a look at their data boxes to make sure they did not break out.
Yeah, they'll go back and evaluate the entire time and take a look at it and make sure that they've stayed within the rules. And again, this battle for the lead here in the 600 class. Punching holes to the inside, the green boat. And then, of course, the 603, the One Design Racing boat driven by Jeff Zimmerman, Mike Sadlin.
Rob, with the Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, has done a pretty good job getting those boats set up. I mean, that boat's got a really, really good attitude going through the corner.
And gained a lot of ground there. As we saw those two literally side by side coming through the other end of the course, and he's out there by a pretty good ways right now.
He's definitely trying to take the shortest way around. He is really laying on those pins through the corners. I think that's helping him get out there, put a little bit of ground on punching holes. And, you know, as we saw through the previous corner, you know, once they got into the wash behind the leader there, you know, it kind of put them off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, running a wider arc there, trying to stay closer to that number, or maybe even staying on the number, where the punch and holes boat ran a little bit tighter around the corner. And that's what I was talking about right there. You're looking at your competition, man, and you just cannot go any faster without breaking out.
Yep. And you have boats that are, you know, a 20 to 22 foot boat with a 300 horsepower outboard on it. This boat is far capable of speeds faster than 60 mile an hour, so they really, really have to watch it. Being heavy-handed in this game is probably not the best way to be. Brad's making the corner. Take a little look over his shoulder. Try to figure out where second place is at.
Yeah, that Dirt Legal team getting some help from Velocity Powerboats, American Luxury Homes, Felix Restaurant, New Orleans, the Toy Box of Ozarks, Ameritrail Trailers, Outback, Crab Shack, and St. Augustine, Florida. So great to see them get some support. They are 2025 national champions and world champions. So very, very good at what they do. Also winning the Triple Crown Championship a year ago.
Yeah, that's been a good team to watch. They've progressed well, and you know, I keep waiting for Brad to you want to step up to, you know, maybe an outboard boat or get into a cat or something. But I think he loves that velocity. It's a bad day for Bad Attitude in the center, getting towed in. Number 688, Bad Attitude, Dwight Farr and Dwight Farr Jr.
And here's a look at the 602. That's one of the other bad boats, currently in third place behind this 616.
I don't think those guys expected Punch and Holes to show up today and perform as well as they have, but they definitely showed up for it. We got RevXOil.com on the side of that green machine.
Crew looks great, boat looks great, and they are a player right here, working lap 4 of 6. Well, Mike and Mick Hurlbut doing a nice job. Watching the boats coming back up at us here.
Got our safety helicopter in the distance. That's almost as much fun to watch as the boats sometimes. We are one chopper short compared to what we've been running earlier this season when we race, you know, offshore and in, you know, salt type conditions. We have to have marine observatory helicopters to watch out for marine life. So that's one thing we don't have to watch out here for. We're going to leave the catfish and the bass alone here.
The 730 Red Rum team of Team Progression, leaders in the 700 class, Lou LaFerrera and Bob Barnetsky. Barnsky, my apologies there. The 789 boat currently in second place.
According to timing and scoring, of course. I wonder if we missed a pass or what happened there, Ken. Okay.
So it looks like something changes here after they complete this lap. We appreciate everything with progressive safety, and as always, it doesn't matter if it's a 700 class or the Pro Class 1s. They are certainly needed out here, and they're a big part of everything that goes on. Without them, we would not be able to do this. So we spent a little time with them, and we needed them one day ago in a big way.
This is David Harshfield. We're at the Aquatic Center here in St. Petersburg, Florida, doing the capsule training for the race teams at the St. Petersburg IHRA offshore event.
This is super crucial to the racing. If they don't pass, they're not racing. Everyone has to go through the dunker. With 70 boats out there on the race course and the prize being so enticing, I think the guys are going to push their limits a lot. There's inherent dangers to this. This is a completely different animal. My name is Todd Graham. I am the lead diver. I've been doing this for 16 years, so everyone's pretty seasoned as far as goes into all the guys are pros.
We basically run race teams through a simulation of their boat getting into an accident, and we teach them a BRACE acronym on how to escape comfortably. So they have a plan. We let them escape on their own. We have 3 or 4 divers inside and on top helping them through the process. 1 minute you're racing, probably doing anywhere from 100 to 150 miles an hour, and you catch some wind and the boat's overturned. These guys have seconds to react.
The shock and awe of being flipped upside down, getting disoriented, and have to realize what they need to do, which is, release their harnesses, stay calm, get a regulator in their mouth, and then swim out the bottom.
Usually the first race of the year is the most important because that's when they all get certified, and then periodically throughout the year we'll do it again just as a refresher because this escape training is critical.
We have a 15-man team as far as the rescue on this particular incident.
I'm Fabrizio and Fabio, coming from Italy, joining the rescue team. We have a very long specific experience. We have the most complete experience in all the championship, all the different typology of boats. If there is some possibility to improve or some suggestion, this is the reason why we are here.
We have almost an instant reaction time, and then the response time is only seconds after that. We have boats stationed around the course and an aircraft with divers in each boat and in the aircraft to deploy if there's an accident.
I think it just builds confidence in the racers just to get them through the scenario, because first time when you flip around upside down, everything gets kind of disoriented. If it doesn't happen right away, you start to get that panic mode, and that's where we go down and we make sure we get them out.
Yeah, we appreciate that. That safety team so important, and as you can see, the Red Rump team is off pace and out of this race early. But yeah, we needed that team one day ago in our Pro Class 1 race, and our leader in the 600 class, the 603, is out.
Yeah, I saw them climbing out, tapping their head, letting the safety guys know that they are good to go. That's coming from that training we just watched. That's an unfortunate. I mean, they probably had a mechanical situation that put them out of the race, and that's a really, really tough spot to be right now, especially after leading the majority of the race and fighting one heck of a battle with punching holes.
Yeah, so certainly would lead you to believe that Punching Holes now is in first, and I believe the 602 there. Brookus should be up in the number 2 spot.
I think that slides them up into 2.
And they have pulled back on the sticks. They have issues, or are we at the end of our race?
I don't have an up-to-date lap count, so I'm not sure if they pulled off pace because they're having a situation, or it looks like we're still underway. Or maybe the 600 class is done and the 7 hasn't finished up yet, and then timing a score. We're waiting for a good update.
Checker flag out there on the big boat for somebody, and you'd have to think that it is the 600 class.
We're seeing the 600 and 700 guys milling around.
And there it is. So the Punching Holes, it looks like unofficially, will grab the win here today.
Does it look like Team Progression Red Drum unofficially took the podium spot for Class 700, followed by Dirt Legal? And our Fuel 1 team with Damon and Craig.
Well, how about that, man? The 603 leading that. I felt like even into the last lap.
Yeah.
And Mechanical takes them out prematurely, and it comes back to Punching Holes, who was right there. There it is, man.
There
Check
they
the flag.
are.
Congratulations to them.
congrats to those guys. Those they're from the St. Louis area, so this is kind of their home lake, and they spend a lot of time down here. So they have a lot of fans, I'm sure, at home or watching, and they've got to be pretty pumped up. There'll be some celebration tonight in the Ozarks.
Stayed right there with it.
Yeah, they
616 and 603, really side by side a number of times, duking it out there for the win in the 600 class.
Goes to show you can lead a race, but you have to finish a race.
Yeah,
it's always
sure,
a tough spot to be in.
I'll take some points here and run off with it. Good for them. First time we've seen them this year with that boat in the 600 class, and they're going to stand on top of the box here tonight at the awards ceremony.
Looks like they're getting a little bit of late start, here in June at Lake of the Ozarks. But I'll tell you what, if they're going to continue this year, they've got some momentum started already.
The 603 finished up third at Cocoa Beach and was in line to take a win here until right at the very end. Love the tenacity of the bracket classes, and there's a few different ways. I mean, like every other form of motorsports, there's some definite technique to this stuff to get everything out of it that you can.
Looks like they've got ST Racing on the side of that boat. RevX Oil, as we mentioned ago. I thought they were from Illinois, but I see Missouri registration on it. So I knew they're from the St. Louis area, so super close to home.
And there's the checkered flag still flying here. The Piston Broke team off to an incredible start here in the 2026 season. And if in fact they were first ones across the stripe there, I'm not sure if they were or not. That would be 4 consecutive. We thought the Team Progression Red Rum team had won it, so Piston Broke might be crossing the stripe a little bit late here today.
They've had a strong start to the season, but looks like they struggled a little bit here today. I know they came into town with some mechanical issues because I was over in the Allen Lawn Care pit the other day, and I was talking to Andy with Go Fast Boat Services, and those guys were down there talking to them about getting a little hand, getting an engine off of that thing. So I don't know if they had a trim issue or
maybe
what
they
was
had some
going on.
issues after coming out of Cocoa Beach and found some stuff that needed to be replaced and repaired. And we do believe we are hearing that Team Progression Red Rum right there in front of you are the winners in the 700 category. If so, it would be their first win of the season. 3 out of a possible 4 podiums. They finished 5th at Cocoa Beach. Came in here second in the points, and that would definitely close the gap, especially if Piston Broke finished in 5th or 6th place. So. The 700 Punisher as well out there. They finished up 8th at Cocoa Beach.
That little Progression is a great looking boat. I follow them on Facebook. Well, most of the teams too, but man, they're always they're always putting out some great pictures of that boat.
And they're here, and
beautiful condos here. Good scenery in Lake of the Ozarks. Helicopter flying.
That wind picking up. Look at the chop on the water starting to pick up here just a bit.
As our PWC buddy Mikey Young says, they call that sheep on the bay, right? When we start to get a little white caps. Not much of a bay here on our river-based lake system, but.
waiting to hear from timing and scoring to clarify who our winners are in the 700 category.
Timing and scoring can sometimes get a little difficult with the brackets because we have 2 starts, different lap counts. So sometimes it's, they got to get everything in sync there.
One of our support boats out there, the Tri-Tune. Great way to see the lake if you get an opportunity. Come to town here, rent a villa, rent a condo, rent a boat.
A lot of great hotels here around the lake. A lot of, with all the condos and homes and stuff, there's tons of VRBOs, Airbnb type business out here. So, you can definitely find a spot that's, from 1 bedroom to a, 10 bedroom, 12 bedroom house if you really want to go mild to wild. So, and lots to do on Lake of the Ozarks. They say from spring to fall you can start your Saturday afternoon lunch progression, and you don't have to repeat one business throughout the whole summer. There's that many restaurants to go to. So lots of options, a lot of great stuff here on Lake of the Ozarks, and a lot of good activity.
And there's a look at the Superstock boats that are making their way over to the milling area.
Making their way and going to make some waves. We're doing something totally different for Superstock for all of our viewers at home. They're trying a different start. So our lake's a little bit narrow, and we have so many of these the competitors in the Superstock class. They're actually going to do a double row start. So they're going to have a second pace boat. They'll all go green at the same time, but the qualifiers on the bottom half of the ladder there are going to start in the second row. So they're going to try something new, try it different. They're going to try to keep everybody from the normal 15, 16 wide starts piling into one corner. They're doing this for safety, and so we're going to see how this works. So we're really excited for this. We've got our front line, our first row of competitors is only separated in qualifying by just mere seconds.
300s on the back of those. There is the yellow flag out as they get them ready to go. Hey, there's Ray Lee. Haven't seen Ray. I saw him in a rental car. I shouldn't say that. I did see him drive by in a rental car. Ray Lee with Speedboat Magazine. Just a great dude. He's out there on the front. Looks like he's doing some social media posts.
Yep, we got Jack back there. He's one of the social media guys. And that beautiful Axopar presented and provided to us by Surdyke Yamaha. Big thanks to Greg Surdyke and the Surdyke family for allowing us to use these beautiful machines for our pace boats here at home on Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, what a gorgeous boat that Surdyke is. And speaking of gorgeous boats, man, these Superstockers are a lot of fun to watch. Big, wide cats, and very good, very fast at what they do. Pretty much a spec category here, so all the boats come in with the same equipment, but it's all about setup, driver, and throttleman. How you drive one of these things, how you get through the turns. As you look at the S74 X Insurance machine.
And that
Cameron Turk and Owen Buis inside of that one. So the kids, the second gen, inside of the X Insurance machine.
And that is a victory. That's actually the same boat that Cole Eibel and Gary Ballou, that was Cole's old boat that they've run the last several years. And Cole, being tall, needed a bigger cockpit, so he had a little more headroom in there. And so Owen and Turk, they picked up a great machine, and they've got a great start to their season too. So we're really excited to see the next wave of the Buis Turk boys in the Superstock category.
Yeah, man, already national and world champions in the Hall of Champions at their very young age, already accomplished.
Just look at the fleet out there, everybody at home. I mean, we've got Uncle Johnny and the Club Wash STR boat there. We've got Team Savage there in that pink and black machine. HBS and the beautiful green rig right there. That's going to be the Sloan Langston and Ryan Beckley. The green machine right there in the middle, Ray Marine. That's Gary and Cole, as I had mentioned just a second ago. We've got Billy Allen and Sabrina right there in the Allen Lawn Care. Well, that looks like we're getting them underway, Ken. We've got that first row lined up.
Base boat up to speed, yellow flag out. We'll look for the change to the green flag, and it will be on. Here comes the boat. Bolts rolling up beside them.
We had some We had some rollover in
and
qualifying.
He's trying to hang on to that flag.
Yeah, he is.
They are flying with the pace boat. Have yet to see green. I think it just flew. Green, green, green. Here we go.
This is going to be an on-the-edge-of-your-seat race. This is going to be fast, and these guys are going to absolutely kill the corners, and it is going to be wild. Everybody get ready.
Yeah, you said
Take
it
a deep
before.
breath.
We saw some action here just in qualifying alone, but that front line up there on the throttles, that is all the way to the outside. As you can see him, it looks like that ex-insurance boat doing a good job. Somebody's sailing really fast down there on the bottom as well. As they make their way here towards this first buoy, man, they are wide open on the straightaway.
Now they're up to speed, and they're still in that same straight line they started in. I'm telling you, this is some of the most competitive class racing to watch with these factory 300 engines.
They have really fanned out, and everybody keeping their lane here so far.
That's Sean Tarente and Matt Jaminski in the Allied STR machine. I believe those guys qualified, I don't know where it was exactly, maybe 4th or 5th today, but looks like they are pulling out to an early lead potentially.
The S12, that's enough said. Hamilton Princess sponsored that pink boat right there in the middle. It's beautiful. And here comes the S25 down there on the bottom, trying to hang on to the spot. Team Bermuda. The S12 out there as well, sets the nose of that thing, rotates it around nicely, but it's going to be Team Bermuda down there on the bottom that hangs on to the spot.
Stephen Bridges and David Selly in the Team Bermuda, the black and white GL construction machine that we're seeing that just pulled out to an early lead. That is your points leader for the year, and they have had an absolute amazing start to the year. But we've got the other Bermuda team, enough said. It looks like they said, hold on, we're going to
back
go a
at
tow
them,
rope.
man.
Let's go.
They might have carried a little more momentum out of that corner, and it looks like they've come right up beside them, probably both reaching max speed about right there, probably stalemate each other. But Team Bermuda down there on the bottom side, a little bit closer to the inside, will be able to run a little bit shorter line. You can see already wanting to run a little bit wider to try and maintain that momentum around the right-hander.
Wow.
Look at that fleet of boats, man. How cool is that? Side by side they go.
It doesn't get any closer than that. This is remnant of our Super V race this morning. Look at these guys.
Oh, and I think Nuff said might have a little edge on them right there. Lewis Martins and Nick Impressia.
Looks like we've got somebody back in third trying to get over across the wake, find a little bit of cleaner waters. They're making a run right for them.
Stephen Moniz, the owner of that beautiful pink boat out there, the Hamilton Princess sponsored machine, 2024 model of the Doug Wright hull. And boy, you can just hear the RPMs out of those things just singing out there. It's gorgeous.
What was the boat that was running a third? Did I see that? Was that Say Less? Was that Chad and Rusty? That's what it looked like. I saw a red canopy, white boat.
Selly and Bridges, as you talked about before. Podium finishes in Sheboygan, St. Pete, Marathon, Key West, and all in super stock for Team Bermuda out here in second place. And here we go. Too wide on the outside. Once again, the S23. Yes. They are new with us here this year, this weekend. John and Michael Domino. It's like they're having a great run.
Man, everybody's trying to find some clean water, but there's just nothing out there to have.
Target-rich environment for the boats here in the back.
Absolutely. If you're running in those positions right now, you're just hoping that you have a little bit of foul up and some bobbles up top to be able to grind it out and gain some position.
Headed up to that dog leg there where you can see the left-hander where they have to bring it back.
Yeah, you can tell Nick's running up front. He's giving it everything he can in the Enough Said team. That pink machine is.
So there's a good look at the Club Car Wash boat that flipped one day ago. Really glad that they were able to get that thing fixed back up and jump back out here in the competition.
Yep, we had a good conversation with Uncle John, and he said, hey, he'd be ready. And boy, they were.
We'll go back and take a look at what happened. This is during qualifying, and man, it just hooked the front of, they set the front of that thing, and it hooked down in the water and immediately inverted them.
Flipped her on her lid. They got the boat back out. They got the engines, drained down and cleaned out and fresh oil in it and fired them right back up. And they said they were ready to go racing. one benefit of racing some fresh water compared to salt, Ken.
That's exactly right. That's what I was thinking. A different story with salt water. As we take a look at our leader there, rotate around. Enough said team doing a great job out here.
That'll definitely shake up some points if they can maintain, you know, we got a lot of race left, but if they can maintain first position, that's definitely going to help them in the point standing.
"15 years out here, a lot of experience inside of that Enough Said boat. And both of those Bermuda teams starting to check out here just a bit. Team Bermuda, we should say, with the S25 came in here with the lead. There's a look at the Speedmaster team. But Team Bermuda with a couple of wins and a second place at New Orleans. Won the season opener, qualified number one at New Orleans and finished second, and then just won at Cocoa Beach in that extremely rough race. And you just mentioned Enough Said coming in here fourth in the points. They have yet to get on the podium, and they're looking to change that here today.
They qualified pretty good yesterday. I'd love to know if they made any changes, you know, to the boat, or if they were pretty happy with how they qualified, and if they just, you know, checked nut and bolts, changed fluids, did what they do, and just set it up for today. But they that boat's pretty happy running where it is.
Seems like it. Seems like both of them are really. Here's a look at the Say Less machine. The S21 currently sitting in third place. Coming here a little bit deeper in the points.
You've got Chad Redsill and you've got Rusty Williams. Rusty's is a local with performance boats here in town.
They
World
did
champion.
They did not go to Cocoa Beach, so did not pick up any points there, which is why they come down here a little bit deeper in the points. Ray Marine boat, a little bit deeper in the pack.
Yeah, I think they changed the engines on that super stock. They put the new ROS engines that we've been talking about on there, and I think that was one of the reasons they didn't have that boat in Cocoa, and they wanted to make sure they had everything dialed in and ready to go for this race for their hometown crew. Another team that wasn't able to make Cocoa for the same situation, to try to keep everything ready to go for here, was the Mom Ain't Happy team.
Just saw that Say Less boat. They have a new bottom and 300R motors on that boat, courtesy of the Performance Boat Center here in town. As we go back up to take a look at our leader.
Lewis and Nick are doing a pretty good job there. I just wonder if there's talking much in that boat, or if they're just pretty happy and comfortable and they're just focused and dialed in.
Boat looks absolutely great. Dancing just a little bit, and nice smooth turn.
The tight corners that the lake race offers is definitely going to be a factor for these guys that are used to these big open water sweepers.
And you can see by that boat line, that water line right there, they run a little bit wider turn, try and maintain a little more corner speed. Have to go a little further in distance to do so.
One thing I love about the team, Nuff said, if you know, we haven't seen the shot here, but they've got a big ribbon on the back of it with all the different, you know, cancer ribbons and stuff on the back, and I think that's just an awesome tribute to to every ribbon that they've got on the boat.
Saw the Wozencraft boat go by there as well just a moment ago. According to time and scoring, they're pretty deep, and I think they just went by right there. They came in here second, second in the points.
Yeah, this is definitely not the performance that Jeremy and Julian are looking for. Those guys want to be on the podium every single time, but you know, a performance dropping them down is just going to put a points gap between Team Bermuda, the black and silver boat here that we're watching currently running in second place, and the Wozencraft team that's a little bit deeper in the pack today.
Yeah, that would be, if it ends like it is right now, that would be a big spread. And Watercraft have been on the podium every single round so far this year, grabbing a win at the second event in New Orleans.
We still have 5 laps to go, and I think it could still be, anybody's race, between, a Guardian shutdown, if somebody has an engine height wrong, or there's some type of situation that would, create a boat to fall out of contingency. But, I mean, just look at that field. Look at that pack. That is amazing. Everybody's aired out. Everybody's looking for clean water.
And just the colors, man. It's a bag of Skittles.
I'm telling you.
Just gorgeous boats.
Look at the experience. You got Chad and Rusty. Here's Sean Tarenti and Matt Javinsky. Here's Chris Hopgood, Jay Moeller. I mean, the names just don't quit with them when you're talking experience. Scott Blumberg. We got Kennedy here, and Mom Ain't Happy. Here's our young guns right there. Team Bad Decisions. That's the Owen boy, and we got the Turk boy in that boat just getting after it.
Yeah, they're along the outside there, running around the outside of that one. Ray Marie down on the inside.
Billy and Sabrina looking pretty good there. Gary and Cole trying to stay out of that wash.
And look at the gap between first and second and the rest of the field. They have figured something out here. Just driving away from the rest of the field. Team Bermuda, and of course out front is Nuff Said. Yeah, and you do wonder what the conversation would be inside. I mean, you've got to think that they're pretty happy with the results. Just keep doing what has gotten you here.
But both of these teams up front are Bermuda teams, right? So, they run together a lot. They pit together a lot. So I think, whatever their conversations were in their pits, they both hit a setup pretty darn good.
Alan Lawn Care, one of the people that would know about setup inside of this category, is they are currently in 9th in the S17. And Shane had a chance to speak with them about some of the options that they'll try to take advantage of to come out here and compete.
I have Andy, the crew chief for the Alan Lawn Care Superstock machine. Andy, tell me a little bit about the Superstock 300 engine options that are out there and what those engines look like for this class.
Yeah, so Mercury offers 2 different engines. You can get a stock 300R, which is just a 20-inch midsection, or you can get the new 300 ROS, which is a 15-inch midsection. And basically the difference is the 1500 ROS has a beefier midsection and stronger components.
So the ROS, is it a shorter shaft compared to the standard 300? Is there some weight or CG advantages to that?
Basically the weight's the same. Yes, you do have a center of gravity advantage. The engines are lower, which offers better turning capabilities.
So does that mean these guys with the ROS package in theory should be able to go through the corners a little bit, carrying more speed and more momentum compared to the standard midsection 300?
Yeah, you should be able to. Unfortunately for us, we've only been racing in rough water races, so hopefully at this race we figure that out.
Sounds good. So you mentioned rough water. As you know, you've set the boat up all year. It's been nothing but rough. We're looking at flat, potentially fast conditions. So tell me a little bit about what type of generic setup difference you're going to do from a rough water to a flat, faster setup for the lake race this weekend.
So in the rough water races, we obviously add more weight to the boat to keep it flying level. This race, we're going to pull every bit of weight out of the boat possible. That way we can get the acceleration advantage, and we'll make some setup changes on the drive height of the engines.
So you had mentioned the drive height. Is that to make an adjustment for the center of gravity because the water's flatter? And then are we also changing props? Do we do that for the for a non-rough water condition as well?
So the drive height changes offer us the ability to basically gain acceleration with less skag in the water and less bullet in the water, and we can run a bigger prop, which offers obviously a higher speed advantage.
Okay. So with adjusting the drive setups and everything, we always hear about the Guardian mode and the the thermal stuff and all the things that happen with that can happen out here. Or is there any concerns of that this weekend with adjusting those heights? Is there a finite adjustment to really hit it on the head so we don't have a Guardian situation on the flatter, faster water?
Yeah, so these engines are water cooled, and the water coming into the engines are coming through the bullet of the lower unit. So if you raise an engine too high, you obviously are going to run out of water pressure and cause an engine to overheat. So there's a fine line of like an eighth of an inch that you can mess this thing completely up.
So there's also an RPM limit, is that correct? And then will the RPM limit, can't that force you into Guardian if you get the wrong prop or you miss the setup from that perspective?
It can. You'd have to be way off on the RPMs to do that, but if you are too low of a prop, yes, you could possibly be in Guardian if you're on the limit too much.
Well, tell me a few other things, like from race to race. We've seen some rough water conditions. We've seen a lot of fiberglass carnage and stuff so far this year. Hopefully that's not a situation we have to deal with here at Lake Race. But have you had a lot of corrections and repairs between races this season, or has everything been holding together pretty strong for you?
Yeah, St. Petersburg, we had an engine almost fall off during qualifying, which we fixed that there at the race. Then we got back from Cocoa Beach, found a stringer broke, found some cowlings broke, and some other miscellaneous stuff that came loose during the race.
So is that something that typically most of the other teams are also experiencing, in these similar conditions that we've had all year? All right, guys, I'm here with Brad and
nice job there, Shane. A lot of options, and we've been talking about that. When you have this spec class, it sounds like, okay, everything's the same. How does anybody have an advantage? But as you can tell by doing that piece, there's a lot of options there, and there's a lot of things you can change and adjust, and it all makes a difference. And we've seen exactly that here with our first two boats that have checked out. They figured something out, like you talked about. There's good communication there. They said they were going to try it. They must have figured something out in qualifying, and they're coming out here and putting it on this class, which is no easy thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it literally between a 15 to a full 20 boat field. If we got everybody at the racetrack at the same time, like it really could be anybody's game.
Look at the Allied. That is the S54 boat right there. And they come in here third in the points. They kicked the season off with a second-place finish. Qualified second in New Orleans, finished fourth, and then finished fourth again at Cocoa Beach. So just off the podium, but a very solid boat. Beautiful machine right there, and a player in the points.
Running third place right now is definitely going to help them try to get some progression on Team Wozencraft.
Mom Ain't Happy rolls around here, and we're going to check in with Tristan.
With Reese Langheim. He's one of our factory stock racers and a pro class 1 racer, but he was a 7-year super stock racer. So we're about 5 laps into this 8-lap race for super stock. What are these guys feeling out there right now?
I'll tell you what, this is a smooth water race, so you're going to see a lot of different boats compared to the other IHRA races. So you're going to see a lot of different changes. You'll see different leaders. Obviously, the Bermuda teams are ahead right now, and they're doing really good. But it's a smooth water race, so we also got to think about our props, all this stuff when we're doing it. So,
yeah, and being on lap 5 of 8, you kind of get settled in. What are some strategies to get around the guy in front of you?
So right now we're all getting lighter. So the boats are all getting lighter because of the fuel and all that stuff. Lighter becomes flightier though. So I've ran 2 world champions, 2 national champions, and it's been a great experience, but I'm going to tell you, your boat's going to get faster. So we could see a different changes. We can see different moves of the field. The field, like I've been seeing now, they just did a corner that was amazing. There was like 4 of them in a row there. That was just fantastic. So to be honest with you, they get on point, get the right props on, and do what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Reese. Back to you guys.
Yeah, good stuff and good insight, too, to talk about how the boat is ever-changing throughout this entire race as well. Past the halfway point here as he's talking about the fuel load coming off of one of these things. As we talked about before, the weight of the fuel, the weight per gallon. So it can change how the attitude of this boat significantly. But, boy, those top two, I would say they tried something in the prop area and found it. These boats up out of the water, they are definitely carrying some inline, some straight line speed that the rest of the field does not have.
You know, it's crazy to see that they've got about, a 7 to 8 second, lead for the first and second place positions currently over third, fourth, and so on, because it wasn't even that far of a separation between the first top 8 boats in qualifying. So those guys really have done something right, or they've just found a groove and they've found their home here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Came out here and qualified a day ago. I'm sure went back and took a look at some data. They came up with a game plan, and boy, is it paying off.
If I'm sitting running in second position right now, I'm GL, GL Construction Team Bermuda. They're going to want to get to the top. They want to maintain the momentum they've had all year. But the person sitting second place in points is a little bit further down, unfortunately, for Team Wozencraft right now today here at Lake of the Ozarks. So, they're sitting pretty good on points, and this is going to make a points change for Sean Tarente and Matt Jaminski to be running third place right now. It's going to allow them, I think, to gain some ground on Jeremy Sheeta and Julian in Team Wozencraft.
And pretty cool to see him pull back on the sticks there and set the nose, get that boat rotated. Nicely done there out of that pair. Rudisill and Williams and the S21 Say Less coming up here now as well. They are currently in fourth place.
I wouldn't rule those guys out right behind, the Team STR there.
Yeah, that Allied boat looks really good. However, the Allied boat and the Say Less boat here, they are near half a lap behind first and second.
There's definitely a separation. Those boys that are running out front have they figured it out, and they're putting it on them right now. And it looks like Nuff Said's even spreading the gap over Stephen and David.
Yeah, they've been running that outside line. It seems to me, I say outside line, they've been running a lane wider than Team Bermuda, and it seems like that is just paying off. They're just keeping those engines right in the pipe band, right in their peak power band, and might be traveling a little further distance, but maintaining that speed up so they don't slow down and have to pick it back up. It seems like it's paying off ever so slightly, a little bit every lap.
These boats are so competitively matched, and with this being a spec class like that from a top end perspective, but it's all about the corner speed. And I'd be interesting to see the data to see how much faster through a corner and what these split times look like different in comparison to everybody else in the pack.
Yeah, look at that battle back in there. Exactly what they were talking about before. 5-6 boats all back in there battling hard as we come back up here and take a look at our third place boat. And that is the S54 of Allied STR, Matt Jaminski and Sean Tarente. Both of those, you said it before, I mean, just seasoned veterans doing it for so long. 35 years of racing. Crew Chief Ryan Werner in that one as well. Owner is Sean Tarente. Brand new STR boat.
Looks like there might have been some type of change, or at least we'll see once they come back around timing and scoring.
Look at that gaggle of boats, man. They are all right there. There's our leader, stretching it out. Making it look easy.
They are definitely putting on a clinic for us today, aren't they, kid?
They are, man. I mean, in a spec class like this, to come out and dominate like this, they figured something out that nobody else has.
We are on lap 7 of 8 right now, waiting for a timing and scoring update. It appears that Chris Hopgood and Jay Moeller with the Valvoline machine, Team Celsius there, has slid up into 4th spot. Potentially putting Chad and Rusty, one position down into position 5 right now, followed by Scott Blumberg with Mom Ain't Happy and Tom Kennedy there. Mr. Hollywood himself.
Yeah, and the Celsius Valvoline team comes in here 5th in the points. They grabbed the podium at New Orleans. There's a look at the boat there.
Those guys have been on a run. They're like what they were talking about earlier, or what Reese was mentioning. Maybe this boat is coming into its own towards the end of the race. You know, as it's lightening up on fuel, maybe it's finding that sweet spot with the prop or the setup that they have, and they're making some ground up.
Hopgood and Muller, team based out of Fort Lauderdale. Hopgood, Chris Hopgood, the owner there. Chuck Quinn, the crew chief. 2015 Doug Wright machine. Finished 5th overall in national points. Won St. Pete and took a 3rd a year ago.
There's Mom Ain't Happy just getting washed down. Speaking of washed down, I got a special gift from Mom Ain't Happy this morning. But Ken, I've yet to open it yet. I'm afraid it's one of those pass around revolving gifts, and I'm not quite sure what I've got coming my way later.
And there's a look at the Wozencraft boats. Boy, they have not had a day today. Currently in 11th place, came in here 2nd in the points. 3 consecutive podiums working, including a win at New Orleans, but they have struggled here today.
Yeah, I think they'll probably get that boat back in the pits, do an evaluation. And my main man, Tyler, over there, that just turned 18 a couple days ago. He's one of my favorite crew chiefs for that team, and I'll tell you what, I bet he's going to get to wrenching for him.
Last lap here coming up.
Got somebody pulled off pace here in the middle. I don't know what we had. Oh, no, that's Team Atlas. I talked to Tanner, who's the owner and driver, and he's got Jay Price on the throttles, which, you know, there's a lot of experience in that boat, you know, with that team. They had some. They came into town with some issues. I think it was some trim issues. We saw them yesterday in qualifying, kind of drop it down real quick and hook the boat right around a buoy. And I talked with him this morning, and they said they finally had the range of movement in the trim after they got it fixed. So they've been just kind of limping it along most of the season. So they've got it figured out.
2016 champions for them, but not that they were hoping for. As we go back and take a look at the Allied boat, still hanging tough here in 3rd place, looking for that podium finish. And checkered flag is out here. Congratulations. Enough said. First one across the stripe. Excellent job there. Boy, they handed it out to a very tough category here today. They just continued to drive away, not just from their teammate, but the rest of the field.
I bet you there's a class meeting over in that pits. They're going to want to know what the heck just happened. Those guys were flat flying today.
I bet you Tech is a little snoopy over there. They'll probably give those 2 boats a once-over.
Hey, I'll tell you what, those guys are all top-notch in my book, and everybody's so evenly compared or matched. They had the setup today figured out, and you know, there's a lot of experience in the boat between Lewis and Nick, and you know, great competitors, and you know what, they shined today and they deserve it, and you know, hats off to those guys.
Yeah, I think they did their homework, man. I think they came out here in qualifying and did some homework and put together a combination. And the fact that both of those boats were out there doing what they were doing would tell me that there was some communication there as well. So congratulations to that team. The girls back there are happy as well.
Hugs and high fives for the pink team.
Yeah, for the men that are inside the boat, they got it done. So congratulations. 3rd place, here comes the Allied team.
Sean Sorrente, Matt Jaminski coming across the line, picking up a podium spot. That's good for them, and it's even better for them in points.
I believe that might be the Say Less. Oh, that is the Celsius team.
Yep, Valvoline machine. Chris Hopgood, Jay Moeller pulling up into fourth position. Good finishing order for those. That's definitely going to help those guys in points as well.
Yep, nicely done.
That is one happy team.
And look at the rest of the group. It's like, man, they are all side by side, nose to tail, as they look to finish up this lap. And oh, man, almost into the back of the X Insurance machine. And a couple of boats there will bring up the back, including that one. Wow. So some nice surprises and some surprises that didn't work out so good for boats that we thought would be a real player out here today. Comes the HPS boat. Langston and Beckley finishing that one up.
What a race, man. According to time of scoring, it looks like Andy Miller and Billy Moore, did they slide up into 4th spot? And did Chris Hopgood and Jay Moeller go into 3rd? I mean, according to timing scoring, you know, we can't wait till we get the final rundown of timing of scoring.
Yeah, what happened to the Allied boat that we thought was in third?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, and we're saying they pulled off. So they, yeah, well, what we understand is actually the Allied boat that we thought was in third was actually a lap behind, a lap down. So for whatever reason.
Well, it looks like it's back on timing and scoring. I'm not really sure. I think they took third. I think what we saw was accurate, Ken.
So now the S43
will get a confirmation from
S54
timing and scoring
boat
as we conclude this. Yes.
So
yes,
Atlas pulled off. Allied is back up there in position. Okay. There's your winner. We know that.
They led a strong race, and like I said, they put it to everybody this week.
Climbing up out of there. Be excited to get their checkered flag as well. It's a big part of the process.
Well deserved for this team.
Get some fresh air on this beautiful day.
Do we know where they were sitting in points before?
Yeah, enough said came in here fourth in the points.
That's definitely going to help them and shake that top three up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think the big mover here in the wrong direction is going to be the Wozencraft boat that came in here second in the points. So Allied and with that third place finish, enough said, with the win, and of course Team Bermuda there in second place, all having a great day here. This is what happens when they threw the green flag. Everybody sticks down, and here we go.
I'll tell you what, those guys checked out early. There was a real good match going into the through the first corner between Torrente and the Nuff Said team there.
And the Nuff Said team slowly starts driving away from Team Bermuda, and the rest of the field.
Is that not the most beautiful sight you've seen today yet? Man, look at all those super stocks out there just packing some air. There we go, number one. That's the way to celebrate. Team Nuff Said they have to be absolutely ecstatic about their podium position today. Good job to you guys, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, to come out here and beat up on a class like this with so much talent is no easy feat.
Lewis has to be pumped up about that.
They were definitely the class of the field here today as, oh man, here we go. Professional Watercraft Series right back at it. And they jump up on the skis, throttles down, and we are carving. Back to the booth comes my buddy Mike Young.
Hey, how you doing, Ken? You and Shane sounding good right there. As this is our third and final moto for our GP3 class, and that is Britton Reinhardt that we're focused on right now. And that young lady's had a tremendous weekend so far. I believe she took a second in moto number 1, a third in moto number 2. And taking a look down here in moto number 2, it was Lucas Cervera who took the win. Moto number 1.
Back to the merge lane, and look at those guys go side by side. Who's going to get it as they dice here, and boom, they just get it sorted out there for that yellow buoy and carve back around that left-hander.
Yeah, it looks like Britton Reinhardt possibly with the hole shot. You've seen the yellow flags come out. We had a rider go down on the way to turn number 1. Cervera taking a win in moto number 2, but that is Reinhardt that is out there right now on the Monster Energy TC Freeride Fast Power Sports Marine One Jet Trim Yamaha.
And second and third very close here. Our leader driving away just a little bit.
I believe that's a Cervera back there in third on boat number 28.
And Cervera just having a great race here a little bit ago up there and grabbed the win.
I was looking for Crawford out there. Cash Crawford, your points leader coming into this one. So you got Britton Reinhardt, Lucas Cervera, I believe, running in third. That's Cash Crawford that's actually running in second. Finlayson up there near the top, as well as Spooner. Spooner with a couple of top 5 finishes so far this weekend.
Yeah, he's definitely been a threat, been right there on it. As you can see him running the top line and the bottom line. Bottom line around the green buoys.
I just seen Crawford come out with the pink jet ski with the lightning bolts, the yellow lightning bolts. So it looks like he has actually moved up into second. You can see him chasing Reinhardt as they work their way into the cove. Again, getting out the broom, doing a big sweeper right here as Reinhardt, still your race leader by about 2 seconds right now over Cash Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford with a bit of a moment there trying to get around that buoy. It looked like he had to check up for just a second, but first, second, and third all separated by about the same gap. Showing 1.3 seconds there, a gap from first to second as you take a look at the winners. And enough said there in our Superstock category. Congrats to the S12 Hamilton Princess.
Yeah, congratulations. Great job. That was a huge super stock field that you guys had right there.
Yeah, huge field of boats, man. Fleet of boats. It was beautiful. And that battle for second and third still very close here.
You can see them at the decision buoy, and it looks like Britain decides to go to that outside split. Once again, the outside split comprised of the blue buoys. The inside are the green buoys. Great place to pass if you're out there on the track. Reinhardt, again, still just in front of Cash Crawford. Again, Crawford, your points leader. Britton Reinhardt coming through in second in the points for this one, for this class right here, which is your ski GP3 class.
And Britton's been very busy this weekend, turning in some great podium finishes as well.
And it looks like they had to get through some lap traffic right there. Both of them get through unscathed as they work their way back into cove again. That's a lapped rider that looks like it's back there in third right now over on the far left-hand side. But those are your top two, and you can see the gap between them, Ken. Not room for too much error there for Britton Reinhardt.
Yeah, he stretched it out just a little bit here. Definitely not letting him get away. It was really tight between second and third. Now you can see that gap is stretched out a little bit, and the gap between first and second has tightened up some.
Yeah, Crawford, he's not going to be happy sitting back there in second behind Britton because, you know, they have to ride together at Body Beach, and none of the guys want to go out there and tell their friends, hey, I got beat by a girl.
She got a 1.5 second lead there last time across the stripe.
Dives in, and she goes to the inside. Meanwhile, Crawford goes to the outside. Third place, Cervera goes to the outside as well. So that's Cervera you see right there in the background. You've seen a little bit of his pump wash as we focus on Reinhardt right there, who picked up some Monster Energy sponsorship this year, along with TC Free Ride and Fast Power Sports. You can see your leaders come out. She still maintains the lead, but Crawford knocking at her back door.
Yeah, he is right there. She is clearly doing something to impress people. The Monster logos on the helmet would tell you that she's a class rider. She's a threat to win. Now first, second, third, all jammed up really tight here together again. And I think whatever just happened right there over the course of those last couple of buoys, she was able to gap him.
Yeah, she definitely put a little more real estate between her and second place. And Cervera right there, and he's ready to take advantage.
Yes, he is.
Of any mishap there by Crawford.
So Cash Crawford with a moment. Clearly something happening that checked him up a little bit. It's opening up the door for Cervera to get a little bit closer, and for Britton to drive away a bit.
Now, one of the things you notice, you got some pump wash up there on the top right-hand side of the track. They're coming up to some lap traffic. Will this affect Britton or not? That's what you got to be thinking about right now. If she slows down, there's not too much room for error. There's Finlinson on boat number 55, the Double Nichols, who's had a couple of top 5 finishes also here in the Ski GP3 class, running consistent. And we'll get to see him a little later today in our final Pro Enduro race.
Had a chance to speak with his father a little bit earlier in the day in the show, and he talked about the families that have come out here and raced so diligently over the course of time himself, and of course now his son stepping up with a couple of championships.
Yeah, the Finlinsons and the Powells have been family for many, many years before the kids were even born. Taking a good look at Jay Finlinson right there. He's sponsored by Speed Racing and Ignite Racing Fuels, as well as Advanced Contracting Services. Gary Holbein from Jet Blast also helping him out. And Gary Holbein Jr. is actually in this race right behind Jay. There's 116, and it's Emmy Garcia. Emmy riding on borrowed property here in this Ski GP3 class. Did very well in the women's class, taking a win in the women's class on Friday.
Yeah, you talked about her being on one of the farthing skis.
only 18 years old, out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Nice looking ski there, though. You can tell that's a farthing ski right there.
They've got some beautiful equipment, no doubt, underneath the tent over there. One of the premier teams.
Reinhardt still maintaining that lead over Crawford, and it looks like she's extended it a little bit. Cash Crawford about 3.5 seconds off the pace, being thrown down by Britton. Lucas still back there in third, and Spooner in fourth, and you can see the green flag waving there from Ryan, and that means that the race is halfway complete. So 7.5 down. We got 7:15 plus 1 lap to go here from Lake of the Ozarks.
So a 15-minute moto here.
Yeah, they bump it up for the Ski GP1 and the Ski GP3 class. This GP3 class, 99% Yamahas out there. We got 14 Yamahas. We got 1 Kawasaki. The Kawasaki's a little underpowered, if you will, because these Yamahas are all 1054 strokes.
Okay.
Another look at Reinhardt right there. Didn't have too much. Gets a little sideways there, and there's that lap traffic.
Around a lapper right there, and had to redirect just a bit.
And I thought that might slow her down. That was Lily Wright that was being passed right there, being put a lap down. So once again, I'm taking a look for Crawford. Crawford, I believe that was him possibly that darted off to the inside.
And how about that? Paying attention to everything that was going on there with the lapper, and you could see one rider decided to take that lower line. We'll have to come back up here. Don't know that it's going to get them any closer, but maybe keep them out of trouble.
Yeah, that was Crawford. And you can see Crawford taking a look back to see where third place is at. Crawford sitting in second. May have lost about 1/2 second by using that inside, and there's your gap between first and second again. Reinhardt out in front, Crawford, and that is Cervera coming up fast in third.
So Britton with some breathing room here. Not much, but a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more than she had before. And the gap about the same between first, second, and third.
You know, one of the things I liked about Britton is when Pam went down and did that interview with her yesterday, what a really nice young lady, very composed. She seemed very confident. And I think it's showing out here on the track right now. You know, I mean, a lot of folks would probably get worried if you got somebody by the likes of Cash Crawford right back there behind you. And she doesn't seem rattled at all.
Proving her worth here today.
Yeah, Cervera back there in third. Cervera with a third place in Moto number 1, a first place in Moto number 2. Crawford with the first place in Moto number 1, second place in Moto 2. Currently looking at a second right here.
Great racing action here going on in the GP3 category as we watch the Professional Watercraft Series go at it. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back for the finish of this one. Winding down just a little more than 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Once again, taking a look at Reinhardt, Crawford, and Cervera. 1, 2, and 3, and this is the way it's been since the onset here of Ski GP3. This is Moto number 3 for them. Again, if things stay as they are, I believe it might give Cash Crawford the overall, followed by Lucas Cervera in second. Britton Reinhardt would be in third. That is if things stay as they are. But still, with just under 4 minutes left to go, a lot of time left on the clock. See Reinhardt taking a look behind her, seeing what kind of lead she's got over Crawford. I know that she can feel the heat. Crawford right there, you can see him in the frame as she goes to the decision buoy, and she's going to go to the outside. Crawford goes to the inside again. You can see him dive to the inside.
Awesome, man. Love it when they pick the either or.
And they went in just about the same time. I mean, Crawford was probably only about a half second, maybe a second behind, and you can see they're both getting ready to exit. Now, Britton Reinhardt, she'll have the drive coming from the outside. You can see Crawford taking a look over his shoulder. And he was looking for Cervera.
Yeah,
that was Cervera.
Third place, exactly right.
So Reinhardt coming out still with a nice lead, about a buoy lead over Crawford.
Cervera with a with a funky line there through a couple of those buoys, and it cost him a little bit of time.
Cash Crawford once again sponsored by Jet Trim and Blosian. Third place Cervera sponsored by TC Freeride, Fast Power Sports, Bradley Chevrolet, and Chase Plumbing.
Cervera coming back now just a bit, closing it back up.
Once again, she takes a look behind her. You know that she can feel the heat. Again, only a couple seconds between first and second place. Only 4 seconds between first and third place.
And again, how about that, man? Crawford's going to take another hit at it.
Yeah, first and third going to the outside, and Crawford going to the inside. Goes a little wide, buries the nose a little bit. We'll see if that hurts him, and Cervera can pull up next to him. But there's Reinhardt.
There goes Britton right on around. Oh, I think he might be a little bit closer.
Yeah, he may have made up about a half second or so as they work their way back into the cove section.
Catching up with a lapper here. And we welcome you back to the Lake of the Ozarks here. All of our fans there on Speed Sport 1. You're looking at first, second, and third place. That is a lapper there to the outside. And right when we went to break, I said a little more than 5 minutes. I'm at a little less than 5 minutes. Now we're down to a minute and a half plus one.
And you're watching your top three. That is your race leader in the third and final moto here for the Ski GP3. That is Britton Reinhardt out of Lake Havasu City on that Monster Energy Yamaha.
Britton having a great ride out here. With that said, Crawford has been slowly closing up that gap. Took the inside lane last time around and looked like he picked up about a half second.
And once again, it looks like Reinhardt going to the outside, Crawford going to the inside. Cervera also going to go to the outside, following Reinhardt. But that was a great battle that was shaping up for second place. But now first place is even looking a little better, a little quicker. You got a lapped rider, I believe, that just came out of that inside split. And here comes Crawford. There is still Reinhardt, your race leader. There's Crawford still in second, but Cervera not giving up, having to cross over that line, though.
Yeah, they went different that time. That time, Britton went to the bottom, Crawford went to the top, and Cervera closes the gap up.
It's nice to see how they're at least trying the different lines, you know.
They are trying. He's going somewhere different. I agree.
Well, yeah, if you got a lapped rider in front of you, you don't want to ride their pump wash. You definitely want to go the opposite way. And Britton Reinhardt, a smart young racer right there, boat number 851.
It's just so easy to get comfortable in your line. It's like, I don't want to change it. I don't want to change it. My experience anyways with racing. But for the people that are really good at what they do, they will try anything, even different ways through the turns to try and find some sort of advantage.
And you can see Reinhardt starting to walk the rest of the pack right now with Cervera applying the pressure to Crawford back there for that second place position. And once again, first place, Reinhardt going to that outside split.
Clock has wound down to zeros. Next time around, white flag. Next time at the stripe, I should say.
All right, Reinhardt going to be the one to accept that white flag. And Crawford, I believe, getting ready to come out. Cervera going to pull up beside him here on the outside. He's on the right-hand side of the track, and just doesn't have enough. Looked like he was going to have the drive to catch up to Crawford. Nothing doing, though.
And our leader, Britton, has now stretched it out even a little bit more. That's a pretty nice gap here with one lap to go. With that said, she's still got to ride hard, and Finlinson, unfortunately, here with an issue.
Yeah, it looked like he might have had a goggle issue. Goes down in the tray. Looks like he was popping back up, but he was in fourth place position, so I'm not sure if he lost the spot right there. Meanwhile, Reinhardt with about half a track to go before this one is in the books. And that would be 3 different winners in our Ski GP3 class for the weekend. Yeah.
She's trying to put together one more clean lap here, white flag lap, and she'll bring home the win.
And she should be approaching the split section, the decision buoy right there. There is the decision buoy. We'll see if she goes inside or outside. She goes to the outside once again. That's what she is favored here, at least the last couple of laps. She did try that inside once, and you see she's got a back marker in front of her. That's going to slow her down a bit. And you've seen Crawford go to the inside. I don't know if there was any lap traffic on that inside, but Yeah, that looks like it's going to slow her down.
She just had a moment right there for sure. Let's find out how close this ends up being, and looks like she's going to be okay. You can see she drives by and picks up the checkered flag.
Congratulations, Britton Reinhardt. Nice ride there. 2-3-1 for the weekend, finishing on the podium every moto.
High five right there. You know what they say, it's all fun and games till a girl wins.
You got that right.
She taught the boys a lesson out here today.
Well, who said chivalry's dead? It's just been sleeping. Cameron Spooner coming through in fourth. Gary Holbein Jr. fighting his way back into fifth. Finlayson having to settle for sixth. Emmy Garcia in the seventh spot. Guyver Santucci out of Destin, Florida, sponsored by Tree Guyver, rounding out your top 8. So there is your race winner there. Britton Reinhardt. Great job by Britton. As this was the final moto of the Ski GP3, and that is Ryan Shortstroke Stevens out of Mansfield, Ohio. About 20 minutes from where I grew up when I was a kid. In the
220 on the throttle, finishes up strong.
Little football town called Massillon, right beside Canton.
That was Ryan Stevens right there at the very end. Great to see him, even though you're back of the pack. Just come across the stripe as strong as you possibly can.
I'll tell you what, he's one of those lunchbox blue-collar racers. You know, he carries his lunchbox to the race site. I mean, I've probably seen him at about 10 races already this season. Travels everywhere around the United States to get to these. Doesn't always finish in the top, but he loves to come out and have some fun.
Good for him. As we take a look at the unofficial results here for the Ski GP3, Moto number 3, third one of the weekend. And congrats to the lady, Britton Reinhardt, doing a great job. She'll take the win here over Cash Crawford. Lucas Severa right there with plenty of pressure on Crawford along the way. Spooner doing a good job there inside of the top 5 once again, and Gary Holbein Jr. to round out the top 5. All right, stay with us. We'll talk to our winner, I'm sure. Whenever we come back, we're going to take a quick break. We'll go racing in just a moment.
No holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
The IHRA Shootout Offshore Lake of the Ozarks is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Progressive. Fast boats. Smart coverage. Progressive Insurance. Yamaha Wave Runners. Built for power, performance, and the water ahead. And by VP Racing Fuels. Powering champions on land and water.
Welcome back to Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. We're here at the IHRA Shootout Offshore. We've been racing all day, PWCs. We did Pro Class 1 racing earlier. We just had our most thrilling race of the day, our super stocked race teams. 16 of them started. It was a two-line start. These guys have never started that before. They all qualified yesterday. And I'm down here with our first place finish. Team Nuff Said, Hamilton Princess, Nick and Louie. You guys took home the checkered flag. You started in lane 3. Tell me about your race.
Well, I'll tell you this. You can't see this right now, but our socks are wet because he just went for his first swim. It was his first victory in Superstock, my first victory in Superstock. So it's a huge day. Thank you for S12, Nuff Said, the whole country Bermuda standing behind us, and this guy right here for driving the wheels off that thing.
You know, you guys worked to do that race. That was not something that just, you had to put in a lot of effort to get up to that #1 spot. Louie, tell me how that felt.
First of all, I want to thank our people. I want to thank Steven. I want to thank Grant Signature Racing, his guys, and our crew. Without them, nothing of this would happen. It was an amazing race, a lot of fun. Racing with him, I don't think we could go any faster, bro, and he wants to go faster. And he got us there. I said, is this going to finish? I mean, where's the end? But
it was long. It was a long race.
It was a long race, but we made it.
You guys say it was a long race. I mean, you're not kidding. You really get out there, you're hustling, you're trying to get to that #1 spot. Nick, who do you want to thank for this?
I want to thank my dad for teaching me everything I know that got me to this point. But not only my dad, Sean Torrente, he's got me coached in Superstock to the best abilities he can. And 151 Express for getting me to the point that I'm where I'm at. So thank you, Grant, for honoring me with this. And these guys right here, Nuff Said, Team Bermuda.
Hey, you were 4th in points for the season. You guys just got your first place finish. You're going to creep up there. Hopefully you get a national championship at the end of the year. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
And there's a look at our Factory 500 team. So, yeah, congratulations to Nuff Said. These boats are going to look very, very similar to those super stocks. However, they have a little more power on the back of them, the Factory 500s. And we are ready to start this one. Caution flag is up. Looking forward to this one. That brand new white and black boat in the middle, a little bit off the pace right there right now, waiting for them to get going. That is a brand new entry there, courtesy of the MCon machine. our IMCON team, I should say. And yes, the same two inside that compete in the Pro Class 1 and 1 here a little bit earlier today. All right, everybody coming up on plane. They are very close. We're looking for the green flag. Should see it here any second. Trying to hold on to that yellow flag. That pace boat absolutely flying. Still no green, still no green. Everybody looks like they're lined up. It's got to be right there, man.
They're pretty close to the pace boat, so
there it is. Green, green, green. Let's go racing. Factory 500s here, ready to go. The Jackhammer team comes in here as the points leaders. 151 Express second of the points, but not here, Shane.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough break for those guys, but as we just heard Nick, give hats off to those guys. I wish they would have had the Factory 500 boat here. It makes me wonder after two top finishes if something happened to the boat.
Yeah, we had that really rough race there at Cocoa Beach there, fresh off of back-to-back wins, including Cocoa Beach, but maybe just too much damage done there. We're not sure why they're not here. Nonetheless, we will focus on the boats that are here, and it is sticks down. Here comes that IMCON boat. Look at that right off the bat.
Couple of MTIs jumping up front. Your top qualifier is an MTI for the weekend out of the Meade family racing team. Second qualifier is a DWR with the Lake Wiley boys. We got Joe and Garrett there. They just like other classes, they're going to have to hold their line through the first corner, so they have to hold their lane. But, man, the IMCON boys are trying to put it on them just like they did in Pro Class 1.
How about that? Tyler Miller on the sticks, and again, Myra Coyle doing the driving here. Hometown team. Oh, man, that was close right there.
Yes.
That inside sponson lifted up for just a moment. I'm sure that Myrick felt it. Settle that one back down and get it around the corner, but talk about taking all they could possibly take.
They definitely lost some momentum on that. They had that early lead, jumped up first, and then we had Caleb Meade, Johnny Tomlinson jumping back up into the first place spot. Dropped the IMCON boys back to second, but, man, there's a hard charger right there.
Yeah, right back up to speed and going after it. Let's watch this again. So working their way into that first right-hander.
I'll tell you
as
what.
The Factory 500s go at it, man. What a battle.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely battling. We've got a few less of these than we do the Super Stocks, but these are bigger boats, bigger engines, a little more speed, but a lot of experience, just like in the Super Stock ranks.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what I think Myrick felt that, man, and so did Tyler, I'm sure. Settled that boat back down and got it straightened out and made a run for it in the straightaway. Pretty cool stuff, though. They were out here, as you talked about this story. They got in this race a year ago, and the bug bit them.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Taylor Sisson was nice enough to let them, I would say, demo their boat, and they dominated last year in factory stock. And you know what a good demo does is it leads to a sale, and here we are today.
Yeah, man, it's so cool to walk over there to that tent and see that gorgeous boat under the tent alongside that Pro Class 1.
I love the new livery, you know what I mean? It's just a little bit different. You know, the new boat, the new
Sure.
Pro Class 1 boat is still diamond all back, but I like the white mixture in this and that same kind of ghosted black and gray look that the Class 1 boat has. So pretty cool setup.
Well, 5MF Racing right there in second place. Caleb Meade and Johnny Tomlinson. Tomlinson, another one of those guys that is so extremely good as we look at the Jackhammer boat and Say Less. Side by side as these two go at it. Jackhammer leading in the points. Say Less comes in here third in the points. 3 consecutive podiums, but still hungry for that first win of the season.
I'll tell you what, I think the wind has picked up. We can feel it a little bit on our backs. I'm seeing the trees move a little bit more. So I think as you're seeing these guys, you know, running down the straight sections, they're dancing a little bit. I think that wind, if they haven't trimmed out, I think that wind's playing a little heck on them going down the straight sections.
Here's a look at our leader.
Oh.
Somebody, a huge splash in the back.
What do we got going on here in the back?
Something serious just happened back there towards the back of the pack. It looks like the boat's inverted. It is. Try to figure out who that is, but a big moment.
I believe that was. I believe that was HBS. Unfortunately,
the divers went in immediately, so the divers in there to help them out.
That response time is super quick. Looks like we're probably going to go to a red flag race and see where everybody was at in the front of this pack. We got all of our safety team and everybody, as you can see, dropping on like a pack of howler monkeys, boy.
I'm telling you, the cavalry is coming. So not sure what happened or what caused it back in there. A number of boats were pretty close together.
Like I said, that was going to be Hampton Langston and Ryan Beckley in the MTI number 70 HBS Motorsports rig. One thing I will say about the MTI is we talked about canopies and structural integrity and stuff yesterday. Look how high that boat's floating in the water. The boat's upside down, but these boats they're built with such rigidity, and the cockpits in these things are just second to none.
New to the class, and look at that. Safety there immediately. There's a hatch there on the bottom of the boat. But they'll get that popped open and help them climb up out.
And you can see the wind from the flag out the boat there in the center, one of the patrol boats or whatnot. I made that comment just a little bit ago about the wind kicking up, and those straight sections are going to be difficult. It looked like it happened right around that slot buoy area. These guys are running on the edge, and they're highly trimmed out. So, I don't know if we had some wind to blame on that or a setup situation, but either way, I'm just glad to see these guys. I'm glad to see some helmets.
Looks like they're both out. I think they're both out.
Yep.
Let's go back and watch the very top of your screen in the back. Ooh. In the whitewash. Oh, yeah, man, wow. It just spun around violently and then launched them over.
It looks like they were coming across the wake from a boat in front of them, and it just hooked and just sent it to the left.
I mean, 2 or 3 lanes to the left, and how much ground it covered immediately.
That was one wicked ride. I'm glad to see some helmets. I'm seeing these boys do their job and getting these guys out and making them safe. So I'm very, very fortunate for those guys. I know the Langston family is probably biting their nails right now, but they're happy to see those guys out and safe.
Now, so fortunately, safety there immediately, and we will confirm here in just a moment, but we saw both of the helmets climb up out of the emergency hatch on the bottom, so that is great news. We're going to take a quick break here. Let safety do what they do, the unsung heroes, and we'll be back in just a moment.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, race saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Welcome back to the Lake of the Ozarks and the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. Unfortunately for the number 70 HPS Motorsports boat in the Factory 500 category, they went for a vicious ride towards the back of the pack. They were hanging right there with probably 4 or 5 other boats, but it looked like they hooked a rut, if you will, or a wave. Look towards the back and left-hand side here. Keep your eyes on it. And all the way in the back of the pack, just hook this wake right here, and it launches the boat violently to the left and immediately flips it as well.
Yeah, that was definitely a one wild ride, Ken, I'll tell you what.
I mean, it looks quick, and that's in super slow-mo right there.
Yeah, no,
I can't imagine how violent that was when it happened in real speed.
My guess is they come across that wake, and he counter-corrected, by the way the wake was pushing the boat, and then boom, it just sent it to the left.
I mean, hardcore to the left. Flip that thing over. Safety was there immediately. Divers there immediately. And we have been told that both driver and throttleman are up and out of the boat. Okay, Hampton Langston and Ryan Beckley. So that's the most important news. They've hooked up to the boat, and they'll get that thing towed back to the dock where they'll go to work on it. Second one, third one actually flipped over here this weekend.
Yeah, I hope this is their second race, with that boat. So, they've got a little bit of work to do. Hopefully the boat itself doesn't have a lot of damage. Fresh water. I mean, you never want to flip one over or have a boat get water inside of it, because of corrosion and things. But at least it's not salt water today, and that's going to give them the opportunity to get that put back together a lot quicker.
Scary moment there with our Factory 5 category. Of course, very fast boats. The Cats with the 500s on the back. Gorgeous boats. This is stop number 4 on the tour here as we kick things off at St. Pete. Followed that up with New Orleans, then Cocoa Beach, and now Lake of the Ozarks, affectionately known as Lotto. Also home of the Shootout. That will happen here a little bit later on. Does that happen in August, Shane?
Yep, in August. It's one of our biggest charity fundraisers. I mean, I think in the in central Missouri, but especially here in the Tri-Can area of the lake. I am one of the board of the directors for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. It is an awesome charity, and it would not be possible without our volunteers. We have hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer work, and that's how we divvy up all of our proceeds and our funds back to the charities in which they volunteer their time for. Last year we gave out over $800,000 to local area communities.
Wow, that's
charities.
That's very, very impressive. Super cool. And of course, IHRA President Daryl Cuttle and legendary throttleman Steve Curtis came out here a year ago and set a new record at 242 miles per hour at the Shootout. And that's what it is. It's a straight line run to see who can go the fastest. Of course, a lot of different classes. So if you think it's something you want to be part of, that's exciting. Or you could just come out here and tie up. Last time I was here, which was a number of years ago, the course was a mile long, and there were 3 rows of boats, a complete mile long. So 3 miles of boats tied up to watch that event.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the flotilla was crazy. It was bigger last year. We moved the event from up the lake in the 30-some mile marker, moved it back down, and it was just absolutely wild, to see the flotilla stuff.
It's a party, baby.
Oh, man, it's a whole week, and I'll tell you what, if it's not on your bucket list, you better make it.
It's a great time for sure. We'll take another quick break here, and we'll be back in just a moment.
People doubted me all the way, telling me I was all hype. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. Feel the roar of IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Experience the power of American muscle with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Speed Sport 1 has a wide variety of motorsports competition that will satisfy your inner racer. From IMCA dirt track action to Ferrari Challenge North America. Speed Sport 1 is 24/7. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
It's that no holding back feeling.
That it doesn't get any better feeling.
That winning the weekend feeling.
No matter what feeling you're chasing on the water, nothing feels like a Yamaha.
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Wait, sorry, the boat's great, but am I wearing culottes?
Oh, you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto bundle.
So I, like, hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh, yeah. You two have a podcast and everything.
Awesome.
Get racing news, analysis, highlights, and more 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at speedsport.com. Get it all. NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, World of Outlaws, Trans Am, IHRA, and more. Speed Sport has been America's trusted source of racing news since 1934. Speedsport.com is America's motorsports authority. Check it out today.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline away.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And you are watching the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Racing Series. We're at Lake of the Ozarks, and unfortunately for the 70 HBS Motorsports boat, they were inverted in this Factory 500 category and being towed back. On the bright side, driver and throttleman are both okay.
That is definitely not the look they're looking for and the performance they were hoping for today, but just happy to, like you said, they're okay. That's the most important part.
Beautiful boat there. They'll have a fair amount of work to do to get that one back and ready for competition. But for the most part, it looks like the boat is okay. It was a violent left-hand turn that turned that thing over. Can't imagine what that was like to be inside of the boat.
Yeah, they'll get that boat back to the crane. They'll flip it over, pull it out, drain it out, put some fans in it, and they'll probably get to work on those engines real quick. It's definitely one benefit to having some factory Mercury technicians here to help our tech department. Is those guys have pitched in at other races before when boats have went over to try to get those things ready to go and back in business.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but it is unfortunately part of the game whenever you're pushing stuff to the limit like these guys are. And not the first one we've seen flip over here this weekend, so they are not alone. Jackhammer is our points leader inside of the factory stock 500 category, kicking the season off with a win and then 3 consecutive podiums. And our Tristan had a chance to spend some time with him earlier this weekend.
I'm down here with Reese, one of our factory stock racers. You guys are in first place for this season. How's it feel going into the 4th race, Lake Race?
Well, I got to be honest, this place is like our hometown right here. And Lake, this is where I started my boating career. This is where I started my boating stuff. And be honest with you, we are excited. We are freaking pumped. This is awesome to come here to the lake and all the excitement. And like all our fans around here, we know everybody around, they all come by, say hi. We have nothing but a great time here, so I'm excited.
So yeah, Reese, you pleasure boat here, which is what you said you started with. So your friends, your family, everyone around here knows you, which makes it that much more fun. And you're at the lake, so it's like you're doing your racing gig, but you can go hang out with your friends and family too. But let's talk about first place. What did you guys do to set up for a flat water race to get that checkered flag?
So we think about this all the time. Remember, this is always a flat water race. So we get our adjustments. We got Julian, we got Mike, we got Steve, all these guys. We always put our head together in the morning. This morning we were thinking about it, and we were like, what do we need to do? What do we need to change? What do we need to do? And then the props. The props are always a big thing for us. And then like motor heights and stuff like that. I will tell you, Julian, I'll give him, Mike, Steve, and Pablo, them guys put that thing right on point wherever we're at. We go back to our notebooks for an example. We have notebooks on every race, what we do, and checking out the water. Now this water's a little different, so we'll always be, for some odd reason, the lake is always 3 to 4 miles an hour slower because of the buoyancy of the water. We got salt water, we have regular water here.
And we'll go back to racing here with the Factory 500 category. Do you want to update what the situation was? And it's something I should have thought of. I apologize for not saying this earlier, but we think a prop broke on the previous boat that crashed there, the HBS Motorsports boat. I should have thought about that. I certainly am aware of that from drag boat racing as well. It'll happen, and it'll send the boat off to the opposite direction. So nothing to do with driver or throttleman. Not incurred there. No mistake. Had nothing to do with that wake. It was just unfortunately a mechanical failure, it would appear, and shot that boat off to the left. Nonetheless, we are green flag here, racing once again with the Factory 500s, and right back out front goes the 06.
I'll tell you what, that Monster Energy IMCOM machine with the new Hurt boys, those guys are putting a hurt on them so far. If they can keep that lead and maintain what they're doing in their other class, this is going to be a good finish for those guys. But
they went in there pretty hot in that first right-hander in that first lap, and Myrick had to catch that thing just a bit. So they're getting used to this boat as well. It wasn't the big Pro Class 1 that they could go sailing into turn 1 and plan it and turn right. So, but the experience that's inside of that cockpit is second to none. So they got it figured out there pretty quickly. And again, here for this second start, they go right out to the front.
Well, they're definitely pretty comfortable out in their position where they've been running all weekend, so they've got to be happy with that so far. But I still feel like they've got a little bit to learn in this boat, and I think they're doing a good job at it. They've done a lot of testing this week, but experience is going to shine. So it'll be interesting to see where we end up here.
MF Racing in second place, Caleb Mead and Johnny Tomlinson. Of course, Johnny as well, just legendary with all the experience that he has. As we watch our leader here, the Say Less MF team, also in third place, looking for a podium finish here. With that said, the race still young, as you can see, 1 out of 9 laps here as they just get going. So we'll see how Rudisill and Williams does throughout the rest of the day. Our points leaders a little bit further down there in fourth place. They've been on the podium every round, and we just heard from them a moment ago.
Was that Jack Hammer running in second? I know we haven't had an update from timing and scoring, but I could have swore I saw an orange
boat. With this restart,
they
might have jumped up there into second. Yeah.
Yep. And then we've got Lake Wiley potentially running third or in that mix. That's a battle that's been raging all year. So you throw Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle into that mix, and now you got Chad and Rusty. I mean, this is going to get wild.
The Say Less boat a little bit further back. And look at that run up on the inside for the 5-boat. Caleb Mead and Johnny Tomlinson right alongside the jackhammer machine.
They said hold on just 1 second, but those guys were top qualifier by nearly 6 seconds. There is a reason that Caleb Mead and Johnny Tomlinson with the Mead family racing rig was on the pole.
Flotilla there off to the right-hand side. And our leader for the Factory 500 class, looking for their second win of the day and their second category.
That'd be an awesome way to finish your day, coming home for the hometown crowd.
Well, how about the debut of the Class 1 boat, the debut of the Factory 500 boat, and they're out in front with both of them.
You know what? This is probably the best event for them to debut that in front of their hometown crowd, in front of a lake in the freshwater that they know. Like Reese was talking in that interview a little bit ago, there's a big difference in racing on saltwater and freshwater. The density of the water really plays a lot of effect on speed, performance, how the boat sits and rides in the water. So, they had mentioned log books. All these guys keep a lot of data, and they are always going back through it to make sure they're making good decisions and good calls.
Myrick said that Tyler Miller, of course, the owner of the boat, said, hey, man, this looks like it could be a fun family boat, too. We can put a back seat in it. It's got air conditioning. It's a pleasure boat.
Let's go
out here and race it.
You know what, Ken? We need to talk Tyler into doing that back seat for us, and then maybe we can ride along in a poker run. You talk about a cool place to commentate from. Boat's laid out pretty good. Looks really, really good running down that back straightaway.
Yeah, and the best of the best are going to set that thing up there. Performance Boat Center really good at what they do, and Myrick came back and praised them as well, and the people that work on that team and at that business for setting up the Pro Class 1 boat, and I'm sure they did exactly the same here.
We're getting ready to run across start-finish line and tick off another lap of our 9-lap race here.
The F-42 boat, as you were talking about before, for jackhammer, looks like they, at least according to timing and scoring, are in second place. We'll see if we can verify that. We thought they might have been passed by the 5 boat. And some damage there on the boat, the 70 boat that we saw a little bit earlier.
That took a pretty wicked side impact, so it looks like it did a little bit of fiberglass damage. So, something that we talked about earlier, we were hoping there wasn't much damage other than just to dry it out, but it looks like they're going to have to hit a glass shop on that one.
Well, they said something about props here, so both of them actually physically still on there, but if something happened and one wasn't rotating, then maybe that caused part of the issue.
Yeah, if they lost an engine, I'm not sure what happened, but she definitely turned a left turn Clyde real quick on us.
Both kegs still attached there, and it's not incumbent to break them off. But look at this race up here on top. The Say Less boat, and I believe that is the 5 MF Lake Wiley boat and the 5.
Yep, there's the damage on, looks like the part of that prop right there. We might be able to get a better look on that.
And looks like the 5 boat's going to take the advantage here.
I thought I saw a buoy going down there a second ago.
All 3 boats very close to each other.
That battle must have been right through the timing and scoring, because it looks like there was some shakeup in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th position, but those guys are all super close. And according to timing and scoring, it looks like Jackhammer slid down into the 5th position. So I'm not sure, because he was running up top, kind of behind the MCON crew there, and I don't know if we had an issue or some kind of mechanical or what's going on with the Jackhammer boys.
Yeah, according to timing and scoring, Lake Wiley Racing will take over 2nd place there, so it was all very close. Joe Sporlick and Garrett Coonrod.
I know those guys are really, really hoping for a good finish. They're trying to get some points back. After their blowover on Lake Pontchartrain, the old Punisher bit them hard, so they are trying to dig back out of that hole, and they're running for points, and they're here to stay and here to play.
Back up to our boat there in the lead. Just a great group. If you get a chance to walk by there, wonderful people, a ton of people over there. Very, very classy pit, multi-million-dollar operation for the MCON team sponsored by Monster Energy. Class act, man. As good as they come out here in Powerboat racing.
I'll tell you what, there's so many good teams, and you can walk into any of these guys' pits and they'll help you with anything. They'll help each other. You know, they love taking time out to talk to fans, especially kids. You know, when these kids come up here and they're intimidated because these boats are so big on trailers, but they just want a picture. You know, almost any of these teams, they'll pop those kids up on the deck, they'll put them in the cockpit, take their pictures, and you just can't have a better fan experience than that.
The MCON boat sailing down right underneath our camera. And it looks like that is the drone shot moving over here now. Wade and the gang doing a great job with the drones. Definitely give us a different look, a nice advantage.
That looks like.
And that looks like the 5 boat of MF Racing there in second place.
Well, Caleb and Johnny have to be pretty happy with that. Like I said, top qualifier for this race today. I know they're just trying to get into a rhythm and try to reel back in the Monster Energy MCON machine. That was a good corner, though.
Yeah, man, just rotate it right around. They make it look easy, but we know it could go wrong very quickly as the 21 boat is in hot pursuit right behind them with the Say Less. And, of course, that's Rudisill and Williams.
Looks like we've got an MTI top 3 right now. We've got multiple brands represented. MTI, we've got DWR, and we've got Valor Powerboats here in the factory stop class. So we've got a nice wide range of manufacturers involved in the factory 500 ranks.
Yeah, Chad Rudisill, pretty new to the category here as well. Rusty's been racing for a while. Chad, owner of that boat, the number 21 Say Less. Connor Smith, crew chief on that one, 2023 MTI, as you were talking about there just a moment ago, 390 XR.
Yeah, they started out and they bought the super stock, and then, man, it was only 1 or 2 races later. I think Chad was like, "Hey, I love this outboard game. Let's go ahead and pick up this 500 boat." The 500 boat that they are running currently, the Say Less MF, that was Taylor Sism's previous race boat, and that's the race boat that the MCON team raced last year at this event to get their feet wet in the 500 class.
And it was enough to hook them. Tyler said, "Yeah, I think we need to go do that some more. Let's buy one of these."
Well, we've seen some amazing performance out of the the Say Less MF team this year. So, I mean, you talk about a great boat. You know, they had a good one to get their feet wet on.
And whip that thing around as they're knocking laps off here. About halfway through this event. Right back up to speed goes the Monster Energy backed machine.
I'm glad to see Caleb and Johnny running up in second place right now. They've had, they had a kind of a funky, terrible end to the last year's season, and they've been kind of digging back out of that hole, grinding away, just, having good, solid performances every race and making sure that they can finish and keep earning some points. And I'm really, really glad to see them running up in the front.
Yeah, one of the youngest to win in an offshore race at 16 years of age in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Yep. Which we will be at in another about, 4 to 5 weeks. Sheboygan is next on our National Series stop.
Boat dancing around just a little bit. Sure, very calm, very normal for the two that are inside of that one. Not much Myrick hasn't done over the course of his career. And this place right here, what hooked him early on as a younger man, being here at Lake of the Ozarks. And clearly very talented at what he does now.
He has always had himself surrounded by super, super good people in the racing industry. The guy is super smart. He knows a lot. Just don't tell Myrick I said that. Good dude, though. He's also one of the board members for the Lake of the Ozarks Shootout. He's one of my fellow board members. So along with Taylor Sism, who I mentioned just a bit ago, we've got some great people. One of our board members raced yesterday in the Bracket 400 class. So we've got a really, really strong board of directors for our local charity. And as you can tell, there's a lot of roots in the performance boating mecca. So there we got our Lake Wiley buddies. I know when they were doing the mechanical pickle the other night, they ranked pretty well against Jackhammer, so hopefully they can maintain another good performance just like when they were getting tossed off the pickle the other night. Like I said, you guys got to check out their socials. It was absolutely hilarious to watch Reese and Garrett and Joe, and it was hilarious. So you have to do yourself a favor and check them out.
Yeah, really good people there. Spoilerick and the gang. And I believe Tristan is down with the crew of the 70 boat that went for a big ride. Tristan?
Hey guys, I'm down here with Hampton and Ryan. This is our HBS factory stock team. You guys just started lake race, your first lap. What happened?
We were kind of stuck in the middle of two boats, and they kind of pinched us down the straightaway, and things got swirly and started going left, and the boat just never straightened out or corrected.
Ryan, what was it like from your perspective?
We had a really good start right when the green flag went up. We popped out front for a second. It's our third day in the boat, so it's fast. The MTI is really fast, so we're getting around the course a little bit. We're side by side with Lake Wiley there for a minute. They got inside, and then we were heading out towards the dog leg away from the dam. And like Hampton said, is we just got between the two, Say Less and Lake Wiley. We were right where their wakes doubled up, and all of a sudden the wind caught it. It started going left, and it just kept going left until it was upside down.
You know, Ryan, you've been racing for as long as any of us can remember. Hampton, you're in really good hands with Ryan in the boat with you. And this stuff just happens. And, you know, a new team, you guys look like you're ready to get the boat out of the water. Take a look at the damage. What's this going to look like for you? I mean, you're going to get it on the trailer, assess the situation, but what are your thoughts now?
Just getting it fixed. I'm glad we're all safe. Thanks to our great Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe and getting us out of there. But we're going to get the boat fixed, and we're going to be at the next race. We're going to get it ready.
I love to hear that. We love to have you guys racing. Factory stock is such a competitive class for this sport. And Hampton, we're always loving to have new racers that are driven and ready to get out there, even when stuff like this happens. So we're so glad to have you here. So glad you guys are safe, and we'll see you at the next race. Thank you, guys.
Just glad they are okay. And it sounds like undeterred here in terms of motivation. So good for them.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see them with positive attitudes. I mean, that can really, you know, get in your head. So hopefully they're in a good headspace to get back, get the thing fixed, do some more testing, and come out here and put that thing back in the front.
And this is one of those sports where I promise you, even if they weren't, everybody would come over, all the other competitors would come over and say, man, don't let it rattle you. We're all going to jump in here. We'll help you out. We're going to get you back out here. But it sounds like they do not need that motivation. They already have it. So good on them. The Say Less team, once again, Say Less MF team out here, still keeping pace.
Yeah, as you can see, we're back to Lake Wiley right now. I think they're currently running in 4th position, trying to reel in Rusty and Chad in the Say Less MF machine. On that Lake Wiley machine, they've got BRP Marine Custom as one of their primary sponsors. You know, so Joe and like I said, Joe and BRP, they are out there getting it done. They've had some great performances this year, and they've also put on one heck of a show back there in New Orleans.
A good look at some world champs and national champs as well. Both Reese Langheim and Julian Maldonado, as you saw the Jackhammer team go across. And, of course, Langheim now behind the wheel of a Pro Class 1 boat as well.
Yeah, and we saw Julian in the previous race in the Super Stock. You know, he was with Jeremy Sheeta in the Wozencraft, you know, victory. So, you know, he's already had some seat time today. Both of them have. You know, it almost begs to the question is, you know, are any of them fatigued at all? I mean, after, you know, propelling these machines earlier today, it's hard to say.
Again, watching the 06 MCon Hurt-backed machine along with Monster Energy. The brand new Factory 500 addition here to this category as we go back and take a look at our points leaders and the Jackhammer team. '20 world champs, 2022 national champs, 23 world champs. Some help from Manatee Marine Unlimited, Langheim Concrete Services, part of the discrete Pro Class 1 boat. It's where the play on the name comes from. The Langheim Concrete Services, as both of those people inside of that boat make their living with concrete. Offshore Shine, watercraft as well.
We should have asked Reese how many times a day he changes his jersey and his shoes from orange to pink. Looks like they're taking a little run here. What are we watching? Looks like potentially is MCon maybe falling off pace?
That is the MCon boat off pace, yeah. And here comes the 5 boat for the lead.
It makes me wonder if they're not back and going, revisiting this Guardian situation like we had the interview with Andy at Go Fast Boats on the Allen Lawn Care Superstock. Sometimes if they aren't picking up enough water pressure, it'll shut them down, and if that happens, if it's a Guardian situation, they'll have to pull back into neutral in order to put the boat back in gear in order to reset it. So I don't know if they've just fallen off pace just a bit, or if they're just trying to ease up on it a bit to save the machine.
It seems to me like pace is back now, and it might have been something. There's different versions of that Guardian. So maybe they were able to get it cleared. Maybe it was down just a little bit. Maybe they were able to get it cleared and back up to full steam. But definitely a moment there where the 5 boat was able to close the gap.
That might put some stress on the MCon guys up front. Caleb and Johnny are wanting to get around them if at all possible. Lake Wiley looking good in that DWR. They're staying out ahead of our points leader, Jackhammer, Reese and Julian. I know they're trying to get some points back, so they're doing everything they can to just finish in front of our points leader right there today to try to gain a little bit of ground.
Reese and Julian been inside of this one since 2022. And yeah, for sure, the MCon boat back up to speed now. But no doubt, man, they were off pace for a moment.
Yes,
we were trying to put that together. It looked like the MF boat was catching them, but it wasn't at a high rate of speed. So, yeah, I think it was just some sort of partial Guardian.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out what happened, or if it was a situation like that, or if what the heck happened there. But I'll tell you what, it looked like those guys were making one heck of a run at them. I mean, they still are. I mean, look at the whitewash next to them. So I mean, they're still in the hunt after whatever that situation was.
Boy, it does seem like they're very close here. Checking up to make that right-hander.
Yep. Caleb is turning that thing hard. Johnny set it right down for him, and off they go.
It's a gorgeous boat.
Yes, it is. Awesome color combination.
Tomlinson back running the sticks inside of that boat. 35-plus year career. Over 50 national and world titles to his credit. That's why we call him legendary throttleman inside of that number 5 boat.
You might have Chad and Rusty trying to reel back in the Meade boys.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where the MCon boat now is. So did the 5 boat get in front of the MCon boat?
Oh,
they did.
Is that what we're seeing?
And the MCon boat's off pace there again, it would appear. So that's what was going on here. And we saw the 5 boat made the right-hand turn, that tight right-hand turn, but the MCon boat was to the outside. And we never saw them come back. So right here is when the pass was being made. The MCon boat to the outside. You can see the rooster tail go away. And the 5 boat, the MF Racing boat, able to take over the lead right there.
Man, that was one heck of a pass. It looks like the MCon guys are trying to keep that momentum going through that corner. Like I said, I'm still wondering if there's not some type of, of a mechanical situation. But you know what? Hats off to Caleb and Johnny, man, for pulling out and taking that top qualifier. And now they put it up front. So they are really wanting to finish up top.
And a look back here at the MCon boat. Look back here at the Lake Wiley Racing machine. one more time. Joe Sporlerick and BRP Marine Custom helping them out. Joe, the man behind that effort as we go back to the 5 boat with Caleb Meade, Johnny Tomlinson. Tomlinson has been over 200 miles an hour inside of a big 50-foot Mystic. He's had a lot of seat time over the course of his 35-year career.
Well, they are surely looking good right now, and I bet you they are extremely excited. I'm just wondering if it's just dead silent, or if there's any pre-cheering yet, or if they're just sitting there waiting to bide a little time and continue to finish this race where they're sitting.
And back here to look at our points leaders in the Jackhammer team. A little bit of work to do if they're going to keep that podium streak alive.
Yep. Lap 8 of 9 completed in our Factory 500 race. You're looking at our leader here. I bet Miss Amanda Meade is just on the edge of her seat right now.
Hoping to bring it home. We'll see if they, in fact, can get that done. They've yet to get up on the podium so far this year. They did qualify number 1 at New Orleans, so we know the boat is fast and very capable, as you saw the Jackhammer boat pretty far behind there. Went zinging by on this side of the track. But that is our boat leader, class leader, on the far side. We hear some rumblings going on behind us, too. That's the Supercats, I think, are warming up. Checkered flag is out here for the 5 boat. Let's see if Caleb Meade and Johnny Tomlinson can close this thing out. They are right there. They can see it. They can smell it. Oh, so close, and the boat looks great. Under full throttle, here comes that beautiful number 5 MF Racing out of Lubbock, Texas. Congratulations to the Meade family and Johnny Tomlinson.
Oh, man, that is an awesome, awesome day for these guys. I'll tell you what, that's their first top podium of the year. Yep, look at those boys. We got
that's
Jordan
their first
and John
podium
right
at all
there.
of the year, man.
Look
so
at
yeah,
those guys. Everybody's excited. Good
and then comes
there.
to 21 to say less MF, and we believe the MCon team might just hang on here for a podium finish. And congratulations to them. Debut of the boat, led a bunch of this race, and will end up crossing there in 3rd place.
Lake Wiley coming across in 4th place, which that's going to give them some more points than our current points leader, Jack Hammer and Reese and Julian, who are going to bring up the 5th position.
A little bit of something there for everybody inside of this race. Crazy action, some passes being made. We believe what might be a guardian or some sort of mechanical going on. And of all the boats that have struggled out here, you would not anticipate it to be the points leader. But unfortunately for the Jackhammer team, they're going to come across the stripe here in last place today. But always a threat, man. They're always tough. So I'm sure Reese and Julian will go back to work on that one and get ready as we head up to Wisconsin.
What a race.
See the cranes there where they're setting everybody in. That is the dam there just off to the left-hand side. And at the dock is where the cats are warming up back behind us, and everything rumbling.
That is a real tight congested spot, but those guys are making it work and making it happen. Let's go to our replay. Tell me what's going on here, Ken. Give us a start.
Man, take a look at that roost for starters, and that 06 boat getting off to a great start. The debut of that brand new boat there for MCon Monster Energy.
Here we go. This is our HBS Motorsports
and
team here.
Look at the back here. This is, when they make that left and completely flip that boat over. Both got out. Safety there immediately doing their job, and both were okay.
Yep, you got to be happy with that. Thanks to Towboat USA for helping us out.
This go back here. This is the pass as the 06 boat was struggling just a little bit. We believe some sort of guardian mode, and the 5 boat was coming after him. And then the 5-boat able to make the pass here in this right-hander.
Yep, here's where it happened. It looks like Johnny dropped the trim just perfect for Caleb to just stick the pin and make the pass, and it was smooth sailing from there.
Checkered flag for the 5-boat. Congrats to MF Racing, Caleb Mead, and Johnny Tomlinson.
I would tell Zane that's Caleb's that he doesn't have to pace anymore. We're good to go. Get to that dock and get to celebrating. All right. So happy for that kid right there. That's awesome. Good racing.
Yeah, as we talked about, the youngest to ever win there in one of these pro classes at the age of 16, Sheboygan. And next to one of the best to ever do it in Johnny Tomlinson.
Yeah, that is one awesome duo right there. Those guys are really, really getting together. They've had some great performances. I really think it's pretty awesome for them to be, at home here with MTI. So, awesome performance.
Well, as we talked about, the big dogs are making some noise back there, putting some heat in those big power plants. We'll light things up here in just a little bit. The Cats are ready to go. Stay with us here with the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Oh, yeah, it's going to get noisy here now. Welcome back to the Lake of the Ozarks, the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series, as the Super Cats are getting ready to make some noise here. They are out milling around and should be a lot of fun to watch. I see the Dirty Money boat up there. And, of course, they went for a big ride earlier today, the DMR team, and the Class 1 race, Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly. Of course, behind this boat as well, heavily involved, is Bo and Tiffany Renfro out of Georgia. As good as they come right there. And as they come into this event here, they are leading in the points. Qualified number 2 at St. Pete grabbed the win. Qualified number 2 at New Orleans finished 5th. I believe they had a mechanical there, and qualified number 3 at Cocoa Beach grabbed a win there too. So they come in here leading in the points ahead of CR Racing and CJ Grant.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight point race, and I'll tell you what, these guys, we watched, Graydale yesterday, have an issue in the corner, have a mechanical, and they spun the boat after a broken gimbal, and they took quite a ride. But they were able to get that boat put back together last night. I talked to them in the pit. They were buttoning everything up by about 9 o'clock, and they were good to go.
And let's go take a look at what Shane was talking about right here.
Yeah, they were already through the first pin. They were already turning. They were already kind of sitting the boat down and going where it needed to be. And you kind of see some parts coming off of it. They what ended up happening, they had a gimbal assembly come loose on them and break. Once the boat spun, it broke both skags off the lower units, and it was along for the ride at that point. But as you can see, they are ready to go. No engine damage. They didn't take any water in through the back of the pipes. Engines were good. Put new gimbal housings and gimbal assemblies on there and drives, and here we are ready to go.
Yeah, very accomplished team. I'm sure plenty of parts and pieces inside of the trailer ready to go. And caution flag is out, so they're telling them to get them lined up. And these things at full song will light up the water canyon, man.
I tell you.
They are loud. They're naturally aspirated, 800 horsepower or more. And at full song, man, they echo for miles. It is a thing of beauty.
And that's what Super Cat Sunday's all about, baby.
Right on,
Crank
baby.
'em up.
And there you go. You see the pace boat setting sail right there. They can go absolutely as fast as they want. The Cats will have no problem keeping up and getting lined up.
We're going to have Dirty Money sitting in first position, CR Racing sitting second, starting second, EWB from Havasu in third, and we've got, after that spin out, Graydale, CJ Grant, and Jay Muller, they're going to be starting in the fourth lane. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys jump and, gain position and gain lanes as soon as they get through that first corner.
Kelly Christ and Ron Gibbs in the 77 EWB. You just see the nose of it sticking out there. Owner Kelly Christ and crew chief Tim Diskin as they come out of the Chicago, Illinois area. They actually live out in Lake Havasu now, I believe.
Yeah, Tijuana 10, he's awesome.
Green flag, here we go. We're racing the Super Cats. They all scream to life. Side by side they go, 4 lanes wide, more than that actually, 4 boats wide, looks like about 6 lanes as everybody looking for a little space in a 77 boat with a nice run. And here comes the Great L.
I made a comment yesterday, you really got to keep an eye on that EWB team. That 368 skater is going to be on the smaller end of boats for this class, but typically that means on a flat, fast lake like this, a boat like that can really, really shine. So let's see what those boys have in store for everyone else as the race continues.
And the 54 there, CJ Grant Racing, Great L. That's a boat that had an issue a day ago. Good thing they had it a day ago. Here comes the Dirty Money Racing team.
Those
big
guys
power
are
inside of that DMR team, and look at them as they shoot up to the front.
Hard charging into the first corner, and watch them go.
These guys are good at what they do. And looks like they will get to the first pin first and make that rotation and head back the opposite direction. And look out, here they come once again. Incredible effort out of Britt Lilly, as always, and Bill Pyburn.
Yeah, talk about a lot of effort. These guys have a lot to check after qualifying, and work to be done. And I was talking to the crew chief for the CR team last night. They had a little light on oil pressure on a pair of new engines, so they took it back to the shop, pulled an engine last night, and put an oil pump in one, and they had it all back together and ready to go for today. So there's a lot of effort, a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of the fans at home might not quite appreciate or understand. But these guys are always working and turning wrenches.
Side by side, back behind them. I'm sure Britt Lilly digging hard here, would love to get back into winning form. Needs to hand a trophy to his birthday as well. Say happy birthday to Amanda. She has the birthday weekend working. But look at those two back behind them battling for second place.
Yep, you've got EWB on the right side of our screen there, just keeping some momentum and letting her slide. These guys are really skating and moving around through the corners. Not a lot of boat in the water here.
Great L out there in that far outside lane. Certainly they're not driving away from him either. Hanging tough as you take a look at that gorgeous number 3 boat. Okuma sponsorship on the back of that one. Getting some help from Axum, Okuma. Renfro Mining, of course, Boxo, and once again, nice rotation there out of the 3 boat.
Even through our headsets, like you mentioned, talk about some great audio. That is music to every gearhead's ears right there, Ken.
Chris Grant, Jay Muller in the 54. They're saying in second there. We'll see if we can verify that. EWB Racing and CR.
Looks like
EWB was right there before.
Looks like we have CR. That was where they came through timing and scoring on that previous lap. But it looks like CR. Looks like Rob Understall and Casey Boaz are running in second currently, right behind our leader, Dirty Money.
Screaming by there is the Dirty Money Racing team. I'm being told that Tristan has caught up with the winner of our last race. Let's get it down there, dockside to Tristan.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with the number 5 boat, Meade Family Racing. I got Johnny and Caleb here. How did you guys feel coming out there, getting that checkered flag?
We felt great. We got first in testing. We running really fast, really good. We finally got an opening, got to run our line, and we just started walking them down.
Yeah, I mean, that new monster boat was out in front of you guys for a little bit. Johnny, tell me how you got around them.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm thinking they probably had some issues. I mean, Tyler and Myrick are the best. They work at it hard, and they're always on the water. So to beat those guys, you know, you're doing something. Everybody out here, these boats are so close together. Everybody races each other cleanly, and, you know, these boats are all identical power, and these wins are tough to come by, and competition stiff.
I was going to say, factory stock is such a competitive class. You guys have been racing for quite a while now, but you said that your last checkered flag was 2 seasons ago. So, Caleb, you said your first checkered flag with Johnny. How excited are you to celebrate tonight?
I'm stoked. I've been waiting. We've been having a lot of struggle this year. We haven't even gotten on the podium yet this year. We've been having difficulties, and I'm just glad to finally get there and get it done.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
The monkey off our back.
Yes, good way of putting it, Johnny. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, great run for them, and congratulations. Hey, man, you got to take it the way you get it. They were performing right there, second place. So whenever they had their issues, when MCON had their issues, so they were able to step up there and take over the point. Congrats to them. Well earned.
You know what? He said it the best, though. They're so well matched that, you know, it's anybody's race, and those guys were good competitors, and, you know, wins are hard to come by. So they're super stoked. I'm happy to see them, and, you know, all these guys put a lot of time and effort into their programs.
And good confirmation there of the 08 boat doing a nice job as CR Racing in second place there with Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. There's a look at third place as well for the Grade L. So, yeah, Rob Understall really, really good. He lives here on the lake as well. They get a lot of seat time here on that lake. They've done a lot of testing. Very, very good out of Wentzville and Osage Beach, Missouri. Started in the Shootout back in 1992. So it's been out here getting it done in some big boats for a long time.
Yep, and as you see on those, Casey Boaz, as we showed you yesterday, he is the owner of Herring Propeller, is one of their sponsors on the CR team. Southeast Services, you know, they've got some great sponsorship and stuff behind the CR team, and they're a good local hometown favorite. So we've got a lot of performance boaters that hub out of Lake of the Ozarks. So we keep talking about hometown heroes, and there seems to be some in every single class. So it's a hard thing for our local fans to even pick their favorites. I mean, there's just so many good people here.
Another look at the 3 boat, the Dirty Money team.
Well, Bill and Britt, they're looking pretty comfortable up front right now. They've definitely, in SuperCat, have grown to run up there a lot this year, so they seem to be pretty happy. You know, part of me wonders if anything is going through the head of what happened yesterday in the ride they took, you know, or if that's just completely shut off behind them and off they go looking forward.
Yeah, and if you weren't familiar with it, if you didn't hear about it, we did have a Pro Class 1 race one day ago. We only made it about a lap as you watch the 08 boat come around here. Of course, multiple first place and podiums in Superstock for a near 6-year venture. A couple of world championships as well there for the CR Racing team with Understall and Boaz as you watch them go by. But going back to the Dirty Money Racing team, Britt Lilly and Bill Pyburn, they were in that Pro Class 1 race a day ago, and man, they had a big moment side by side with the 10 boat, and both of them packing air, and it was the DMR boat that went for a big ride, flew up in the air, did a complete backflip, stuffed the back of it, destroyed the boat, but both clearly are okay and back inside of the boat racing here today. So that's what Shane was referring to there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we got a camera angle situation here, but it looks almost like Rob and Casey are kind of making a little bit of a run on Bill and Britt. they're probably only, what, 2-3 seconds maybe tops apart. I mean, they are super, super close.
Yeah, with some opportunity to put the boat in the water out here and do some testing, I'm sure that they've got a good piece out here. And that is a split between first and second. With a couple of laps complete, they're going to run 10 laps here. Just 3 seconds, not much difference out here.
3 seconds can be one little bobble, so it's going to come down to is anybody going to make a mistake? We've got 7 laps left to figure that out.
Those guys, as we take a look at that CR Racing team grabbed their first win in the Supercat category in New Orleans with the 08 boat, so they know what it is like to stand on top of the box. They also finished second at Cocoa Beach. They're a threat. They come in here second in the points.
Yeah, they've been top qualifier twice this year before this event. So, I mean, you know, are coming in on the pole position. So they're no strangers to getting around a racetrack extremely quick.
Yeah, great point. They come in here 11 points behind the Dirty Money Racing team, and like you just said, had a pole at St. Pete, had a pole at New Orleans, qualified second at Cocoa Beach. They've definitely shown some speed. That boat is very capable, and right now hanging with the number 3 boat with a lot of racing yet to go. Chris Grant and company back there with the Graydell boat had their issues a day ago, but currently hanging in there in third place. A good look at the fastest laps, and for the 3 and the 08, it's showing identical fastest laps. Much tighter turn there in the back for the 08.
Yeah, both of these boats are pretty well evenly matched. They're both 388 skaters. You know, they do have different engine packages. I mean, similar specs and build parameters. But you know, the CR rig that we're watching right now, they are powered by Sterlings, and then you've got a set of Goodwins in the Dirty Money entry that's running up front currently.
And again, that gap staying just about the same. So keeping the pressure on. They do have spotters out here, so they'll have some radio communication to let them know where they are. And you can see them running 1 lane wide to make sure they get in that, stay in that clean water. When maybe it's just the angle there, but it actually does look like the CR boat was closing just ever so slightly.
That could definitely be a difference in props. You know, we talked about a lot of this racing we think is going to be won in the corners and how fast it's going to get through it or get back out of it versus propping for top speed. So they could definitely narrow the gaps at different parts of the course.
And right there, it looks like the gap actually got a little bit bigger for the Dirty Money team. Goodwin Power and the Dirty Money boat. Sterling Power in the number 8, the 08 CR Racing, and the gap has spread from 3 seconds to 4 seconds now as we go back and take a look at the 54 boat. CJ Grant, just one of the nicest guys here on the property to go over and chat with. He's driving the boat there. Of course, Jay Muller running the throttles. You talked about Jay running the throttles here in a number of boats over the course of this week, and Chris coming down here from Toronto, Canada.
Yeah, that's one heck of a duo, and you know, Jay's got his work cut out for him too on the throttles. I mean, you've got to go from super stock to Super Cat and then back to Pro Class 1 multiple times throughout a qualifying session or a race day.
Want to give their engine builder a little bit of love as well. HRE Racing engines for CJ Grant and that 388 skater.
Yep, they did a little check on the engines last night. I talked to Mike and Austin in the pits after they got everything back up, put together. I went over to give them a little check, and I figured they would still be, you know, really deep in it. But you know what? They had already buttoned it up, and they were ready to go by, you know, 9 o'clock last night after that incident in qualifying.
That is just a beautiful sight there. Boat happy, just screaming. Naturally aspirated power plants versus the twin turbos that are on the Pro Class 1s. So as you would imagine, the sound out of the back of these things, completely uncorked, is just incredible.
Yeah, these engines can be up 72 510 cubic inch with a minimum of 495 cubic inches. So everybody's pretty much running a similar cubic inch. They have a spec head they have to run. They cannot be more than 9.5 to 1 compression ratio. You know, so some of our fans at home that might not be boat race fans but are watching this for the first time that are gearheads, you might want to learn a little bit about that. You know, these naturally aspirated big blocks are really cranking out the power. And they do it on pump gas.
Yeah. Yeah, estimated somewhere around 750, 800 horsepower.
And if it's more or less, I don't think you can get anybody to tell us.
Yeah, well, and I think the water can be the great equalizer there as well, but you always want as much as you can possibly get, and of course there's 2 of them back there.
A lot of power, a lot of weight, big wide tunnels. These boats have to come in on the scales and weigh a minimum of at least 9,500 pounds once the race is over. There's our CR Racing Southeast Services machine. Herring propellers. Coming through our start-finish line, and then we are halfway through.
Yeah, you're talking about the width of the tunnels there for the Pro Class 1 boats. It's 72 inches here for the Super Cats. It's 66 inches. Tunnel tab allowed in this category here with no weight penalty. And the MCON boys from the last race debuting there in the Factory 500 category is down there with Tristan. So let's check in. She has both Myrick and Tyler.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Tyler and Myrick. They just finished their first full race in their new factory stock boat, MCON Monster Energy Hurt boat. You guys started strong. Tell me what happened, Tyler.
You know, yeah, hats off to the crew, MTI, getting us a boat to get on the water. New boat blues, you know, sometimes they're the winner, sometimes they're not. And, you know, just to finish the race solid on the podium is really good. We had 33-ish Guardian modes and some trim issues, and yeah, some pretty sketchy moments out there, but all in all, happy to again be on the podium for Monster Energy and Hurt, and yeah, exciting race. Looking forward to getting things dialed in and getting back out there for sure.
Myrick, I spoke to Johnny and Caleb, and they were very excited for their win, but he said it wasn't easy getting around you guys. Myrick, how was that for you?
Well, I don't know. I'm still trying to take it all in. It was pretty wild. When the boat was running right, it was unbelievable. Yeah, we could just motor on them. I heard 20-some seconds at one time. But yeah, and, you know, hats off to all those guys that out there and did their laps and all that. Proud to be competing against, you know, Johnny again, and I'm, you know, really excited for the team. But was just wanted to end up with a win. I don't know how it is. Else I can say it. But anyway. He's playing it really calm and cool right now compared to the way he was in the cockpit. But yeah, so yeah, hats off to all the competitors. I know that other boats had problems too, but you know, we're here to compete, and that's what we did. So thanks to Monster, thanks to MTI and MCON and Performance Boat Center, all that. You know, without all them, we wouldn't be here doing this.
Yeah, I will say, when I walked down the dock, I said, Tyler, how was it? We can't say on camera what Tyler said to me. And that's okay, you know. But, hey, guys, I'm glad you guys got out there. First race, hometown, your family's here. You got MTI in the backyard. You've got all the support you guys could need. You're getting ready to go into your second Pro Class 1 race. Here we go.
I've never had so many hugs from my kids. It's funny, they usually don't go to the races that much, but now they hug Dad a lot when he's getting in the Monster Energy boat for some reason.
Hey, that's great. We love to have the family here. Congrats on that second place. Better luck next time, and go do some fun stuff out there with Pro Class 1, boys. Thank you.
Great stuff. Yeah, they're highly motivated people, man. When they get in the boat, they want to win. They don't care if it's a debut or new boat or not. But they'll get that thing sorted out, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure as we go back here to the Super Cat race. And this one so far has been all the number 3 boat.
Yeah, they've been running up front pretty comfortably. They've got a decent lead on CR. I think it's just, you know, it still could, there still could be a bobble that could change that. But I'll tell you what, you've got Rob and Casey back there wanting it pretty bad, and they got Michael on the spotter telling them where they need to go and where to put it. So hopefully they can get it back up in the mix.
That was some of the kids there from Tyler and Myrick sitting there on the Monster Energy boat. As we go back here and take a look at the number 3 and Dirty Money and Rob Understall, Casey Boaz, the 08 boat still there in second place, followed up by Chris Grant. And then we wrap the field up with the 77 EWB Racing entry of Kelly Kreis and Ron Gibbs.
Man, they're just sliding that boat around there. They have that thing just dialed in, don't they? So do these boys.
And that 08 boat is not going anywhere. They haven't been able to close up on them, but they have not driven away from them either.
I feel like that's closer than a 3 to 4 second differential, but man, it's just close.
And they might just be maintaining speed here to make sure they take care of that boat, the number 3 boat. As they continue on here, still just a little bit past halfway. So a lot of racing yet to go. Just some quick gorilla math right there. Just the count in my head, I would have put them about 3 seconds back. And so they might have closed it back up a little bit, but this angle always seems a little bit closer than whenever they go completely horizontal. We'll see what happens when they cross the stripe here. If they've closed it back up, it did grow to 4.5 seconds, we're being told.
Still pretty close when you're talking, you know, a half a second difference from the previous lap on a 5+ mile course.
Look at him just set that nose in there. Boat turns so good. And then, of course, the preferred line there, as the CR Racing team is going to run just a tick wider. So they continue to drive away. It seems like about a half a second a lap. A little bit quicker than the 08 boat. And again, that just might be the sheer distance that the 08 boat is going to go just a little bit further around. Here's the battle for third place as we go back to the Grade L entry and the EWB entry. These two guys pretty close as well.
Yeah, I would think that they're probably within that 3 to 4 second range for the battle for third as well. Try to get some data for timing to scoring here in just a little bit once they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, and it looks like that gap about the same. I'm with you, somewhere in the 4 to 5 second range, I bet.
Yep. You got Kelly and Ron back there. It looks like they took a pretty good corner. We didn't get a good line on that, but they're doing everything they can to take a run at the.
They went to the inside of Grade L. Grade L way wide, and look at that move. You can tell by the wake that they had to readjust. That might be a pass coming up for a pass.
Yep, I see EWB there on the right side. They're going way right of that slot buoy, so I'm not sure if that's going to hurt them as far as how they're running the line on the course, but they're probably just trying to stay away from Chris and Jay and, you know, give everybody some good racing room.
Yeah, I was surprised they went so far back to the right as well. That is going to open up the door for the Grade L to chop off that buoy and close the gap back up. So good battle there for the third and final spot on the podium. Off in the distance, you can see the rooster tail from the first two.
And I believe earlier this year, and I think it was in New Orleans when EWB, they got their first podium. This was a new team that developed last year, and they did an excellent job last year finishing races and, you know, getting some data and learning one another in the boat. And they've had a pretty good season this year for season 2, and they are hunting for another podium position. Woo, they are deck to deck.
They go, man. The run is on for third place between the Grade L and EWB.
Love to see some action like that.
Back and forth they go, depending on where they are in the track. The preferred line on the inside with the number 77. Can he carry enough momentum to dig up out of the hole, or will the Grade L eat some wash?
I'm telling you, Kelly's going to have to turn that boat. There's no wide turning on the inside like that. He's going to have to pick it and stick it, buddy.
and takes control of the spot.
Ron said, I'm going hammered down. Let's grab this podium. Let's keep trying to dig and reel in CR and see if we can't get back up a little further to the front.
Yeah, so happy that they completed nearly all 7 of 8 races in Supercats a year ago as they were new to the category. And jumping down in there, looking for a podium position. See if they can get it here at Lotto with EWB. They had one at New Orleans. Dirty Money legging it out here with just a couple of laps to go inside of this one. There's that battle for 3rd and 4th. We come back to Dirty Money leading.
Yep, 1st and 2nd, they definitely put a little bit of a stretch on 3rd and 4th right now. Got 8 of 10 laps completed so far for Lake of the Ozarks. Shootout Offshore Supercat Sunday, Ken. This is awesome racing.
Love the graphics on the side of the 77 boat.
They've got Twisted Traction Marine Decking, Game Boys Racing in their corner with the EWB guys from Havasu.
Older skater there as well for EWB, but certainly performing nicely here today.
Yep, that thing's got some Teague custom marine engines in it. And I believe that was actually one of Bob Teague's old boats. Maybe, I think it might have been the Supercat Light boat, but that is a 368 skater, so it is definitely a few feet shorter than the other 388s that are in the class right now. They are looking good, though.
Looks great. This race will wrap this thing up here, and of course we still have our Class 1s to come out for their 2nd race of the day.
It's a good shot of our 3rd place EWB team from Havasu. Said Kelly and Ron, they're doing everything they can to just keep a hold of that position, because they have CJ Grant and Jay right behind them, nipping at their heels.
Just full song singing back behind us. Flotilla growing here all day long out there. The fans lining the side of the race course to keep an eye on or watch some of the best come out here and go at it. Dirty Money team spot on, as you would expect. Ready to pick up the white flag. Put one more lap together and see if they can't bring a win home for team owner Bo Renfro. But 08 boat still right there, man.
They are
right
still
there.
right there.
What a strong showing here for CR Racing.
At this point, either one of those guys going into the last lap like this, you're hoping your stuff holds together, and you're also hoping that you don't break. You're hoping the other guy does.
They're forcing them to push it, man, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's no laying back if you're running up front. If you're Dirty Money right now, you better be giving it your all.
Yeah, coming into this last lap, I guarantee you CR's got the sticks down.
Yep, I promise you those guys are digging.
Just soaking up that little small chop. So you got to get a bunch of that boat up out of the water. That's what creates all that friction and creates some drag there. So that's the difference. You got to get that thing up out of the water, and then you've got to have good power.
Yep, they love a little bit of chop, and they love some rough water. So it's definitely going to be a different race.
Then of course the magic to do this part of it right here.
Yep. There's a lot to do with timing in that between the driver and the throttleman. You have to back up, set your trims just correctly, and at the exact same time, at the right time, you know, the driver has to start putting input into the wheel. There's a lot going on there with that timing.
Yeah, and if they don't do it just right, it doesn't set the nose, it won't turn, it'll push wide, or it'll hook too hard. I mean, you're right, there's a lot of magic that's happening right there. They make it look easy. I promise you, it does not take much for something to go wrong.
You are very right.
ripping by here at speed. Dirty Money cannot afford to chuck up even a little bit. CR Racing Team right there on them, first and second. Coming to the checkered flag here in just a moment. There it is, checkered flag flying, and Dirty Money is going to hang on and grab the win here. And it looked like about a 2.5, 3 second gap there right at the very end, as the 08 boat did close it up just a bit, but just did not have quite enough to get back around the 3 boat for Dirty Money Racing. Congrats to Britt Lilly and, of course, Bill Pyron, along with the boat owners, Bo and Tiffany Renfro. Excellent job there for the 3 boat. Also, congrats to the 8 boat, CR Racing. They did a great job. Rob Understall and Casey Boaz also here at their home race. They'll have a good party there tonight.
Yes, they will.
Oh, CR picking up a 1.5 seconds in that last lap.
Wow.
Really closed the gap. Just needed to probably do that the last couple of laps. Just not quite enough. The gang down there for DMR. High fives all around. And hats off to the 77 boat as well. EWB Racing digging deep. Looking at that boat as they're coming back around here. Picked up 3rd place in a great race with the Great L. See the Great L back there just a little bit further. Here comes Kelly Christ and Ron Gibbs. Nice job, fellas.
Congratulations on another podium finish for this year. I'll tell you what.
That's exactly right.
It's a good spot for those guys to be in. Had some tough luck for our friends north of the border with Chris and Jay here. Looks like they might have, I wonder if, some of the struggles they had yesterday with the broken parts, if, maybe that tweaked the setup or something, but you just never know.
They finish up strong with the Great L CJ Grant Racing effort. Chris Grant and Jay Muller. So that'll wrap up the Super Cats here. And it brings us to one big boat race left for the day. We'll take a break, and then, of course, I'm sure we will come back here and have a chance to talk to a very happy DMR crew, both Britt and Bill. Nicely done, gentlemen.
Good job,
Stay
boys.
with us, ladies and gentlemen. Some more great racing action coming your way here with the IHRA.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Look at the beautiful water here at Lake of the Ozarks. This is the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series as we flip back to the PWCs. And I believe we're going to do some endurance racing here. Is this, we welcome back Mikey Young to the desk and the AM Endurance 200, 300 again. Let's hit your button there, buddy.
Yes, I'll tell you, and you're talking about the water being calm out there, Ken. It's not going to be calm for too long. We've got about 40 riders ready to take to the water right now. We've got 24 in the amateur 300 class. We've got another 6 in our amateur 200 class. Some great racing both in the 300 and the 200. Last race, we've seen our first new winner in the 200, and Andy Martinez, and boy, he was excited to get that win. And in the AM Endurance 300, we've had Cooper Caldwell that has went 1-1 so far this weekend. He has been unstoppable. I talked to Garrett Lofton. Now, Garrett Lofton came in with the points lead. I talked to him during the break right there, and Garrett was telling me the reason that he came off the boat when he was behind Baldwin in Moto number 2, that he was going to make that turn, and his boat went into limp mode.
Oh.
And it stopped right there, and that's how he wasn't able to hold on. As you can see, our riders getting in the gate right now. Actually, I have a rider here that's racing out of Santa Cruz, Aruba. That is Aman Halab. Talked to him during the break, too. This is only his second race ever, but he says he loves coming up here, and he's representing Aruba out here this weekend.
Oh, good for him, man.
And speaking of the islands, we got Klein Glidden III, and he's out of the Cayman Islands. So we've got a bunch of islanders up here hanging out at Lake of the Ozarks with us this weekend.
And look at the sheer number of competitors out there.
Yeah, I tell you, we were talking about it yesterday. When you look at that lineup, it's about a quarter of a mile long. As they get ready to get set here, you still got a couple riders that are getting in the gate. Again, Garrett Lofton definitely going to be one of the favorites. I'm sure he's got a chip on his shoulder after taking a third in that last moto, or third in the first moto, fourth in the last moto. Cooper Caldwell going 1-1. He's going to have the bullseye on his back, but I'll tell you who's done a really good job is Nathan Dowley. Dowley came into this one 11th in points, and so far has 2 second-place finishes. That's Sarsinski right there, boat number 46, the orange boat. Pointing up there to the starting line. Oldest rider out there, that's boat number 82. That is Jonathan Dent out of the Honduras. Jonathan is 71 years fast.
Wow. Hats off to him, and he's going to do an endurance race of all things.
And I'm having a hard time walking up and down this hill. Hats off to Johnny, whose family's watching in from the Honduras, and makes his home now in Columbus, Ohio, as we get set to go here. Green flag getting ready to drop.
Green flag is out, and here we go.
That's it. We are off and away, and you can see how they kind of come to the center of that track, and the best place to have a good position is the center. And you can see Cooper Caldwell right now working on the inside. I believe that's Lofton with the early lead, and that's Baldwin coming up beside our orange boat there. That was Sarsinski. So Sarsinski getting pushed a little bit wide there. And you can see just how busy it is out there. Once again, 40 boats out on the water at once. As we take a look, that's 917. That is Dolly, Nathan Dolly. And I told you he's had a tremendous weekend so far. So he is first to the stripe. And we'll go ahead and credit Dolly, the Jet X rider, with the whole shot.
Yeah, there was about 4 skis that all looked like they had a shot at it, but after they came through that first buoy and they spread out, it opened up the door there for Nathan to close the deal, and he takes the point here early on.
Well, you know, one of the things about Nathan is he's a very thin kid. He only weighs about 110 pounds soaking wet, and that probably helped him to shoot out there in front with all that horsepower underneath him. Nathan Dolly, again, part of the Jet X team. Him and his brother both out there racing. They're from Alton, Ontario, Canada. They're also sponsored by Riva HydroTurf, the BRP Museum.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Issues right here. That is for the 117 as well.
Yeah, that's Martinez, who took a win in that 200 class a little earlier today. So a tough break there for Martinez.
He was so excited there in that amateur endurance 200 race, or 200 class, I should say. And unfortunately for him, as it looked like he was climbing back up on it. I wonder what the issue was there, but nonetheless, hopefully he can get going again, but it will all but eliminate his chance at a win.
Yeah, Barrett Murnick back out there in the 200 class. He'd be your 200 leader right now. Garrett Lofton all the way back in that 8th position. Baldwin back in 9th. I'm not sure if maybe those two got together in that first turn because they were both up there leading that. It was A.M. Halib, and Halib is our rider from Aruba that we were talking about. Mernick in 12th, but he is leading in the 200 classes. This is a combined class, 300 horsepower and 200 horsepower boats out there.
And the top two starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So Nathan Dolly doing a good job here. Cooper Caldwell, who we know was up in the front there at our last endurance race as well, as they rip around here for this third moto.
And I noticed as they were coming out of the cove, some people not yielding to the right and the left-hand turns. One person went on the wrong side of the yellow buoy as they were coming out of the cove. I'm not sure if they're going to penalize that rider. We couldn't get a number on it from up here. But, yeah, they're supposed to be on the left-hand side because a yellow buoy means a right-hand turn. Let's take a look at the replay and see if everybody else seen what I seen. Okay. So you see Dolly right there. He's your race leader on the top side. And you can see how the rider went to the right-hand side of the buoy. He is supposed to be on the shore side of that buoy, over there toward the marina. And you see the Neon Taco in the back. He's supposed to be closer to the Neon Taco and not closer to the outskirts of the water there. So basically, he will be down a lap if he doesn't hit the yellow tetrahedron, the penalty buoy.
And do we think that was Dolly?
No, I don't believe it was Dolly. I think it might have been second or third place.
Okay, gotcha.
So we'll see again. The yellow tetrahedron they don't have to worry about right there, but you can see them working their way down back into the cove area. Nice little sweeping turn down there at the cove. That is Todd Sarsinski, boat number 46 that you're taking a look at there. Easy to pick out with that orange boat.
You can see one of the officials over there as well, keeping an eye on everything.
Yeah, and if they're going
that triangular-shaped tetrahedron.
Yeah, one of the things that you'll see our marshals do out there is if somebody is going on the wrong side of the buoy, what they'll do is they'll go over there by that buoy and point them in the right direction with their yellow flag.
Oh, and somebody making a left-hand turn there and shooting right over there to the dock, and that is the penalty lap, so the penalty buoy. So that's it right there, and penalty has been served.
There you go. Your time has been served. We're going to set you free again.
So did not lose a position out of it. That's the good news. Lost a lot of real estate, though.
Okay, we're getting this from timing and scoring right now that the ones that have missed that buoy and did not go and pick up the penalty buoy will be penalized. And we're not going to tell you who those folks are. They're going to have to wait till they go to the pit board, because we don't have a list of all of them that missed that buoy, but a couple of them were playing follow the leader, and that's the last thing you want to do when you get in a race like this.
So easy to do, isn't it? Get focused and locked in on the one in front of you and make the same exact mistake.
Yeah, you get complacent and you're not thinking on your own. You're letting somebody else do the thinking for you, and that's not racing. Nathan Dolly, still your race leader, and they say Cooper Caldwell still in second place on boat number 193, followed by Sarsinski out of Buffalo, New York. Todd owns the BRP Museum. Got all the old BRP boats. Klein Glenn III out of the Cayman Islands, sponsored by Harborview Apartments in fourth. Bryce Ford rounding out your top 5 here on this lap, as we have just over 14 minutes left to go. 20 minutes plus a lap here in this third and final amateur 200 and 300 combined race. Got the Class 1s coming up next, and we got a special guest that's going to be coming up next as well. Mernick, your leader in the 200 class right now, currently sitting 11th out of the track with the 300s, and that's actually pretty respectable when you got a 200
yes,
200 boat, a 200 horsepower boat, and you're up there.
100 horsepower. I mean, it's a big deal, man.
Oh.
Especially on something this light. Dirty Money Racing having a great run there in the Super Cat race as they just picked up another win, and Tristan's with them.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Bill and Britt, Dirty Money Racing, Bill Pyburn Racing. Tell me what you guys did today at your Super Cat race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we just went out today and ran the boat to the best of our ability. Britt did a great job today on the wheel. The team did a phenomenal job getting the boat set up. I missed a little bit on the prop setup, but, you know, it's one of those things. We got through it, and we just stayed cool with it the whole time and pulled out the win.
Britt, yesterday was a really bad day for your team. That was probably one of the most, I want to say, catastrophic things that anyone's ever seen in offshore racing. And you guys put your team back together. You went out there and you got a checkered flag in your Super Cat boat. Tell me what that looked like for you getting ready to go into this boat today.
Well, I was definitely getting more sore as the day goes on, but, you know, we're here to do a job. We're here to race. We're professionals. We've been doing this forever, so get in the boat, especially this one's my baby here, and I know she'd take care of me, and here we are with the checkered flag. So, you know, hats off to the team. They worked all night again, like always, getting this thing dialed in. I don't know why this place doesn't like us much, but we're coming out here with a checkered flag today.
I'm so happy you guys went out there in the Super Cat and got that checkered flag. Congratulations, and do some celebrating tonight. You guys deserve it. Thank you, guys.
Yep, tough go of it for that Pro Class 1 boat for sure, but they did come back and prove what that team is worth, man. They are absolute champs. They come back out here and win the Super Cat race, so congrats to them, and I'm sure they'll dig in and get that thing fixed up, that Class 1 boat. We have not seen the end of that DMR team, Bill Pyburn Racing.
That's it. They're going to keep on keeping that fight. So there we go with Dolly again, your racer. You can see he's working his way through lap traffic, getting bounced around out there. Again, a large flotilla of boats cruising through down here by the dam, and that's creating a little crosswake. You got some seawalls that are creating some reverb, so they got some washing machine conditions out there, not really able to read the conditions. And when you have those type of conditions out there, Ken, anything could happen, because you know you've got to be paying attention or you can catch an edge in a heartbeat. We've seen that a couple times so far this weekend.
There's the difference between the 300s and the 200s. You can see that big speed, man. And look at that run down on the inside. Nice job.
Oh yeah, that's Dolly.
There's a look at the podium. Well, it's not podium picture. The team standing there on the bow, the Dirty Money Racing team.
And they're looking pretty happy down there. Congratulations to Dirty Money.
Look at that gaggle of skis, man. Everybody's scrapping to get around those buoys.
Well, 961 getting pulled in a little bit early. And, oh, man, that's our friend from Santa Cruz, Aruba, Eamon Halab. Eamon Halab, unfortunately, coming in on the gaff, and that's not the way you want to come in on moto number 3, that's for sure. So you still got Zarsinski up there in third, Kleingliden third in fourth spot, and Bryce Ford rounding out your top 5. Lofton working his way through the pack. Last lap around, he was in 8th, has moved up to 6th. Noah Dolly back into 7th. Caden Baldwin has moved up to 8th after a rough start. Then you got Armando Martinez and Baron Marinick rounding out your top 10 here.
And halfway point here in this moto. How about that, man? It goes by quickly. 10 minutes yet to go, plus 1 lap.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's still a lot of time. You know, Dolly has got to be able to hold on to that Sea-Doo. That Sea-Doo he's got is a fire breather. Again, sponsored by JetX Racing as well as Reba Racing Hybrid Turf, the BRP Museum. And we're hearing that there's a couple riders that have not yet hit the penalty buoy, and if they do not hit the penalty buoy, they will be down the lap at the end of this one.
I wonder if there's a chance they just don't even know that they made the mistake. That's black flag at them.
You know, that's probably it. You know, it's probably the same situation as Coy Curtis had in our ski GP class in moto number 1. They didn't realize that they missed it. They kind of followed somebody through it. As you see the halfway flag coming up from Ryan, our flag man right there. But, yeah, I'm sure that they were unconscious that they did it. If they knew that they did it, they would definitely go hit that penalty buoy because they want to stay on the lead lap. And when you've got a decent-sized lead like that, that gives you time to actually go take the penalty buoy, and you can come back in and keep your placement, whatever place you were in. So.
And it looked like they were trying to give one of the riders some direction right there, basically trying to notify him, hey, you need.
And I think that it was Dolly. I think that's what I heard over the radio, that it was Dolly was one of the ones that missed that yellow buoy earlier. And I think that was Jackson J-Rod that was actually pointing to the penalty buoy saying, hey, dude.
Well, and I got to tell you, as you were just talking right now, I felt like he went to the right of a yellow buoy again. But we'll let them sort that out.
Yeah, just spoke with timing and scoring, and they said they're not assessing the infraction right now, so all we have is our leaderboard, but they will assess the infractions at the end of this race. So what you're seeing on the leaderboard may not be all 100% correct, but we're going to call it as we see it up here, and right now we've got Dolly in the lead. We don't want to call anybody out when we're not 100% up here.
Yeah, that's way above our pay grade. So we're being told from time and scoring, first, second, and third all straight line that buoy.
Wow. That's what Dolly, Cooper, and Sarsinski, they're saying that they straight line the buoy. If you straight line a buoy, you can't make it up, so you'll be docked one complete lap.
Wow.
And yeah, that's a boy, that's a tough row to hoe in the third moto.
According to time and scoring, that would put Glidden third up there in first, and then Lofton in second, and Bryce Ford in third, if that's not been adjusted yet.
And Klein Glidden, a winner a couple times already this year at the East End Surf Challenge back in January down at the east end of Grand Cayman, and he was a winner just a couple weeks ago at South Sound in Grand Cayman. One of our international riders that comes up here and rides the entire IHRA series. Get about 6.5 minutes left to go. As you see, we're running dam side right here by the dam at the Lake of the Ozarks. And boy, it has turned into quite a beautiful day here. Started a little chilly-willy this morning, but man, it is nice out here right now. And this is the place to be. Again, a couple premier races coming up after this one. Make sure that you stick around for those. Class 1, I believe, coming up next. And that'll be followed by our final endurance race of the weekend. That's going to be our pro endurance.
Yeah, getting close to the end of this one here. About 75% of this moto is complete here with this endurance. Kicked it off with a 20-minute moto. And Klein Glidden right there, we believe once penalties have been served, that he will be our leader.
Yeah, Klein Glidden again out of the Cayman Islands, sponsored by VR Race Team, Dean's team, as well as the Harbor View Apartments. Best place to stay when you're in the Cayman Islands, as they work their way back into the Cove section.
And he probably has no idea.
No.
He'll pick up the lead here.
Well, and you know, he's going to race for it anyway. You know, that's just his style.
Well, somebody in trouble there.
And it looks like one of our
14.
Oh, that's Lofton. Boy, Lofton having a tough weekend out here. Garrett Lofton coming in the points leader. And Garrett, he is out of Auburn, Georgia. He's another one of the VR Racing Team members. Also sponsored by Fly Racing, as you see there on his life jacket. Noah Dolly working his way the wrong way. He is back into 8th. Started out in 6th. Lofton back into 9th. And Marinick leading the 200 riders up there in the 10th spot. Troy Sider in 11th, making his return to personal watercraft racing.
Out in the bigger part of the track there, out in the big part of the lake as they head back towards the Cove.
Nice, beautiful shot of all the properties here on the lake in the background. I'll tell you, beautiful place. I couldn't believe when I heard there's like 1.5 million people here in the summertime and only 39,000 here in the wintertime. I don't know, seems like a good place to hang out all year round.
It's pretty brisk here in the winter. Okay, let's get it down to Pam. She is in the pits. Pam's been working hard here today. Let's check in and find out who she's with.
Jay Finlinson down here. You're getting ready to go out for moto number 3 for your pro endurance race, and we were talking third and third so far for the weekend. We know you're shooting for that number 1 spot, so what's going to be your trick to try to get up there?
You know, the start is probably the main thing you want to get down, especially this weekend and how the track is set up. So if you can get a good start, you can be up in the top, so that's really what I'm shooting for.
Well, I mean, obviously that's exactly what you want to shoot for, is number 1 position. But all in all, this weekend, we keep talking about the conditions out here. So this lake out here at Lake of the Ozarks, how has it been for you learning this course?
Course it's all right. It's hard to pass on this one, but definitely smoother water conditions for this weekend. So definitely in our favor, but not bad.
All right, so some people say they like the rough waters and some people like the smooth waters. So obviously the smoother the water, the better for you.
Yeah, definitely with our setup and what we're running, smoother water will help us out a little bit more.
Well, good luck out there. Hopefully we see you up at 1, 2, or 3 once again. So Jay Finlinson right here. Good luck. Back to you guys.
It'll be a good race. It'll be fun to watch them go at it. They are extremely good at what they do. Very, very fast. They'll have to go a little bit longer than the AMs here. Updated leaderboard coming across now is what we're being told. So we'll see what the adjustments have been.
You know, real quick, while they were talking to Jay, he said it was a hard place to pass, hard track to pass on. And remember, he was trying to pass Devin Farthing in that last moto and got shut down. So he's got some work to do, and that is your race leader unofficially right there, Klein Glidden, the third out of the Cayman Islands. And he is followed by boat number 4, Bryce Ford. Ford running the IHRA series this season. And Caden Baldwin, who started in, I believe, 12th, has worked his way all the way up to 3rd. So that kid is on the move. Lofton, the benefactor of them 3 not hitting that yellow buoy too. So he's moved all the way up to 4th. And Armando Martinez in the 5th. We got 2 minutes plus a lap to go.
How about that? So so had to pick up about 6 spots, and then they just gave him 3. But yeah, great run there for Caden.
So they said, I believe Caldwell is in 7th. Now Caldwell with 2 first-place finishes earlier this weekend. That still may give, well, actually, yeah, that still may give him enough to take the overall, as Dolly also got called for that miss buoy too, so he's not going to have that first place that he thinks he's got right now. He's going to be back a little further in the order.
Yeah, that's a shame, man. You hate it for those guys.
You know, Klein Glidden's going to be smiling, I can tell you that, if he stays where he's at. Ford, Baldwin, Lofton. And rounding out your top 5 is Martinez, and that is in your 300 division. Again, a combined class here, 300s and 200s. 20 minutes plus a lap, and that kid is racing a great race out here. And he's had a great season so far in 2026. Comes from a great family down there in the Cayman Islands.
And it looks like he will come back around here. I think he's going to get back to the stripe before the clock goes to 0. So probably have to run 1 extra lap and then come back by to pick up the white flag.
I know one of our directors down there, Seth Wadler, he chimed in on Facebook. He's like, man, how's Klein doing? He's going to be real happy right now to know that Klein is out there in front, as we've got less than 30 seconds plus a lap to go.
Yep, they'll bring him back around here, put together this lap, and should pick up the white flag next time by.
Boy, I'll tell you, you know, you hate to be one of those top 3, you know, when you pull into the pits and your pit crew tells you, you know what, you got docked a lap, you missed that yellow on the lap number 1. They said they straight lined it, so if you straight line it, you cannot pick it up. If you at least attempt to do it, you can still hit the penalty buoy. But if you don't even attempt to do it, if you just go from buoy to buoy and you don't even turn in, they dock your lap. So top 3 all getting docked.
Yeah, and I felt like Dolly had a nice enough lead. He probably could have served that penalty and hung on to it.
Yep.
Early on in the race, at least.
Exactly. Mernick still your leader in the 200 class. And Baron Mernick, once again, out of Fort Worth, Texas. Sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, Commander Yamaha, Reva Racing MTI Boats, Elite Motors, Jet Tribe, Jet Trim, Dean Strong, Circus Media, and Right Now. So again, time has dwindled away here in our amateur endurance 2 and 300. Glidden be getting the white flag next time around.
Klein coming back around. He's only got a couple of buoys to go here, and he'll come back towards that stripe. We're getting really close here as the clock wound down. Had about 30 seconds to go whenever they started this lap that they're on right now.
Well, Klein's still got to get around some lap traffic, you know, and that could cause some trouble because he doesn't know he's in first. You know, he doesn't know that he's in first, so he's still going after Sarsinski, who was in 3rd before getting docked a lap.
Right.
So Glidden going to be the benefactor of a early Christmas gift. There's Baron Mernick, who is your leader in the 200 class. Mernick, the younger brother of Cooper Caldwell, who is racing in the 300 class. Little brotherly love going on out there in the 200 and 300 classes.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit earlier as well, so it was pretty cool to watch the brothers pass each other, check out each other. One on a 300, one on a 200.
Here on the white flag lap, Klein Glidden the third, your leader, Bryce Ford in second, Caden Baldwin in third, Lofton in fourth. And rounding out your top 5, Cooper Caldwell, who is a lap down and has worked his way all the way back up to fifth anyway.
Crazy.
So I think that would give him the top spot on the box tonight at the awards.
Wow. That would be a big save if, in fact, that comes to be.
Taking a look at Klein Glidden the third right now. Not too much time left to go for that young man. Got a lot of fans, a lot of folks watching in down there in the Cayman Islands. I got Facebooked all day yesterday. How's our boy Klein doing? And well, you can see out there in the lead, finds himself in the lead, third and final moto here in the amateur 300 enduro.
One more race to go yet with the skis as we're getting close to finishing this one up. White flag is flying here.
And there is Glidden one final time. Checkered flag should be coming out. There we go. Congratulations, CG3 we call him. Klein Glidden the third.
We'll see people pointing at him as well. He's kind of looking around like, me?
He's like, hold on a second. You didn't throw the checker to them guys. And Sarsinski taking another lap around. You can see that's why they didn't throw the checkered flag to them. I was glad that scoring got that right to begin with. So now CG3 knows that he was the actual winner of that one. Sarsinski in 8th. He was in, I believe, 3rd out on the track before the penalties were assessed. Dolly was in 1st. Ended up with a 10th overall here in the 300 class on boat number 917.
I'm not sure that the 11 isn't running another lap just to be safe.
Yeah, I think
he might be confused as well. Like, do I need to go another lap here?
I think that's what you call insurance.
And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he's on the progressive wagon right now.
And now he's thinking, how am I this far behind? He'll be really pleasantly surprised when he finds out what's going to happen here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure his pit crew already knows. They've been listening to us down there in the VR racing pits. As he did take an extra lap right there, as you pointed out, Ken.
He's like, what, am I almost last? How is that possible?
This is it's funny because this is when the racers, they charge up immediately to the race director and say, hey, I passed that guy. I was in front of that guy. And then the race director is going to say, you won. And that's when you feel about 10 inches tall. So congratulations. So you can see he's a little confused right now.
Oh, he's thoroughly confused. There is no question about it. He's going to figure it out here in a minute when they hand him the checkered flag.
Great job there by CG3. Takes a look behind him. And he'll take his second checker to this moto.
There it is. Finally gets it figured out. Good for you, man. Congrats, brother.
Way to go, CG3.
Nice job here.
So Klein picking up his first victory in the USA here in 2026. Didn't race, I believe, the first one, and only raced one race in the second one in New Orleans. So this is his first full weekend here. As he comes over, he'll collect the checkered flag, and again, pleasantly surprised right now. Like, who, me? What? Great stuff. Congratulations, Klein Glidden. And yeah, he's going to make sure that everybody gets a picture of that. I know that his parents and his wife and children are watching in down there in the Cayman Islands. Big shout out to them, the Seawood team down there. And of course our good friend Seth Watler, one of our directors down there. Ventisha Conley, she's probably watching on. Let's take a look at all the results here. Ken, Klein Glidden taking the win. Bryce Ford coming through in second. Caden Baldwin in third. Lofton in fourth on boat number 114, and Armando Martinez rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, take a look at Noah Dolly, unfortunately serving that penalty there. Ends up in the number 6 spot. Baron Murnick in 7th. As we showed you the rest of the top 10 there. And a big shakeup there with a couple of penalties being handed out on that one for missing a buoy. Straight line and a buoy. And there's Marinick with the checkered flag as well. Congrats in the 200 class.
Awesome job there by Marinick, sponsored by the Caldwell Racing Team. John Caldwell Realty.
And there's the big Class 1 boats out there. As the yellow flag is up, we're getting ready to start our second and final big boat race of the weekend. The discrete boat, the 07 WHM, Billy Moth. The 10 X Insurance boat, and of course the 06 MCon Monster Energy boat that grabbed a win a little bit earlier today. Pace boat is up and out. Yellow flag out. Looking for the green flag here. That's a good-looking group, no doubt. And the MCon team looking for back-to-back wins here with a brand-new boat. See if they can pull that one off. And we're going to welcome a guest here to the desk as well. I'm sure we'll put her on camera in just a moment. The lovely Miss Brittany Force will join us here. We saw her in Cocoa Beach as well. The two-time NHRA Top Fuel champ has joined us here. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for
Welcome
having me.
back, I should
Good to see
say.
you guys.
This is becoming a regular appearance,
Yeah.
I tell you what.
I know. Glad to be here.
Digging the boat racing.
Hey, I'm thinking we got a hook in her, Ken.
Green flag, man. Here we go with the second Pro Class 1 race of the day. Let's keep our eyes here on the boat, see what type of excitement we get as they head down to the first buoy. There to the outside is a discreet, the number 07 boat, WHM. Billy Moff with a good run there. Third row out. Oh, and look at the 10 boat, man, flying the nose right there, getting that thing up out of the water, trying to keep pace over the 06.
I'll tell you what, that's a good-looking lineup. They are packing some air, running down into the first pin. They have to hold the first line through the first buoy, but these guys are running for it, and they're running hard. Look at the Monster Incon sheet machine
man.
just take out. I mean, these guys are flat on a rail just like they were earlier today.
That brand new skater has certainly flexed its muscle here today. They came out here, won in its debut, and once again, as soon as they go to the hammer, man, do they drive away from the rest of this field. They have found something.
There is definitely something to the way they've built this new boat that must work out really well for them. I'm excited to see the season progress, get this boat in some rough water, and see if they're still going to be able to dominate like they are today.
Yeah, man, that 398 is definitely delivering here in the flat water. They've had a chance to get that one sorted. Not sure if, do you know, did they have a chance to take it out of the water and put it back in between races? I wonder if they made any more changes.
You know, I don't know what they did. I haven't had a chance to slip out of the production area to talk to them, you know, between rounds. But, you know, knowing those guys, I'm pretty sure they pulled it. They're probably going to check everything out. They might make a tweak, and, you know, they're definitely going to have to go back for more fuel. So I'm pretty sure every one of these boats came out between race 1 and 2.
And the boat sorted out there. There is the lovely Miss Brittany Force. We welcome you back here to the desk and to the booth. Have you been here all weekend?
No, I just got here late last night.
Aha.
Drove through the storms to get here, but I made it. Glad to be here.
So you brought the beautiful weather. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, we greatly appreciate that because we needed it today after yesterday's rough start and delayed start and the rain through the night. Everybody was, you know, just terrified, taking boats, finding shops, and, you know, protecting all their equipment. And luckily, it was just a thunderstorm or two. So.
Yeah, and it is beautiful today.
It is
the
spot
sun finally
on.
came out.
It is spot on today for sure. And so
and
now
that boat is looking good.
You've had a chance to watch this a little bit.
Yes, I have, and I actually watched from the water, which was just awesome. It was a whole different viewpoint being out there, and you know, watching this MCon team, they killed it earlier, and I'm excited to see what they can do right now.
Were you able to get out on their chase boat earlier with the rest of the team? Is that where you're out on the water?
Yeah, I was
okay,
out.
cool.
Yep, I was.
Yeah, that's a great spot to be. If you can get a little bit closer than most everybody else and get you know, get a good front row seat and see those things just thundering by and feel a little bit of mist on your face, there's just nothing like it.
Good look at the number 10 out-of-pocket racing boat. Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore picking up a second-place finish a little bit earlier today. Solid effort out of that big boat for sure, the big victory, but just did not have quite enough steam to hang with that 06 boat.
Yeah, with the unfortunate event yesterday with our red flag stoppage with, you know, DMR Performance, you know, the flip that we got to see yesterday, you know, that came, you know, brought their Pro Class 1 racing to a screeching halt for the weekend, and that's definitely going to upset those guys for some points because those guys are looking for a championship, and with them being out of this race, you know, that's gonna change some of the points as we move forward, you know, going into Sheboygan, Wisconsin next month.
5 wins out of a possible 7, and looking for a 6th out of possible 8 here today for this season in 2026 for this team. They have been spot on as they came into the event, leading in the points over the MTI GC Racing team. DMR Performance, as we documented before, in that nasty wreck one day ago, not able to compete here this weekend.
You know, I think it's interesting to point out how quick, how aggressive these boats turn. You're used to like going super fast, flying straight, feeling those G's through the corner, and the new boat that Tyler Miller and Myrick have, that boat really turns a lot like a Super Cat, don't you think, Ken? I mean, it has a lot of that type of characteristic of handling of that smaller boat, but yet it's got the big performance of the Pro Class
I think it
1.
turns quick, and I think its minimum speed is better than what the previous boat was, which is what it's all about.
It looks like we have somebody off pace here. I'm not sure what's going on, or who. If we can get a good camera angle on that to figure out who's falling back or falling off pace.
See if we can get that figured out for you.
That's Out of Pocket Racing right there. That's Kevin Burrell and Billy Moore, at least off pace on off idle.
And a shame for them after finishing second a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, and those are the guys that were in here with DMR's unfortunate performance yesterday. Those were the guys that were trying to gain some points back.
And so, Brittany, you've had a chance to beat to a couple of these boats now, and I mean, couldn't be more extreme difference. We'll go here and take a look at this this split screen, and you can see, oh yeah, they lost power right there. So clearly some sort of mechanical, as the roost up behind that boat went away immediately. But we had you at Cocoa Beach where the wind was huffing, the surf was large, and you come here to a flat water race, or what they call flat water race. Quite a difference.
It is. It's been way different. Again, my viewpoint out on the water was just awesome, being out there with that team and cheering them on. Like I said, they did great earlier, and I'm excited to be here with you guys watching them now. I also got to see a little bit of the jet skiing, which was outstanding. The stand-up jet skis. Monster athlete, Britain. I met her earlier. She's awesome. She's very competitive, but it was great just to be able to see another female really dominate in a male-dominated sport.
Yeah,
I know.
It was a great day for her.
She won her last one. I think she ended up in second.
And she was on the podium a number of times this weekend.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, she's had a really strong performance all weekend.
Very solid, no doubt.
She's an extremely talented young lady.
And by the way, if you're going to get out on the water and watch one, this is a place to do it. You did not want to be out in the water at Cocoa Beach.
Yeah.
There's a few people that came back seasick.
I think if I was out there, we both were, we all would have been in the same boat on that.
I promise you, I'd have been seasick on that stuff. It was brutal.
8 to 10 footers being a bobber is not a place you want to be for a 6 or 8 hour deal.
And look at that boat, man. The better part, I would say, I bet you near 65-70% of that boat up out of the water there a couple of times. And as we've talked about before, with a full fuel load, somewhere north of 13,000 pounds, 13.3 or so. So, I mean, a really heavy boat, but getting that thing up out of the water is the key, and that's exactly what they figured out how to do.
Right now we're looking at Billy Moff and Jay Muller with the WHM rig. They're currently sitting in second place. That's a really good spot for those guys to be as they look for more points in the points chase. These guys have been slow and steady and continuing, and they're finishing every race, gaining points. And this is definitely a race to try to not break. You got to live to make it to the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a good chance that the Plummer at WHM jumps up into second place in the points here, with MTI DMR not being here to compete.
Yeah, he had a good finish this morning. I believe it was a third-place podium from this morning's race, and he's looking pretty good right now. This also affords Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim and Discreet, the opportunity to move up in points as well. So it's going to be some interesting shifts after the weekend is over.
Great to see the Discreet boat come back out here again and make another run at it. But the class of the field there is that Monster Energy-backed machine.
So I have a question, Miss Brittany. This is our second boat race we've been to. We know that the other Monster Energy boat is for sale. Is there any room in that shop for a Pro Class 1 boat?
No, I don't think so. We are drag racing. That is in our blood. That's what I grew up with. And actually, I noticed out here a lot of, really the jet ski people that I met, got to meet earlier today. It all is very family oriented. Even these boats, this Pro Class 1, it's so family, driven, and that's how it is. In my world.
I was with you. I was really surprised to see all of the family members, fathers, sons, daughters, that were all competing on the skis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's very family friendly, not even family oriented, right? You know, it's just like walking through the pits of a big drag race. You know, you've got great people, you've got good fan experiences, and you know that's what we try to do here at the IHRA Offshore Series. We love it when our spectators come out. We love getting them in front of in the pits and with these teams. And you know, I mentioned it earlier today. You know, they're all really good with young kids. They love taking pictures. You know, tossing them up in the boat, get them in the cockpit. You know, it's just a really, really awesome environment and a good experience for all the fans.
Yeah.
Beautiful boat right there, that 07. They wanted to send a little bit of love out to 180 Graphics, ACS Graphics, and Chris Mills of Boat Customs, helping them look as good as they do. I don't know if any of those people I just mentioned had anything to do with their shoes, but either way it goes, they're all matching nicely.
Yeah, I'm going to have to tell Reese to send me a size 13 pair of those so I can at least match with the pink. So. Well, Tyler and Myrick have to be pretty happy with their performance thus far in the Pro Class 1 race, or race number 2 of the day. You know, coming off of what I think was a second-place finish, right, Ken, in the previous Factory 500 race with their other new boat. So I mean, they've had some good standings this weekend.
I think they actually finished up third, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, the final position on the podium. But they talked about it going in and out of Guardian, and they had a few issues there, but they'll get that one sorted. I'm impressed here with the plumber, man. I'm glad Billy Moff having a good run here so far. Still a long ways to go in this one, but would love to see Billy Moff come across here and put that boat up on the podium. Shame that the 10 boat went out here early. They were very, very fast here all year long. So good job for Kevin Burrell. I'm sure they'll go back and get that one figured out and get ready for Sheboygan.
You know, sometimes in, drag racing, the same thing. Sometimes a small, minor, low-dollar part can really put you out of the race and, hurt your race day. Earlier in the year, they had, something as minor as a crank sensor just go out, and it puts them out of the race, and so it kind of killed the whole weekend for them and gave them a really rough start in St. Pete. So, just little things happen, and, you hate to see it. Those guys go through it. They've got techs and mechanics that go through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb, but every once in a while, you just find a parts failure.
Yeah. Very familiar with that. It's a learning lesson, that's for sure.
Thundering down through there, that brand new boat really delivering. Everybody excited about it, and we heard Myrick get out of the boat after that first race, and really thank the people from Performance Boat Center that went through that thing with a fine-tooth comb. You know how difficult it is to debut a brand new anything in the racing world and come out and to win with it right out of the gate.
I can't wrap my head around that. They told me that earlier today. And just to be able to do that in drag racing, you know how much time it takes? Just for the driver to get comfortable with the car and the crew chief to fine-tune it, everything. And to come out and, do what they're doing and win.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think they have had the boat in the water maybe less than a week. I think it was maybe like Monday is the first time.
I spoke with Myrick. He said an hour. He said we've had it in the water for about
I was over
1 hour.
I was over in the MCON shop earlier this week, and they were just getting the wrap put on it and getting it dialed in where they wanted it to have it show ready for this weekend. And so everything is very, very new. And to go through that, I got to throw out a little good prop to Myrick for rigging it, because a guy like that really understands how to get one set up. There's a lot to it, and he's really having to figure that out and get a race ready without that time, in that run up to get everything ready to go.
He said it felt fast, and of course he's going to have a good feel for it, but he also followed it up by saying, I really don't know what it weighs, though. They really had no idea what it weighed before they put it in the water. So here this weekend, so they had, and I think they did have to put a little bit of ballast and some fuel in it when they were going to qualify.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, because the last thing they would have wanted to do is come out light and get it, take some type of penalty. So, even if they come out heavy, they can at least then calculate where they know they went in and how much fuel burn they had and what the weight looks like. So, you're better off to start a little bit heavy and not take a penalty.
And Tristan has been busy once again. I think she has an update. Let's check in with Tristan.
Yeah, we're Pro Class 1 racing right now, and I just talked to one of the guys with the X Insurance out-of-pocket racing team, and he's hearing from the boys in the boat that they either threw a blade or something's going on, but the boat is violently shaking, so they pulled in, and it sounds like today is not their day. They are done racing.
Yeah, tough go of it, so I'm sure you pick up a vibration. You feel one of those props, you lose an ear or something to do with the prop shaft, whatever the case may be, it's going to create a violent vibration inside of that boat, and yeah, better shut it down than cause more havoc.
Yeah, they had a similar issue with those surface drives in New Orleans. I know they broke a shaft and lost an entire prop. They couldn't. I think they even sent a diver after, but they just couldn't find it. So.
WHM, that legendary livery on the side of the number 5 boat, still hanging in there tough in second place. Billy Moff, Jay Moeller having a great run here.
I'm definitely excited for his new 46-foot skater whenever he gets that new Pro Class 1 boat for him to debut, and I'm sure we'll see a very similar livery on it as well. That's going to be exciting for him. You know, this boat was built as a Super Cat, so, you know, it was built to do something different. You know, it's going to ride on the air, if you will, you know, much different than what some of these other bigger Pro Class 1 purpose-built boats are for. So he's being extremely competitive with a boat that wasn't originally designed to run in this class.
And it's crazy, and I've heard in this industry the term that you run out of boats. You can have a boat that just isn't quite long enough to take advantage of the big power.
You know, that's why I think you see, you know, with that 40 skater, you know, all of his, you know, the hole shots. I mean, you know, Billy and Jay, they just literally just walk the dog on everybody right out of the gate. But then once they get a little momentum going, you know, I think they run out of air on it.
Yeah, we talked about the rule book. I believe the rule is 39.4, a minimum of 39.4. And that beautiful 06, that new boat that they've debuted, is 39.6. So right there at the rule book limit of the minimum that you have to have. And this is the biggest boat in the fleet. That's a monster boat right there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, over the last few years, everybody's wanting to go to the bigger side. They're wanting to get bigger and bigger. You know, you've got the big victories. We've got a big Mystic here. You know, then you got, you know, Tyler Myrick saying, hey, I want to try to redesign a boat. I want to go back to the smaller side, but I want to change some things so it can still be good rough water capable.
Well, and that's it. I mean, I think that's exactly what Myrick did. I think he weighed the odds of how much time do we spend in flat water versus how much time do we spend in rough water. Let's go. We spend a lot of time in the flat water. Let's go with a flat water design. We'll give up the rough water. Even when you go to Key West, there's only one section of that course where you're in rough water, and 3/4 of the lap you're in flat water. So that's what they're kind of hedging their bet to, and I think they're ready to give up the rough water races.
Yep. New Orleans Pontchartrain was very similar. You know, one leg of the track or the course was rougher than the other. You know, I think that's probably a good bet. You can't go out there and set up one boat to do it all, but there's definitely a whole lot less races that has water conditions like Cocoa Beach was, you know, where they have these 8 to 10 foot, you know, waves. You know, a lot of the veterans, you know, after interviewing them and talking to them, they have basically said that, you know, we haven't seen water like that in almost 2 decades.
Yeah, and you could show up at what could potentially be a rough water race and it not be rough water, so you might have one come to you as well. Look at that thing, man. It's just absolutely beautiful. I don't know if one looks any better than that. And that, of course, as you talked about before, really a Super Cat boat there, so a little bit smaller. But making it work there until the new boat's done. We got to get Brittany inside of one of these things.
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't want to be on the water.
What if you just rode and you let somebody, you know, drive and throttle? You just kind of went around for just a.
No,
you know,
see, I like to be
speed.
in control.
Oh, well, you know, typically most women I know are the same way. So.
Final lap here for the Pro Class 1, race number 2 of the weekend. We have Miss Brittany Forrest sitting here alongside, and of course a representative for Monster Energy. Yeah. Congratulations on that sponsorship. I know you dug hard and to earn that yourself a number of years ago, and boy, did you certainly delivered as well since you've received it.
Thank you very much. You know, we had 10 years with Monster Energy. You know, we did so much, we accomplished so much together, but I'm, you know, very proud to continue on and now be out here still representing Monster.
That's awesome.
Great to have you with us as well, man. We love it.
Such a great ambassador for a great company and motorsports in general, so we're just so happy to have you with us, and, you know, 2 in a row has been great, so we appreciate you coming hanging out with us.
Of course, glad to be here.
Final lap here for the Class 1 battle, and the 06 boat has been the class of the field here this weekend. Spent a lot of money, did a lot of work, redesign underneath that, a lot of ideas that Myrick wanted to put into play, and they certainly seem like they are delivering.
Working on our last lap right now, Ken.
Billy Moff right there in second place, man, having a great run. The plumber's going to be happy tonight.
Absolutely.
Not a bad gig for an old plumber.
Yeah, if you talk to him, though, he's not old. He's only been racing for 49 years, though, Ken.
Yeah, the guy right beside him's got a fair amount of seat time as well. Checker flag is out. Tyler Miller's going to be happy in this one. They had quite a conversation in that Factory 500 cockpit, but this one here, I bet you, is all smiles. Congrats to Tyler Miller and, of course, Myrick Coyle. The MCON Monster Energy back number 06 will grab its second win in its second race ever. What an accomplishment.
Absolutely. You've got to be extremely ecstatic if you're in that camp.
Congrats to Billy Moff. How about that, man? Nicely done there for Billy Moff, the 67-year-old plumber, and doing a great job. He and Jay Muller getting it done there in the WHM number 5 boat. Bring that one home in second place.
That'll be a good drive home for Jason. I'll tell you what, he'll be happy that he's going to have a trophy or whatever sitting right there beside him on the way home.
Yeah, nicely done. That'll be their second podium and their best finish of the season for Billy Moff.
Yep.
And the 07 boat is going to put that one on the podium as well. It'll be their first podium finish. They did finish overall in the top 3, but in terms of race podium, this will be the first one of the season. Congratulations to the Discreet team. We talked about them putting that team together very late, just before the start of the season, and have made the call at every race. So hats off to them and the extreme effort that it takes to field one of these boats. So that is it, and we appreciate Brittany sitting in with us here.
Thank you, and congrats
Thanks
to the
for the
Monster
help.
Energy MCON team.
How about that?
Excited
man?
to see it.
Congrats to everybody out here making it up on the podium. There's that checkered flag. Like, please don't bump the boat.
I don't want to scratch
That's what
my
I
new
think
wrap.
about every single time, man. They get these big boats so close to each other. I mean, clearly a bumper's out there, but it still makes me nervous. Discreet's going to finish up here. Still under power. Aim towards the checkered flag, and there it is. They've worked so hard, man. Really proud of this team. Tenacity.
Your first year, you just
will
want to
overcome a lot of things.
Yep, you just want to finish races your first year as you learn and you start gelling together. But man, to take a podium on race number 4, the National Series, yeah, that's something these guys are going to be partying later up here on the strip. So
yeah, Reese Lingheim and Adam Carpenter, nice job there, gentlemen. Like Tyler up out of that one, looking for the checkered flag. Good catch. Oh, there's Tyler. That was Myrick that caught the flag. I thought it was Tyler. Congratulations to them. Myrick's like, give me that thing. Tyler was still on the sticks down there. He was second one to climb out.
I wonder who fights over the flag, or if they cut it in half or cut it diagonally, or if Tyler just takes it. You know what I mean? So
just stick it right up there, and you know you're planning on winning whenever you come up with a place to put the flag with the hatch open.
Yeah. Hey, that's part of the design of a new boat, man. They have to have a
Absolutely,
place for it.
man. We got to have a place for the checkered flag.
And they know we use 3/4-inch dowel rods, so they're
good.
prepped and ready.
It's been a good run. Where do you head to next?
Nowhere on the schedule yet. It'll be I'll be at the drag races. Will probably be the next place I'm at.
Okay.
Head home for a little bit, and then I'll probably be out at the racetrack.
Any discussions about getting back in a car?
Not yet. Not there yet. I'll see again further down the road once I get there.
Playing it all by ear?
Yeah, we will see. But I'm definitely missing it.
Yeah, that's something that once it's in your blood, you just can't get rid of it. You know what I mean?
I know.
And, of course, speaking of drag racing, the IHRA will have its Triple Crown that is starting next weekend. Big money there. That's going to be pretty exciting. $1 million if you can win all 3 of them.
Wow. That's
an awesome
very
purse.
exciting.
So we look forward to that. It's going to be a wild weekend that starts next weekend. We'll also have a doubleheader that will wrap that thing up at Reading. I know a place that you've been to many times.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the 06 boat headed back to the dock. It will be a party tonight after their demonstration here today in the Pro Class 1 category. Awesome stuff, man. We've had some great racing. We're not done. We still have one more pro endurance jet ski race, so you'll want to join us for that. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down and dirty with the modifieds, Race Saver sprint cars, stock cars, sport mods, hobby stocks, and more. Throughout the season, we'll take you to some of the best dirt tracks across the country. Not only that, but you've got access to the biggest IMCA events of the year, from the Winter Nationals to the Super Nationals. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And welcome back to the Lake of the Ozarks. You're watching the IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. We've finished up with the IHRA Powerboat Offshore Series, and time now for one more. This will be a pro endurance race. 30 minutes in distance, I believe is what it is, and Mikey Young will join me back here at the desk.
Yeah, I tell you, we got 30+1 third and final moto here for the Pro-Am Enduro. It's been a full weekend of racing, and man, what a great time here at Lake of the Ozarks. But only one more final race, and this is all kind of bittersweet. You kind of get okay, man, now everybody's going to take off. Nobody's going to see each other again until we get to Sheboygan. So it's kind of bittersweet. But our Pro 300 class is getting lined up on the top left-hand side of the track as they view it from the point here at Lake of the Ozarks. And you can see on the split screen, MCon Monster Energy Team celebrating.
Yeah, Myrick pretty happy, and rightfully so. Boy, is that new boat delivered. Beautiful skater there, coming out there doing what it's supposed to do. Performance Boat Center, really a big part of that one. Of course, Myrick works there as well. Myrick's so accomplished. Also a test boat driver there for Speedboat Magazine. And Tyler Miller, of course, just an absolute gentleman, but very, very competitive man. And certainly spent some money to have the best of the best out there.
Yeah, and isn't this his hometown? So he's doing it in front of a hometown crowd.
For sure.
Awesome.
The
Good
gang
stuff.
is all here.
I bet.
They'll be throwing down tonight.
I was going to say, I bet they're all at Myrick's place tonight. Or Tyler's place.
Yeah, either way it goes.
Either way, yeah.
Either way it goes.
Just follow the trail of Monster Energy. All right, looks like we've got everybody in the gate here. Talk a little bit about positioning so far. Devin Farding going to be up there in the points with a 4-2 finish so far. Jay Edwardy with a 2-5. He came in the points leader. Jay Finlinson with a 3-3. Right now knotted up with Devin Farding. But with a 4-1 all the way from Cambridge, New Zealand, sponsored by the Farding Yamaha Monster Energy Team, was Noah Skips. He's going to be the one to watch out for. 1-7 for Tori Snyder. Had a great first moto and a tough second moto a little earlier today. They were supposed to run their second motos yesterday, and due to the lightning storms and us getting set back a couple of hours in the morning, these guys are running 2 motos today. So you got to wonder if anybody's a little bit fatigued having to run 2 motos today in this class instead of running them yesterday. Normally they're only running 1 on Sunday. As our marshals come down and get set to get this party started here, Pro Endurance 300, Moto number 3. Again, the Monster Energy International Hot Rod Association Pro Watercraft Racing Series. Final race of the weekend here at Lake of the Ozarks.
The officials looking over there as well to try and give them the signal to turn them loose.
Seeing D-Mac right there, Dennis Mack right beside that official there in the background out of Loganville, Georgia. But I'll tell you, we got riders from a little bit of everywhere. Alabama, Indiana, Georgia, Florida, New York, Indiana. Again, coming from far and wide.
And here we go.
Yeah.
Green flag out. Final race of the weekend. Here come the pros in this endurance race, and they've got some speed.
That's it. We are green, green, green here at Lake of the Ozarks. And you got somebody that came from the middle of the pack is your early leader, and I think that may be Edworthy.
Headed right to that buoy.
It looks like Jay Edworthy.
Straight line shot, man.
Yeah, Devin Farding back there in the second place position. Easy to pick out with the red boat. I see 110. That is Tori Snyder. So that's actually Snyder with the grab the hole shot on the Monster Energy Yamaha right there. Farding back in second. I'm looking for Edworthy. Edworthy's back there battling for third right now, Ken.
They all go sailing by here on this opening lap of this 30-minute moto.
30 minutes, a long
time. The run
time.
is on, yeah, 30 plus 1.
Boy, and I'll tell you, it's got to be tough to try to drive through all that pump wash right there. You really don't know what's in front of you. And, we've seen some missed buoys because of the pump wash a little earlier this weekend. And,
boy, and that clean air, that clean water, you can see what an advantage it is here for our leader early on. Second place hanging right there with him, and we believe that is Farthing.
All right, so you got Tori Snyder out in front, followed by Camden Powell. Powell, who had some issues a little earlier today. Ian Smith back there in third. Jay Edworthy in fourth. That's who Edworthy was battling with. Noah Skips rounds out your top 5, followed by Canada's Dave Davidson and the Cayman Islands' Vanjie Ramjeet in seventh. Devin Farding all the way back there in 8th spot. Now, this could affect the overall. Finlayson back in 9th, and Finlayson with a 3-3 finish. So again, the points.
A lot of work to do there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I have to get out a calculator and use my fingers and my toes to figure out this one. Yeah, so a lot of changing up here with Snyder being out in front. Now, he had the top spot yesterday. He got a first place finish, so 7th earlier today. A 1-7-1 he would have. I'm looking at Skips right now. I'm thinking Skips is in that 4th place or 5th place position. He's still got Powell in second. Powell playing the spoiler up there in front. And Ian Smith having a good ride out there. Sponsored by Smitty's Automotive, Jet Pilot, JetX, Race Labs, Riva Racing, and Sea-Doo. He's out there on boat number 126. And he comes to us out of Hilton, New York.
Pam did an interview a little bit earlier with Clyde Glidden with his first win here of the weekend. And in the United States, as Mikey documented. Let's check in with Pam.
Clyde Glidden Jr., you are the winner out here at Moto number 3, your first win for 2026. Yep. You came off this course not really knowing exactly where you were placed, but number 1.
For sure. It was a great race. The ski, I thought it was going to be slow because it's in the lake, but it really chopped up, so it worked out perfect. Thanks to VR Racing and Victoria Marines and Dean Strong. They put me on a beautiful machine and was able to do the job.
I mean, you were looking good out there. I mean, you were driving good, you were riding good, and here you are in the number 1 spot. So all in all, your whole entire weekend out here at Lake of the Ozarks, how was it for you?
It was perfect. Yesterday it didn't go as well. We had a little technical difficulties, so I had to change the boat and get on this machine. But, I mean, it worked out because, hey, I got first place. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your first win for 2026. I'm glad I got to be your first interview for 2026.
I'm really excited to go to the next race and continue the rest of the season.
Awesome. Congratulations once again. Let's give it up for Clyde Glidden, the first place for Moto number 3 out here for the Endurance 300. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he ended up having a great run, and of course with that one there was a number of people that received a penalty as a straight line to buoy, and it really worked to his benefit.
Well, I'll tell you, he's got the whole island, the Cayman Islands down there jumping up and down right now.
Rightfully so.
That's
awesome. He did it right, and he got the win. Earned that one fair and square.
All right. Once again, your race leaders, we go back to it. 110, Tori Snyder. Again, Tori out of Bradenton, Florida, sponsored by Snyder Build Construction and Tim Judge Motorsports.
And that MCon Monster Energy boat in the Pro Class 1 race today got back-to-back wins in both races, and our Tristan is down there with Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle.
Hey guys, I'm here with your second checkered flag of the day. Pro Class 1 winners, Monster Energy, Team MCon Racing. We've talked to Tyler, we've talked to Myrick plenty today, but we haven't talked to Jay. Crew chief, you put this boat together. Tell us how that was to go out there. You made these boys proud.
Yeah, it's a lot to put together. Skater gave us a great hole, helped designed by these guys and Pete and everybody there, so hats off to them. They did a great job. Got us a great starting point, and then we kind of took it away at Performance Boat Center and put engines, drives, all the stuff, front to back, every bolt, nut, we pretty much put on at Performance, and they came up with some good ideas, which means more work for me, but anyway, we got it done, and we're very proud of everybody in the team. You know, it takes a lot of people, every different department, all the way from the wrap to, you know, drives. It takes a lot, so everybody helps and everybody does their job, and it paid off for us this weekend for sure.
Thank your wife.
And my wife, she does a great job putting up with me and the two kids. Couldn't do it without them. So everybody has a great family around here, and that's what we love. So
you guys really are a family in your home. Myrick, this is your hometown race. You got 2 wins today in Pro Class 1. What are you guys doing tonight?
Well, we're going to Encore, and we're going to celebrate a little bit, and then it's back to work tomorrow. But, you know, if you'd have told me 26 years ago when I first moved to Lake of the Ozarks that I'd be here racing 3 different races in one day and winning 2 checker flags, I'd have thought you were crazy. So shows what can happen when you put your nose to the grindstone and have a good guy like Tyler to hang out with.
Yeah, you guys really do make it look fun, easy, family. Your sponsors, Tyler, is there anyone you'd like to thank, family, anyone?
I tell you what, to be here at Lake of the Ozarks in front of our hometown family, our race family, and then to have all my immediate family here, couldn't be more proud of this team. You know, Monster Energy, the entire Monster Army was here this weekend. So to go out and get 2 checkered flags, bring it home at home against all the family is just it's unbelievable. So it's gonna be a bigger party than Myrick thinks at Encore tonight. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it on. It's time. Been a lot of hard work getting to this point. So excited. So thanks to Lake of the Ozarks, IHRA, the Shootout, everybody. It's just been an amazing event.
I can't wait to see you guys tonight. I'm sure it's going to be fun, and you deserve to absolutely have some fun. Congratulations.
When the boss says it's going to be a bigger party than he thinks, that sounded to me like he gets Monday off.
Yeah, I'm telling you, well, it sounds like we need to be at the Encore tonight,
yeah,
Ken.
Apparently so. It's where it's all going down. Congrats to those guys. What a great job. And special thanks there to Monster Energy and all their support, I'm sure, for that team effort there and what they do for the series.
Going back out to the racetrack, Tori Snyder still maintaining that lead over Camden Powell. Powell still running in that second place in the C2. Ian Smith back there in third. You got Edworthy, who has moved up into that 4th spot just ahead of Noah Skips. So Edworthy looking at possibly a 2.55 finish. Skips looking at a 4.15 finish. So I believe that would still give Skips a spot on the podium. Tori Snyder will also, looks like he may make the podium if things stay as they are, but still a lot of race left to go, as we've got just over 2/3 of this one left to go. And you can see Powell trying to chase down your leader. You see that gap? That's the gap between 1st and 2nd place as they work their way around the point. Powell trying to stay out of the pump wash.
Yeah, shot that one a little bit wide to try and keep some clean water inside of that one. Again, right across the wake.
And there is Noah Skips right there, who won the last moto. Again, Noah coming to us out of Cambridge, New Zealand on the Yamaha, sponsored by Monster Energy Farthing Racing, of course, Mom and Dad. And Mom Mandy is watching on at home. Actually, he was FaceTiming her when I walked into the pits a little bit earlier.
Yeah?
I got to say hello to her FaceTime. So proud of your boy there, Miss Mandy. Devin Farthing has maintained that 7th place position. He's sitting right behind Vanjie Ramjeet on the VR Racing machine. Finlayson back in 8th, Davidson in 9th. Wow, and rounding out your top 10 on the Devil Deuces is Anthony Radetic. Again, on screen, taking a look at first and second place right there.
Yeah, not separated by much, are they? Maybe about 2 seconds, maybe?
That's it. And if you remember in that second moto, Tori was on that inside gate. And you remember the outside all got a great jump on that inside. And I think that's where Tori got his 7th place finish at in that one. He just kind of got caught up in the first turn and wasn't able to get much passing done. Like Finlayson was talking about, tough track to pass on here, at least with the endurance race.
And coming into that cove, honestly, I think that split was about 1 second, but they went through the cove, and by the time they exited the cove, it was back to a 2-second split.
You know, I was just taking a look here at some of the lines that.
Oh, look at that line right there, man. He went outside in and chopped that off, straightened it up. Stuff like that will help him catch up.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing is he's
going to go outside and chop that. So that is what they call a late apex in sports cars. You can unwind the wheel, and it'll give you a little more straight line speed.
And it looks like that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to carry all the speed that he can into these turns, and that's why you see him going a little bit wider and going inside, outside, and trying to use those lines right there.
He's going the opposite lines that the leader is taking right there, so he'll go outside and chop that off, and he'll get back to the inside, and then some fresh water right there, and he's closing up.
Oh, yeah.
He is for sure closing up.
And you can see he's setting up wide, going to carry a lot of speed into this turn.
So the leader comes in tight and goes out wide. He comes in high and goes in tight, late tight, and then brings him off a little more shallow, but it keeps him in that fresh water.
And you can see the top two now starting to separate from the rest of the pack as we are over a third through this one right here. Monster Energy Snyder built Yamaha there. Tori Snyder, your race leader. And once again, here comes Powell.
Again, that's less than a second gap, and that's pretty much where he was coming into the cove last time. And see that? He does it again. So that is an absolute plan of attack. Right here, he lost a little bit last time, but he's running a little tighter line and has still stayed in some clean water.
Yeah, it looks like Powell trying to get in the head of Tori Snyder right now. Because you could see Tori looking back just a little bit as they were going through the cove there, trying to find out where second place was. Ian Smith still in third, Edworthy still in fourth, Skip still in fifth. Those are your top five here as we are more than 1/3 through this one.
I love it, man. He was only in that pump wash for one short section. The rest of the time he kept that ski in some clean water, or relatively clean water. Working really, really hard to get up there. They said it was difficult to pass at this course, but I got to tell you, man, he's working as hard as we've seen anybody all weekend.
And you can see the lapped rider getting out of the way for your two leaders that are coming through right now. And that's what you got to wonder is if any of these lapped riders will pose an issue for Tori Snyder. As you see, Tori once again working his way through the chicanes out here on the top left-hand side of the track. Once again, just over 18 left to go. And again, Powell taking it high and tight. Third place, still Smitty there on the 126. Smitty on a Sea-Doo. Camden Powell, I believe he is on a Sea-Doo. And I'm taking here your race leader, I believe, is on a Yamaha. So Tori Snyder, I believe, is on the Yamaha. Snyder built Judge Motorsports, Monster Energy, Riva Racing, Map Tuner, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot, as well as Design Group International is all of his sponsors. And I'll tell you, Tori spends his Mondays through Fridays. He's working on heavy equipment. Owns a dump truck company down there in Bradenton. Snyder built construction. He built some very nice housing allotments down there in South Florida. His dad, Troy Snyder, used to be a national and world champion in the runabout stock division, and both of them have actually won championships over in Thailand at the King's Cup.
Very impressive, for sure.
Father-son combination out there. We were talking about second-generation racers. Fourth place is Edworthy.
That's pretty cool to travel that far and then put your name at the top of the board, man. It really solidifies who you are.
You know, and they do a good job with that, having all the past champions up and everything like that. They have a big banner on the back of their big grandstands with all the past champions, and to have the dad and the son right next to each other consecutive years is it's pretty
impressive.
Cool.
Very impressive.
Look at the race really getting tight up there for first place, and that is Powell applying the pressure to Snyder right now. And taking a look, Powell is 22 years old, and Snyder also 22.
Powell not giving up, man. He is constantly running a different line. Gets pretty close, but not quite close enough. Love it. That Snyder's that competitive as well.
Cam's dad, Derek Powell, another former national and world champion in the expert ski division back in the late 90s.
Yeah, it was the Powell and the Finlandsons, right, that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
so
family that
been out here a long time.
Yeah, they all grew up together, the dads and the kids. As you see your leaders work their way past our start-finish line. And Powell not going anywhere. He is staying right there with your race leader, Snyder, as they work their way around the sweeper. And Powell gets caught up in a little bit of whitewash there.
Yeah, there's a couple of areas here where he just can't quite get out of it.
Noah Skips out there. He has worked his way up, I believe, into that 5th place position. Sitting right behind Ed Worthy and Ian Smith, who is in 3rd. Again, Smith on the Monster Energy Yamaha, sponsored by Farthing Racing. And taking a win in that last moto. Has a shot at the overall, has an outside shot at the overall. If he stays where he's at, to have a 4-1-5 finish.
Should be waving the green flag here pretty quickly, I would think, as we are at the halfway point through this 30-minute moto.
Yeah, definitely not too much time left to go here. Last moto, we're in the last half of the last moto of the last day here at Lake of the Ozarks. Glad everybody could join us for the Monster Energy International Hot Rod Association Pro Watercraft Racing Series and Offshore Boat Series that you've seen a little earlier today. So once again, the halfway flag has flown here, and it's still Torrey Snyder who grabbed the hole shot. So far hasn't looked back, but he may want to look back because Camden Powell's right there in his back pocket.
Might not want to look back. Powell's not going anywhere, man. He can probably feel the heat. So you've done this for a long time, and I am kind of curious what they feel, what they see. Once in a while we see them glance back whenever they're in a tight turn to see just how close they are, but I'm sure they hear that other ski. I'm sure they feel some of that spray, some of that splash, or hear the other ski hitting some of the waves.
Yeah, when you take a 90-degree turn, that gives you a little chance to take a little nod over your shoulder. If you do a 180, you can pretty much see what's going on behind you. But Powell is less than 2 seconds behind him, so even if he looks back, he's probably not going to see Powell, because Powell is right there, hot on his tail.
Pam Hall has one of the dignitaries here this weekend. It is the president of the IHRA. Let's get it down to her and talk to Dustin.
Here with Dustin Farthing. Dustin, we're here with the last race of the weekend, and here we are watching your boys race, or one of your boys race, but you're also the president of IHRA. So all in all, this weekend out here at Lake of the Ozarks, how has it been for you, being the president, your boys racing, a very busy weekend?
Yeah, so it's awesome, to come out here. I really appreciate the city, having us out. Obviously, IHRA, we're heavily involved, and to be able to have my sons race, both of them race. One raced on Friday, my older one races over the weekend, as well as I have a team of racers from all over the world, really, from New Zealand to United States. I got about 11 guys that ride for us. We're the Monster Energy Progressive Yamaha team, so it's cool to be involved, 35 years, and to get to see all sides of it.
I have to say, I was talking with Cam because I've been down by that launch ramp this weekend, and Cam is definitely, I have to say, one of the busiest men I've seen out here.
Yeah, he's been with me for a long time. His dad's one of our guys, main guys as well, and they're a hardworking crew. A lot of people always tell me the race against us. They're like, man, if we could duplicate your guys, it'd be amazing, because my guys work their butt off.
Well, it's been a great weekend out here. I know that the race is halfway through here. We're going to want to see how it pans out, especially with your son out there. Thank you so much for taking time for speaking with me, and great weekend so far. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, back to you guys.
Yeah, it's certainly worth mentioning. He is one of, if not the most accomplished ski racer out here on the property as well, and still does some international stuff.
Yes, I'll tell you what, I've been watching Dustin since he started, like you said, 35 years ago.
You said you had a picture with him when he was a little kid, huh?
Oh, yeah. I think one of his first races was at Lake Alfred at Winter Haven, Florida, and I'm standing next to him, and he comes only up to my chest. He was about 13 years old. He looked a lot reminiscent of Bart Simpson. Had the blonde, spiky hair and everything.
You said that, not me. That was Mikey that said that.
I've got to find that picture, like I said, and put it on the pit board in Sheboygan. I think people will like that.
Yeah, great stuff, and he went on to win 30+ plus titles. I mean, just extremely accomplished here in this organization. Also does some other racing as well. I believe has done some sports car racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo category. So very, very competitive man is Dustin Farthing.
And there is his son right there, Devin Farthing, who is currently sitting in the 7th position right now as he works his way around the turn. That looks like Finlayson right behind him.
Yes, it is.
And Finlayson, him and Farthing were going at it in Moto number 2. I mean, it was for a different position, but I believe this is for 7th right here. Finlayson back there in 8th, and you can see Finlayson trying to work to the inside of Farthing as they work their way along the start-finish line.
He's got a real run on him right here. We'll see if he can beat him to the buoy. He's going to try to take it. Can he get it down there? No, he was okay on that.
Right side, okay.
There, the yellow to the right. Yeah, but I was with you, man. I knew exactly what you were feeling. But they were diving, or they aiming toward that red buoy, and he was trying to beat him to it. Could not quite get there, so Farthing will hang on to the spot.
Wow, and I'll tell you, he pulled up side by side with him. Actually had the opportunity, got out of it just a little bit as they went into that sweeper section in the cove. Now through the chicanes out here on the top left-hand side of the track. Let's take a look at the replay.
One more time here, and yeah, I mean, this is a good run down there in that bottom split screen. And exciting stuff. Trying to beat him down there to the left-hander. Just couldn't quite get there.
Well, we are 2/3 the way through this one with under 10 minutes left to go here from Lake of the Ozarks. Torrey Snyder still leading the pack around, and it's still Camden Powell. And there is the Powell-Snyder battle. This is your battle for first place, and that is still heating up. Powell ain't going anywhere.
It has stayed about a second. Closes up to a half a second, stretches out to a second and a half, but first and second place have really battled here today.
And that Skips right there in 4th place. Skips again sponsored by Monster Energy. Part of that Monster Army underneath the Farthing Racing compound. So again, great racing going on here in the Pro Endurance 300. Big battle for first place. Big battle for, I believe that was 7th place that we've seen out there so far.
Oh, it looked like I just saw one of the riders. I was like, what happened there? Made a hard left-hand turn and had to go out and get around the penalty buoy.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, that's one thing that you don't want to do. You don't want to miss a buoy while you're out there. The penalty buoy is set probably about 100 yards off the track, so you're going to lose about 3 to 4 seconds at least off of your lap time. As we go back on board with your race leader, Torrey Snyder. And Snyder on a tear out there. Again, I can remember when he was just a little grommet coming to the races and watching his dad win, talking about his dad, Troy Snyder, out there. I believe Troy and his lovely mother, Jennifer, are with us here this weekend.
A little bigger gap here. Saw that Finlayson, who made that big run at Farthing as well, lost a little bit of room as well. And we go back to this battle. Still very tight.
Yeah, looks like Powell may have fell off the pace just a little bit. As your race leader, Snyder, now with a little more breathing room. And we'll give you the gap here between Torrey Snyder, who is your race leader, and Camden Powell. Camden now 3 seconds behind your leader. So.
Oh, and he just had a problem. Something happened. It's some sort of mechanical, or it shut off for a moment, and he was completely off course and loses a lot of ground.
Same thing that happened in the second moto.
Yes, yes. Twice it happened to him, and now just happened again. What a shame.
Well, at least he's able to keep his position. He kept second position right there. 3rd place Smitty was not able to take him, as them two had a huge lead over the rest of the pack. So quick thinking there by Camden Powell.
Seven minutes plus 1 lap left inside of this one.
Yeah, time ticking away on the final race of the day before we pack it all up and head to Sheboygan next. Torrey Snyder, Camden Powell, Ian Smith, 1, 2, and 3. And you can see Snyder has hit the afterburners here, as Powell now about 4 seconds behind your race leader. Both of these two young men only 22 years of age.
Yeah, just some great racing action out here. All different levels, from the amateurs to the pros. the sit-down skis, the stand-up skis, smaller 200 horsepower engines up to the big monster 1500 cc's, and a bit of everything as we take a look at Farthing here one more time.
Yeah, Farthing has advanced himself up into that 5th place position. So having a good run toward the latter stages of this one. Yeah, had even some amateur racing here this weekend. We had our veteran ski. Congratulations to Jeff Wright from Kansas, who won in the vet ski here today. Jason Seeley, who took a win in our amateur runabout class. He's from Ada, Michigan. Some of the classes that weren't televised here this weekend. Noah Skips again has moved up to 4th. Farthing into 5th. Finlayson has moved up into 6th. Ramjeet back to 7th, and Edworthy all the way back to 8th. So I'm wondering if Jay's having some type of mechanical issue, because he was in 4th place just that last lap.
Yeah, now falling way back.
That's a tough break for Jay, who took a win a couple weeks ago when we were in New Orleans and came in the points leader.
How quickly it can change.
Yeah.
3 motos over the course of the weekend, and each one of them delivering their own points, man. Things can change pretty quickly.
Well,
especially as deep as these fields are with the number of entries that they have.
Yeah, under 5 minutes left to go, and Torrey not getting the greatest of starts this season. Came into this race in 7th place, but 2 first place in the 7th is going to give him a lot of much needed points toward that overall IHRA championship. You can see your race leader there coming through our start finish line. And there is Powell. Looks like Powell trying to climb back into this one.
He has closed that gap again. I mean, look how that's half the distance that he lost whenever that thing shut off. He's right back up in there. He's got a ton of speed. So hard to get that last few links of boat, if you will, to actually make that pass. You've got to get all the way up beside him to steal it away.
Yeah, and you know when something like that happens to that boat right there. And
there he goes, that different line again, that outside in line. And he's going to do it again. He's setting up to go outside and do a late apex and get going straight again inside of that clean water. And look at that run.
Oh, yeah.
He is up there again within a half a second.
My, oh, my. Camden Powell, once again, 1/2 of the Syracuse
and he
Mafia.
clips the buoy right there, man.
Well, the buoy looked like it came out on the right-hand side, so he won't have to hit the penalty buoy. And you can see, once again, taking an outside line there on Snyder. And again, just trying to get in his head here as we near the 3.5-minute mark, and you can see Powell trying to work the inside.
There it is, man, coming up all the way up beside him. Is he going to be able to make it happen here on the inside? Stays on the throttle. Chops through the wake, man. What a battle. That is the pressure here with just 3 minutes left to go.
Man, rail to rail, deck to deck. That's what PWC racing's all about here in the Pro Enduro. And once again, Powell going to make another run at it.
He is coming back at him again here on the outside. Here comes Powell. Powell's going to get it done. He's looking back. He's going to come up to this left-hander. Does he have it to the right of the yellow, and now takes it away?
Oh, Camden Powell, congratulations. Great pass there, and he did it cleanly. Camden Powell, again, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Speed Racing, Circus Media, Ignite Racing, Riva Racing, and Commander.
Here's a replay of the first attempt down there. As you can see, Powell down there on the inside and got caught up in the wake, got some air, and then got a big run again. And I've got to wonder if something happened to Snyder's sled or his ski, because, man, he really made a big run on it in a short amount of time after that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the pass right here. That was Powell on the inside, and you can see just able to get position there on Torrey. And he is able to shut him down as they head into that sweeper section in the cove section of the track.
Exciting effort, man. And Powell, I mean, talk about digging and working and working and digging. I mean, the entire moto, he's been trying to get it done.
Well, and his boat shut off in the middle of the moto, too.
Yes.
I mean, he had to come back from that, so he has been faced with a lot of adversity out here in the final race of the day.
Yeah, really curious if something happened there to Torrey's ski. I don't know what would have, how he would have caught him that quickly in that one straightaway after that buoy, after they nearly collided. But for whatever reason, man, it doesn't matter. He's out there now, and now look at the gap. I mean, he's just driven away from him. I mean, is it a chance, I guess, that Torrey's just tired?
Well,
I mean, he's really fatigued maybe after all the racing.
I don't really see Torrey getting that tired, but I do think that he's a smart enough racer that he knows if where he places, he's still going to get the same place on the podium. So why take himself out, and especially after they rubbed on that same lap?
I'm with you, though. I mean, I would think at a professional level category and somebody like Torrey, I just don't see fatigue being the answer to that, but trying to make some sort of sense of how he caught him so quickly.
Wow, so Torrey Snyder back into second, Ian Smith in third, Skips in fourth, Farthing in fifth, and we have less than a minute to go, Ken, and what a race this has been.
Yeah, probably be pretty close here. I bet he gets back around to the finish line before this clock gets to zero and might have to go one more lap. It'll be close out there on the big end of the track.
Well, once he got past Torrey, he was able to extend that lead just a little bit over Torrey. And again, Torrey a little bit off the gas right here as you see Powell on the red boat right there, number 44, again out of Syracuse, Indiana.
It's going to be close. 20 seconds on the clock as he is getting around the last buoy. It's going to be really close as he comes back to the finish line. If he could check up just a little bit, it might save him a lap, but I'm sure that's not part of the thought process.
No, race till you see the checkers.
Look how close it is. He might get across there with like 1 or 2 to go. Coming back by, and white flag out.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
missed it by about 5-7 seconds, something like that. So good for him. One last clean lap.
Yeah, white flag out, a.k.a. as we pointed out yesterday, the hallelujah lap. When you see that flag, I don't have to do this.
No way to take a short lap here. It's just one course, man. You gotta go the distance.
Exactly. Ain't no split track here, and ain't no joker buoy. So a great job.
Oh, was that him that just had a moment out there? Did that thing shut off again?
It looked like, yeah.
I'm not sure it didn't shut off again. I don't think he lost a position.
Well, they said
but can he get back to the end? The question is, will it make it back to the end without shutting off?
Well, I spoke with him in the pits about that shut-off during Moto number 2, and it was a lanyard issue. It wasn't a limp mode issue. That was a lanyard issue. But Garrett Lofton in the amateur class did have a limp mode issue.
So we'll see if Powell can finish this lap up. It is not a give me.
Take a look at the replay here as to what happened. It looks like he's headed toward the sweeper right there. And again, it looks like
it did.
Boom, it shut down.
And it shut down again.
Oh,
it just shut down again.
Geez.
And here it comes. He might not win this thing, man. If it does that one more time, he's going to be in trouble. He has to be livid on that thing.
Oh, I can't imagine the expletives going on underneath that helmet right now.
I can't imagine either.
So again,
as hard as he's worked to get back up there.
Well, again, you still got Camden in front, Torrey in second. Torrey is about 9 seconds behind Camden. And Ian Smith, third place, about 18 seconds.
And Torrey had to watch that happen a couple of times and be thinking, man, if I was just close enough, is he going to make it?
Yeah.
Yes, he's going to make it. Wow.
And I think that Torrey could smell blood in the water there for a second.
Yeah,
but,
no doubt, man. No doubt.
Went away pretty quick. So Snyder ends up in second. Congratulations, Torrey Snyder. Led most of the race, and you can see them all down there congratulating each other. Great race by Powell, and you can see Snyder and Powell talking about it right now, and you can see the camaraderie right there after they bumped into each other, and then Torrey got past. But like I said, I think that was due to the fact that Torrey said, listen, I'm not going to get myself taken out. Camden has no shot at the podium, and I do.
He probably had no idea that had happened to Powell a couple of times. I bet you he stays closer to him had he known he was having some ski issues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he kind of gave up there, right?
Yeah, well, and what you said, right? Let's go back and take a look at the start.
Yeah, and you can see Torrey Snyder right there in the middle, white and black boat, getting the hole shot. And Torrey would lead for most of the race here, for most of the 30 minutes out there. Powell had settled in behind him, and Powell challenging a couple of different times, and you could see just how tight they were after that start right there. And Powell once again trying to put the pressure on Snyder. You can see Snyder looking to his left, looking to his right, and pulls up beside him, and they rub some rails right there.
And this, of course, is the lead change that he was digging so hard for. Runs him right down there. You can see him look over and says, yep, I've got the position at the buoy, and drove away. And then, like you said,
and then
second place just being smart here.
Yeah, I'll tell you. And going down there on that last lap, stalled a couple times, and still able to maintain his composure and take the win here at Lake of the Ozarks. Moto number 3 in the books.
And a look at the final results here as Camden Powell will dig hard and grab the win here. Torrey Snyder with a great weekend ends up in second place. Ian Smith, Noah Skips, all inside of the top 5.
Congratulations to the young man from Bradenton, Florida. 2 wins.
Hit that checkered flag and show it off.
That's not your race winner, I don't think. So I'm not sure if they called somebody for a missed
buoy, maybe.
That
is Torrey Snyder.
Yeah, that's not Powell right there on the red 44.
We're checking with trying to check with race control to figure out what happened.
So I wonder if they called missed buoy when he hit
whenever he hit that buoy, maybe.
Yeah, whenever he hit that red tetrahedron out there.
He jumped it, man. I thought it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, right. Looked like Pastrana last night at the White House. Nitro Circus over at the White House last night. Pretty cool stuff. So Torrey
that'll certainly set Torrey up. We're going to confirm whatever we can confirm. In the meantime, we are going to take a break. And I believe we have a special delivery here at the desk, something nice, cold, and bubbly. So we're going to enjoy a quick little drink while you guys enjoy a commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Out of me all the way, telling me I was all hyped. They just mad that I'm him, and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can...
One of the things that makes me most proud is I did things Lando's way.
I don't need everyone out there to like me. I like being different.
You are world champion.
The wait is finally over. The IHRA Stock Car Series is here, and it's on Speed Sport 1. This is what stock car racing is all about.
The International Hot Rod Association is going stock car racing.
There's big money on the line, and racers willing to push the limits for a piece of the pie.
Leaning on each other as we cross the start-finish line, head down into turn number 1.
Watch the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Find the best in IMCA racing on Speed Sport 1. Get down.
And we welcome you back here to the Lake of the Ozarks, IHRA Professional Watercraft Series. And while we were at commercial break, we were able to sort things out. Congratulations to Camden Powell. He will grab the win here for this particular race. However, the checkered flag went to Torrey because he was number 1.
Boy, I'll tell you what, congratulations. Yeah, Torrey with a 171 finish will end up winning the weekend, but a great race there. Can't take anything away from Camden Powell. Camden just had some gremlins there in the second moto.
Yeah, and I think Camden, in that second moto, man, he was making a run for it. Well, he was leading, and that thing shut off on him just like we saw in that final moto.
Yeah, I'll tell you, great day, though, for or a great weekend rather for Tori Snyder, and I'm sure he is pretty pumped. This is his first win of the season here, round number 3, and he's going to take them almighty points into his overall campaign for the season. Came in 7th, but that's going to move him right up the ladder.
Great stuff. We're going to get it over to Pam Hall. She is down there at the shoreline once again to talk to one of our racers.
Here with Tori Snyder. Tori Snyder, winner for the weekend out here at Lake of the Ozarks, and your first win for the season as well. Give me a rundown of how you're feeling right now for your first win.
I feel really emotional, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was a tough win. I didn't think I had it in me anymore, and made it happen.
I have to say, you looked really good out there. You're saying you didn't think you had it in you anymore, but obviously you did, because the weekend went very well for you. This last round just now, this last moto, this was definitely a tough one. You were out in front. You ended up getting past a couple laps in, but coming out in the number 2 position, but 1 for the weekend. That last couple laps, give me your thoughts.
I was just trying to stay on the boat. That's the first time I've ever raced this boat, but for a full weekend. So, yeah, it's really hard. But yeah, I'm just glad to win for my dad and the whole team.
I have to say, the emotions are real. I mean, you're showing them right now, and what it is it's such a hard feat for the weekend to get yourself out here, do the endurance race that you're doing, and I mean, obviously it's showing that it's very emotional.
Yeah, no, it's really hard. I want to thank my Ian, Tyler, TJ back home, all the guys. Yeah, it's really tough.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Tori, on this weekend win for you. Hope to see many more for you this year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, nicely done. And I got to tell you what, man, I think he was pretty fatigued right there. I think he was tired, but he earned it, man. I mean, he worked really, really hard, and it's cool to see the emotion on the sleeves. I almost wonder if there's something more to that. It felt really special.
You know, him talking about winning one for his father, who is up there in the pits, and, you know, his father's retired from racing now. His mother came out, father came out, and to win one for dad is it's always a little emotional.
Well, and you know, whenever you work that hard and you have that opportunity to race with your father, they really feel the pressure. As a father, I've raced with my son for 20 years, but they also feel the pressure to deliver, and they also are very thankful for that opportunity that's been provided to them.
Yeah, I'll tell you. And Tori, he's such a good kid, such a class act, both on and off the track, and a very successful kid at 22 years of age.
Yeah, good for him, man. It's been a great weekend out here, and we've had some great racing. I believe Pam's down there to try and find the winner, Camden, as well, see if we can get a chat with him. But what a great racing weekend, man. And we've had a little bit of everything. We had some weather. We had some great weather, and then we had some weather that they had to deal with. They had to deal with some rain, everybody with the jackets on. It was a little chilly here this morning. It was constantly changing.
I feel like I'm between Florida and Ohio here. I'm not quite sure. But, yeah, definitely a big mix of weather and different conditions for everybody.
And Pam, as we knew she would, has dug up another winner. So let's go back down to the shore and check with Pam.
Camden Powell, Moto number 3 winner unofficially right now, but here you are at this dock unloading, or actually loading back up for the weekend. Give me a rundown of your thoughts.
Yeah, it was a good race. We came out in second off the start, then we battled with Tori the entire race, and we got around him towards the end. Ended up getting the moto win.
I have to ask you, we're all watching it. We're watching it from over there, watching it on the live stream. People at home, everybody cheering for you guys. Give me your thoughts, because at the end of that, when you did get that pass, I mean, you were battling through it. What is it that finally got you to get around him?
Yeah, just kind of got close towards the end, then just down the front straightaway, we were able to pull away. So that was good.
Well, you did an amazing job out there. Congratulations on the Moto 3 win, and overall for the weekend. I'm not sure exactly where you're at, but congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, and there we have it. Right there. We will go back up to the booth.
Get those little gremlins figured out, man, and he'll be right there for the overall, too, man. Final thoughts here, Mikey.
Well, I'll tell you what, Camden came into this one in 3rd place. He proved it. He deserves to be there in this last moto. Just had some gremlins, like you said, first couple motos, but what a great weekend.
It has been a great weekend. Thank you so much for all of your help. You were fabulous to work with all weekend long. Certainly holding my hand here with the skis. The next stop will be Sheboygan for the IHRA Offshore Powerboat Series. For all of the help here at the desk and Windy City Creative, along with the rest of the IHRA, we'll see you next time in Sheboygan.